97. No, nothing in particular that you would like to listen to, Princess Diana?
Oh my god.
Okay, so the stream has started. What a way to crack into it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As always, it is an absolute pleasure to have you here with us as we're playing our Avalon campaign. I know it's been a couple of weeks. We had some real life stuff get in the way a little bit, but that's okay. These things happen.
We're back,
we're
baby!
back, baby. A few of our crew are missing today, but
True.
that's all right. Oh, thank you, Yannis. Thank
Sorry,
you.
I sneezed.
I did a little sneeze. Yeah, so as you can see, we've got some cool PNG tuber stuff happening down the bottom, so you guys can see like who's talking. I'm gonna get some more character art and that sort of thing up there as well. Do you like? Yeah, that's the Haggy mummy I throwed up.
I love that. Mummy and Mula.
I completely lost my train of thought. I had one, and it's Choo Choo Baby, and it's gone.
PNG tubers?
Yeah, PNG tubers. So now what we've got up at the moment at the bottom of the screen is character art that I've done for our players. So when they talk, it's going to light up, and you're going to get to see their beautiful faces. So I'm going to be doing a little bit more of that. Hopefully, we're going to have everyone here once I do the character art for Zane. Right now, we all know he's the goat, so that's why he's got the goat. Other than that, who would like to do the recap from last week? Remember, you do get a point of DM inspiration.
I can.
Okay, Zane, for the first time, recap. Let's go.
So from my perspective, right?
Yep.
In sewers, badly wounded, lost all my men. See this dude run up at me, grab the scruff of my neck. His name's Jugal. Yelling at me, asking where Alira is. We proceed into the sewer further. We found some cultists. We beat their ass up. We then found Alira, freed her, and then chased was he a mage? Like the head mage, and killed him eventually. And then went back to the town where Jugal started marinating the cat. And yeah, that's kind of where we left off in the city. I handed off dog tags to the families of my dead men. And spoke to them and tried consoling them with Alira. And that's about it.
Alrighty. Very good. Please add a point of DM inspiration to your character sheet, my dude.
How do I do that?
So if you have your more purple, more better sheet open, there should be a little button for it. It says inspiration, so tick that.
You just click it and it ticks.
Clicky ticky, baby. Clicky
Is
ticky.
that if I click to show the mod thingies? Show extra features.
Take your
should
armor
be.
table.
Armor.
So first
it says
page armor
inspiration.
on the right hand side. Underneath it says inspiration. Just click the little box to the left of inspiration.
Like the second box under where your experience is.
Oh, so I just tick it. Yeah.
Yep.
How do I use that though?
So you can use it pretty much anytime you want to reroll a dice.
Okay, so it's just a one-time reroll.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll fuck that
Sweet.
trigger when it comes to it.
Yeah. I've just lost my Discord window. This is amateur
Oh, dear.
hour over here today. That's fine. I have another one already. So I'm just gonna go do that. There we go. Okay, no, that's fine. I'm back up and running now. All right, so I'm going to take you guys quickly back to your lodging, which is at Haven, which is Roger's magic shop, and then we're going to get stuck in there. All right.
This is just after we've gotten back from the sewers, isn't it?
Yes.
Correct.
It is.
Jugal scraped goo off himself and disgusted someone.
Yeah. So, as we arrive, as you guys come back in the door, Jugal has had a lovely little interaction with Mogget the cat, and he now knows how to turn into a cat. But at the moment, it's pretty late at night. It's sort of like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. What would you guys like to do?
Could I ask for like a first aid kit or something to like just patch myself up because I am a little bit beaten up and have had a long day.
Yeah, you've had a long day.
Yeah.
Yep, sure. So Erwin's there with you. I'm just
Mhm.
going to pop her just there. So she's looking pretty like stimulated. Her eyes are wide open. She's got a huge grin on her face. She's having a great time. And so you're going to ask her for a first aid kit?
Yes, please.
Okay. What do you say to her?
Hey, where are your thingies for open wounds and just feeling like shit?
She's sort of going to blink at you and they go, oh, of course, yes, come with me. I'll take you through to the kitchen and patch you up. So she's going to take you through.
Sounds great, thank you.
Here. And the rest of you, what are you doing?
I'm just playing with Mogget. We're getting along super well.
Yep, you and Mogget are hanging out.
I'll tag along with Zane and get patched up as well.
Yep, sweet. So as you guys head through into the kitchen, why is that here? I want to do that. All right. So as you guys make your way through to the kitchen, Erin wanders in and she goes into the big sort of storeroom, and she comes out and she's just holding a finely tooled leather sort of package. And as she comes out, she takes you by the hands and she leads you up to the table. And as she does that, she unrolls. It's kind of like a chef's knife collection of stuff, but she unrolls it, and it's like a medical kit. So there's needles and thread, there's gauze, there's patches, and all that sort of stuff. And she sits you down on the seat here, and she starts to stitch up your big wounds and everything like that, and sort of clean you up and get you looking presentable. So you return to full health here, Zane.
Yeah. So I'm gonna click space. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna put 27.
27.
That temp health is gone, right?
That's correct.
For now.
Get rid of that.
For now. Rooney has a cat on his head. Yes, Juggle has a cat on his head. So Mogget is a ginger cat. That Juggle has taken a huge shine to. To be honest, I cannot say I blame him. Because Mogget's
Can I offer to patch Erwin up?
Yeah, so what you guys can do, actually, let's go do that quickly, 1 second. Oh man, it's good to be playing on Astral again. Alright, so Mogget's over here, hanging out with you. Yep, so what as you're doing that, Ellerith, what are you doing while these two are while Zane is sitting there getting patched up by Erwin?
I'm going to wander down and see if there's any of Dagdar's homebrew hot sauce left so I can refill my jar. Since I shoved it down Uthel's throat last time.
That's right, you did too.
Yeah.
Yep, so I think you do have enough to refill your jar here, so re-add your Dagdar's hot sauce to your inventory. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, hi Roonies. Welcome to the chat, buddy. So yeah, as you guys are doing that, so you, Zane, are you wanting to try and stitch up some of Ellerith's wounds as well?
Yep. I'll
Do you
offer to
reckon
do
you
both.
could patch me up while you're at it?
Erwin goes, oh yes, of course, and let me just go and check on Roger. I'm not sure if he's still awake. Can you take this, please, Zane? And she's going to slide the medical kit towards you and wander out the door to go look for Roger. So what are you two doing? So you two are just going to sit there and sort of patch up each other's wounds?
Yep.
Awesome. Joogie Woogie, going back to you over here. You and Mogget are hanging out.
Yes. I'd like to kind of turn to Mogget and be like, "You're never gonna guess what I can do," with my beast telepathy.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna say, "Mogget, look at this," and then I'm going to turn into Mogget.
I'm just going to turn you into Mogget real quick. 1 second. Hold on. Oh, that's not what I want. Got to go to creature tokens.
Oh, I need that one. No, I don't. Ah.
Where is my Mogget? There you are. Good on, kid.
I also have my Mogget cosplay on.
Yeah, your Mogget cosplay on. All right, so Mogget turns around and looks at you, and because I imagine you always have speak with animals on when you're in Haven, or it seems like you do. You're not sure if it's just the latent magic of the place, but it just sort of feels very natural to sort of look down at Mogget and talk to him like he's a human being. And Mogget sort of looks at you and he goes, "You've got the whiskers wrong, but not bad. Not bad."
Not bad. Do you think we could freak George out with this? I think we could.
Mogget sort of like tilts his head back and like rolls his eyes and looks at you and he goes, "Do you really think George is going to be scared by a cat? I've lived here for years." He ignores me
scared.
95% of the time.
Not scared, but there's 2 of us now.
I mean, we can try, I suppose. I'm always up for mischief.
Okay. Wait, let me go to the kitchen first, and we'll get some food for George as well, just in case he doesn't like the joke.
I don't think that's a terrible idea. Let's go then. And poor Glizzy is just looking around like, what the fuck? What? Huh?
Oh yeah, I'll just de-summon Glizzy as well. I say, see you
Alright.
next time, baby boy.
Give him a little kiss on his little froggy face.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty. So, Mogget walks into the kitchen first. So, Ellerith and Zane, you watch this big ginger cat come strolling in like he doesn't have a care in the world. And then immediately afterwards, Juggle, what would you like to do here?
I jump in, but I do that weird catwalk where they like jump up on their hind legs and then like walk like this. I do that in after him.
Okay. Okay. That's great. What do you two say when you see this this crackhead shit happening?
What the
wait.
fuck?
I'm just looking for like the nearest bottle of mead or something just to drink and just like I don't want to be bothered. I just want to fucking relax.
You just want to have a
and just-
sleep because you've had a rough fucking
I'm
couple
just,
of days.
I'm just over today. Like
I can't
nothing can rock my boat anymore. I'm just done.
I start rubbing my eyes and be like, wow, I really am tired.
Yeah, so this is the same thing happens for you two here as well. Like as you guys have come back, you feel like the magic in Haven has shifted slightly, so it does kind of feel like if you were to talk to Mogget like a human being, you would understand him. Mogget sort of looks at you, Ellerith, and goes, "You're not tired." Ellerith, this is the first time Mogget's spoken to you. What do you do?
I'm kind of like flabbergasted, like, you can talk?
Yes, I'm a cat.
I just didn't think I could understand you, that is all.
He's gonna jump up onto the table and sort of like lean in real close and sort of sniff you, and he goes, the old Roger's magic's working its way into you, I see. That's fine. It only works here. Won't work anywhere else, but that's fine. I must say, by the way, you stink. You smell awful.
Why, thank you.
Where on earth have you been? Because the other one smells like that too. Actually, you all smell like that. Where have you been? Where's my mummy?
We were
just gotta-
down in the sewers.
I'm gonna look at my cup of mead and just be like, this must be really strong because I'm fucking losing it.
And as you guys are doing that, Juggle, I'm imagining that you've just like jumped up on the table. Ellerith, do you pet him?
I kind of look at him and it's like, I turn to Mogget and ask, who's this cat?
And Mogget's gonna look at you and say, "I will give
I'm
you 2
Mogget."
guesses." I'm Mogget.
My first guess is a relative?
I'm sorry, lady, but this is Mogget speaking. I'm sorry, lady, but if you think that I am in any way related to that, I am flabbergasted and offended beyond words. Look at him. He is an ape. A shaved ape. Wearing
Shaved?
my coat.
Is that Jugar?
Si, senor.
I kind of just
Bonjour!
look between them and just start looking between them, and no words are coming out. I'm just speechless.
Hey, Lilith, I think you've offended Mogget. For that, I think you owe us a favor. And I look at Mogget, and Mogget looks at me, and nods.
No, but Mogget looks at you with kind of like this expression of just disgust, like,
Related.
Okay, I turn back to Elirith and I say, okay, you got to help us with this fish. And I like jump over, like perfectly avoiding everything, and like over to this fish. I'm like,
Yeah, dude, you're gonna have to make a dex check for that because you're not used to this cat body.
oh no!
Trips
You-
over a butcher's knife and impales himself.
Yeah, this is a this is a kitchen table full of stuff, and this is the first time you've ever turned into a cat. So you're gonna have to roll a dex save for this one, my guy.
All right. Yes, it's a d20 plus 2.
Yeah.
18.
18. Okay, with an
Hey.
18, it looks like you're about to fuck the landing, but then your front paws go down and then your back paws go down very close to your front paws, and you're sort of stood there, like, you know when a cat's got all 4 of its paws, like, roughly in the same place, and their back's all arched and everything? You land like that, and then what do you do now that you've done that?
I
damn
look
it.
at Mogget just like, are you impressed?
Mogget just makes the sound that cats make when they're about to hack up a hairball and sort of turns away. And
okay. Like, so come on, and I like put one arm up.
a paw?
Leg. Oh my god, my face is wonky. And then like beckon towards Ayla. Come now.
And I kind of tentatively walk over and ask, what have you got in mind?
Could you please put a couple of dishes out for Mogget and I? And also, could you grab the rest of that fish and come with us?
Okay.
While this
And-
is happening, can I just start wandering around the place and like familiarizing myself with this building?
Yeah, of course you can. So I'm just imagining like you've just seen this cat. Like you've just seen
Yeah,
some fuck shit.
I'm just taking my mead.
Yeah,
I've
you're
turned
like-
around.
like,
I'm
no.
just exited out of the door.
You were- you
I don't
were-
care.
You were holding a drinking horn to drink it out of, and you've drunk that, and you look at it, and then you look at the bottle, and you put the horn down, and you pick up the bottle, and you leave the room.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just over
Like,
it. I'm
no.
just walking around. Just yeah.
So I'll chop up and fillet this fish,
Okay.
and getting 2 portions, one for Mogget, one for Jugal. And as requested, I've also got the leftover portion of fish for. And I'll ask him, so what, Jugal, what do you want to do with the rest of this fish?
We gonna go see George. Like,
Jorge.
Very excited. Very excited.
Very like cat crackhead eyes.
And as he's saying that, I'll place the 2 dishes down on the ground for them.
Nice. Mogget's like, thank you, and jumps off the seat and approaches the bowl that you put on the
And
ground
I,
for him.
before, as Mogget
Yeah.
is approaching, cast prestidigitation to make it taste like the best fish Mogget has ever tasted.
Yes, you can.
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna cast the same thing on Jugal's, but make it taste like shit.
No,
Okay.
I wasn't gonna eat it. I'm gonna lean over to Mogget. and be
Okay.
like, they're both for you.
No, you don't know this, Jugal. You don't know that. I've
You don't
cast
know
these.
this.
I've
'Cause-
just waved my hand, place it down, and as I'm doing it, I'm casting.
Prestidigitation, which you don't need like to say or do anything to
Nope.
I'm gonna say you don't have to say or do anything, like there's no verbal or somatic stuff here. You just like as you place the bowls down, you sort of wave your hand over it, and Mogget sort of looks at you, and then he looks at the bowl, and then he looks back at you again, Elirith, and does the equivalent of a cat shrug, and then starts eating, and as he starts eating, you hear him start to purr really loudly.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well I suppose I jump down and eat the other bowl.
Yeah. Actually, okay. So what we're gonna do here is, Elirith, can I get you to make a spell attack roll? And
Okay.
Jugal, I need can I get you to make a Constitution save?
Oh my god.
No. It's not for the reasons that you think it is.
Okay.
Don't worry. I'm not
Okay.
gonna hurt you. I swear. Why does every time I say I need you to make a Constitution save, everyone's face is just going, please don't.
I rolled an 18.
All right, you're on 18. What did you roll there, Jugs?
17.
Okay, they had to. Okay, so essentially what this was I was trying to get Elirith, like if Elirith had landed the spell attack, you would not know, because of the way this has worked out. You don't know in your human mind in this cat body that it tastes bad to you.
Okay.
But the way it's worked out is like your human mind in your cat's body knows that this tastes fucking awful, and you are having a
Okay.
bad time, but the cat body that you are currently inhabiting is having a great time. The cat body's like, fuck yes, fresh fish, let's go, hell yeah, brother, and it's like forcing you to eat it because the cat body is what wants it, but the juggle inside the cat body is like like, this is fucking horrible, this is a bad time. But you're not going to
Okay.
take any damage, you're just having a really rough mental situation for like 10 minutes while this cat eats his dinner. It's like the human you eating a bag of cat food, like wet cat food.
And
I tend to
as
look at
he's-
Aloris, I'm like, George is gonna love this.
And as he's eating there, I'll kneel down beside him and kind of like stroke him like you would stroke a cat and say, "Be nicer to the new people next time, why don't you?" And then walk off towards the piano room.
No, wait. Aloris, I need your help carrying the fish.
I don't have hands.
I don't have hands. Okay.
You do realize you can turn out of wild shape. You can just do that. You don't have to be a cat. You can just turn out of wild shape and then be a cat later.
Oh,
Because
well, I suppose I'll do that.
you're not trapped in a cat. You're not trapped.
Mommy.
Mimi. Speaking of Mimi, as you guys are eating your cat food, Erwin comes back in, and Mogget just goes, "Mummy!" and just meows and purrs and sprints right over to her and jumps up in her arms, and he goes, "Oh my god, Mummy, you smell awful! Oh, but it's so nice to see you. I was so worried. I wasn't sure I was ever going to see you again, Mummy." And Erwin's like, "Mogget, I was gone for 5 minutes. Are you all right?" And she's going to look at you, Jugal, while you're still in cat form, and look back at Mogget and go, "Really? You let him do that?" And Mogget says, I was waiting for Mogget to reply, but I'm Mogget. Fuck, goddammit. Then Mogget goes, "Look, I know I'm not supposed to, but he was making an effort, so I thought I'd, have a little bit of fun with him." And Erwin sort of laughs, and she's holding him like a baby. She sort of strokes his belly and goes, "You shouldn't play with your food, Mogget." And then she's gonna put him down, and then she's gonna look at you, Jugal, and goes, I'm only joking. Come on."
Okay, I'm visibly panicked. I'm like, okay.
It's a Feywild, baby.
Meanwhile, right, so I've just
Yeah.
been wandering
Meanwhile.
around with this bottle, just opening every door, just looking inside, and
Alright, so-
just like
Yep, that's awesome.
every inch has been searched.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk through this with you. As you're walking through this house, you're not sure if you're
Yeah.
getting progressively drunker or if it's because you're really tired. But as you're walking through, it looks like doors are appearing and disappearing, and curtains are moving and stuff like that. And you sort of blink and you shake your head, and you're like, "Man, I must be fucking
Fucked.
And you look down at the bottle, and you're like, you can't read the writing, but you're not sure if it's because the writing's moving, which it is. But you can't read the bottle. And as you look up and around, you see a small dwarven man, sort of come out of what looks like a fold in the wall, and he sort of brushes himself off, and he smooths the wall down, and he nods, and he turns around, and he looks at you, and he goes, "Oh my god, who are you?"
Who the hell are you?
My name's Roger. This is my house."
Hey Roger, my name's Sane. I don't know what the hell's happening, but I'm either tripping out or this is really good shit.
He sort of looks at you, and he's going to take the bottle gently from you and just be like, "I think you've had a bit much of this. Did you take this from the kitchen?"
I was given this from the kitchen.
I suppose you're still standing. Wow. That's impressive.
Can I have that back?
Yes, you can. And he's gonna hand it back to you. He goes, "That's dwarven. I can't believe you're still standing up. That stuff has been known to rock the absolute shit out of dwarves, and they've got livers made quite literally of steel."
Well, sounds like you enjoy it. You want to have a swig with me?
Then he goes, "Well, I can't see why not. I've done all my work for the day." And then he's gonna. Are you offering the bottle to him?
Yeah, just me and him, just
Okay.
passing it back
He's
and
gonna
forth, having a good time.
tilt it back, chug, and then hand it back to you. And he goes, "Well, Zane, did you come in with the rest of the adventuring party? Did they let you in?"
Yes.
Ah, right. That makes sense. Well, welcome. Might I
Thank
say,
you.
you don't look awfully good. Did you have a bit of a rough time? Your clothes are a bit
Yep,
cut up
and then
you're
that
covered in blood.
takes. Yeah, I had to explain to like 10 families why their sons weren't coming home tonight. So I've just had a bit of a hectic day.
And he goes, well, come with me. We're going to go to the drawing room and sit in front of the fire, and you can tell me all about it. And he's going to sort of put one hand sort of gently, because he's quite a lot shorter than you, he's going to put one hand sort of gently on your hip and push you forward. And he's going to take you to the reading room, which is over here, and he's going to plonk you down in the big comfy chair, and he's going to sit right next to you and put the bottle on the little table here. And we are going to come back to you guys in a second, because this is some good stuff. Illarith, what are we doing?
So Kisnera hasn't returned from the chapel yet, has she?
No, she hasn't.
Alright, in that case, I would like to try and make more sense of my book.
Okay. Roll some Arcana checks here, bud.
Alright, so how many Arcana? Two?
Yeah, go for two.
Alright. First one is a 12.
Okay.
And second is a 13.
Okay. So explain to me what happens when you sit down at the piano and get your book out. Like, do you do just that? Do you sort of look at the cover? Like, give me a little bit of context. Give me a little bit of context for what I'm about to tell you.
So, I have just waltzed in after, well, kind of storming out on Jugal, and I sit down at the piano, just kind of play a little melody, and I let the last note ring a little bit. As I pull out the book from my adventurer's backpack and open it up to... where do I want to open it up to? Maybe the very start of the book.
Alright. You do that, and as you hear this note ring out from the piano, it seems to swell and grow and sort of move in the air around you as you're opening up this book and you're looking at it. With your rolls there... unfortunately, it looks like the first couple of pages, strings of fluid-looking text, seem to almost coalesce for a second, and you can read the words mab, and you can also read the word underground, but then you hear a loud crash and a cluttering noise, and your concentration is broken, but you do get the words mab and underground from the first page.
And underground.
Yeah, and as you look up, and Jugal, are you back in cat form, Jugal, or are you human form again?
I'm still cat form.
You're still cat? Okay, so what you've heard is Jugal trying to somehow get a plate across the floor by pushing it with his nose and sort of moving it along. What you've heard is him knocking into the edge of a table, and a vase has fallen off and broken.
I'm going to walk over and see what all the commotion is.
All right. So we're going back to Zane and Roger. So as you guys are sitting there in front of the fire, Zane, I'm imagining you've like sunk really deeply into your chair and you're just sort of staring into the fire, taking swigs. And Roger goes, I know that being in charge of people and having to let their families know that they're never coming home is very hard. I feel deeply for you, Zane. May I ask what happened?
I don't even know where to start, really. We were just going around, doing a patrol of the sewers, got alerted of a couple of things happening there. Went to go around, got ambushed by these crazy people. I don't know what the hell is in their minds, but their eyes were all weird and shit. And yeah, from then on, it was just a constant battle just to survive, really.
He's going to sort of reach out and place his hand on your hand and say, that's awful. I do have another question for you, though. You say their eyes were not right. What did they look like?
Well, it was just that. They weren't eyes. It was as if they had just gaping holes that just had no end to them. They were just deep.
As you say this, Roger sort of goes a little bit pale, and he squeezes your hand and he goes, well, that's certainly a mental image I could have done without today, but I'm sure it's done you far more damage than it has me. You've done a good job, Zane. You're welcome to stay. I'll get a room set up for you. And he's going to get up and he's going to, and as he does, he sort of moves the bottle closer to you and he goes, just take a moment to sit here and enjoy the fire. I'll come and get you when the room's ready. and he's going to move away in here. So, going back to Elerith and Jugal,
Yes.
what's going on? So you've just like got caught trying to do some cat shit.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you say to Elerith as she comes out of the room and sort of looks at this thing that you've knocked off in the broken vase and the plate of fish that you've been pushing along with your nose?
I kind of look. I look back at the plate. I look again. I like do the cat equivalent of shrugging, and then just go and like wind up around Aelorith's feet and like put my tail up and shit.
Yeah. Do mad cute shit to be like, I'm not naughty. I've never done a bad thing in my life ever.
And
I am
baby.
cat. I am cat.
Mummy.
I just kind of sigh and lean over, pick up the plate, and sweep the broken vase to the side. And I'll just deal with that later. And then I'll turn down to Jugo and ask, so are we taking this to Roger, are we?
Not
Oh,
Roger.
George, yeah.
We're
sorry.
going to George. Yes. And then I meow loudly. At Mogget. To come.
No, Mogget's still with Erwin in the kitchen. Mogget didn't follow him out because he was getting mad scrungies from his mum. That's what you
Maybe I
like.
should have got mad scrungies as well.
Scrungies is like, you know, when you rub their entire head with your hand and they're like,
You just like peel them back, kind of.
Yeah, that's
Like that.
that's scrungies. Like the real firm like. There's not. I don't know how else to describe it. It's something that my partner and I started coming up with. So it's like you give them a good scrong, like that's a singular.
Like you kind of run your hands down the side of its head.
No.
because
It's
it's
no. So the scrunky is like you like they're purring away. You're petting them, and then you kind of just like rub like you know that bit just behind their eyes before their ears. Like you rub
Yeah.
that real hard, and then like it's just like real hard pets as scrunkies.
A good way to describe it.
It's
Crunky.
All right.
Scrungies. Elefino, welcome to the chat. Hello. Sorry, you kind of interrupted us talking about like the best way to describe petting a cat really with gusto, I think. Mad scrungies. Scrungies. Welcome to the chat. It's a pleasure to have you. Alright, so, Elerith, you are holding this plate. Jugal, you are meowing insistently, like you've got some wet on there, but it's not for you. What are we doing here?
Sorry, you go.
No, you go. You go.
I was just going to say we'll head over to Jorge and say
Jorge.
Yes, yes. Whoa,
All right.
Yeah, this is Spanish cat.
Hey,
Oh, Jorge.
I brought you something. Sailor Hispanic.
Well, I mean, Quinoa is German, so I cannot say why not she wouldn't be Spanish. I can't do a Spanish accent, so the German ones will stick in. Okay, so you approach George's jar. Do I have a map asset for that? I think I do somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to ask whereabouts.
I have to like put. I'm
Can
gonna
it
have to
be
put
his?
one. No.
Okay.
He needs to have his own special asset because his jar is here. Let me
yeah.
just quickly see if I've
Oh,
got a good one.
I missed the ping. Sorry.
It's
Right
there's
underneath us.
yeah, the snakes.
Oh yeah. Okay.
The
I've got
statue
a jar
many
of snakes. I've got a jar of snakes.
It's a snake king.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
yeah. Let me just edit. Aww. Yeah, that'll do. Keep it smaller. Stop clipping. There we go. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Juggy. That's awesome. All right. Okay, so
Let's go.
George has a jar. That's just a placeholder for now. Because I'm going to draw George's
no.
jar. Because I want it to be my own asset, not someone else's. Right. Also, to those of you who are watching the channel, I support a couple of really awesome map makers on Patreon. I will put links to them in my description down below, so you can go support them. So we use Dr. Mapzo, we use CMPQ. We're also currently using Path of Two, and some other really cool stuff as well. So I'll put links down them. If you want to support them, please go and do so. They make fantastic content, and I don't want to be the one out here not giving props to the excellent artists who do great stuff for the D&D community. So, right, you guys are approaching George's jar. What's the haps? What are you doing? Do you knock?
Can I
Hello. Bonjour.
sorry. Like, can I jump up and like? Oh wait, no, hold on. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I'm still getting used to my cat bits. I kind of just like lean up, put my hands against it, and I'm like, put my face against the bowl.
I've just got this image of like Hagrid doing exactly that. I know you're Mogget, but in my head I've seen Hag do dumb shit like that, and that's like all I'm seeing. So you're stretching up on your back pizza and you're kind of like trying to push the bowl out with your front paws. Okay, that's fine. As you do so, need for sleep. I wonder what's in the jar. It's not a jar of snakes. It's George. So as you're doing that, you see the murky water shift and move, and you do see the velvety scales move against the glass on the outside.
And I say to George, like, inside the bowl, guess who? In my best Mogget voice possible.
Your best Mogget voice. So you hear this sort of like a bubble and a gurgle from inside the jar, and you hear a voice in your head go, "I would know that voice anywhere." Hello,
Yeah,
Jugal.
Shit! I start swatting at Aelirith, and like gesturing at the plate of fish. I say, George, you want some fish?
You hear a sort of
And-
gurgling, bubbling laugh, and he goes, "Sure, why not?"
I like how dismissively just like expect Aelirith to do it. Like not like a dog, very much like a cat. I'm like, just give him the fish, slave. Like,
Give the snake the fish, peon.
I
yeah,
kinda just
right.
sigh, I look down at him and just think to myself, you're really making a good cat right now. And I'll
You should just say it to him. You should just say it to him. You can-
No, I don't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing that.
Okay, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. Alrighty. So you, how do you approach this jar to feed George? Do you guys remember what Roger did last time?
No.
Okay. So, as you're sort of looking at the jar, you realize that the big heavy glass top is still on it. So the glass, the top of the glass jar is still like on. So you're gonna have to take that off before you do anything else.
George, we're gonna take the lid off now. I'm like still like, George, we're gonna take the lid off now.
And George is like,
And
"Oh, all right. That's usually standard practice."
I'll turn to Jugar and say, we might need you in human form there, buddy.
Cup of Tea
Okay.
Fling says, "Take it off." We might do a strip D&D game one time, and we'll get the characters to play strip poker.
Oh.
Take. I'm not giving out dick splinters for this.
Well,
Well,
Alright.
well, count me out.
alright. I'm back in Jugal form.
Welcome back to the chat, by the way, Cup of Tea Fling. Nice, a pleasure to have you. So you're back in human form now, Jugs?
Yeah. Back in human form. I mean, elf form, half elf. Form.
Juggy form.
Juggy form, yeah.
Jugal form.
So you're a human. Okay. Can I get you guys to please make some dexterity checks to see if you can get this lid off? Because it's very heavy.
Just a normal dex check.
Yeah, just normal dex check, both of you.
Oh, that went off.
Yeah.
I'll roll that again.
Oh, 20.
Ooh,
Ooh!
shit!
Alright, that's a nat 20.
Let's go!
That's it. Okay,
I got a
everybody,
10.
everybody in the chat, spam the nat 20. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
That's what it
Oh,
is.
yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
that's first nat 20 of the game. Oh, yeah, by the way, Cup of Tea Fling, that is an excellent username. Like, freaking huge. Great work. Okay, so with this nat 20, you managed to get both of your hands underneath the rim, and you lift it up so Aelirith can get her hands underneath as well, and you both sort of angle it, and so you take it off very gently, and you place it down on the floor next to George's jar with no negative outcomes. Right.
Woo.
So as you guys lift the jar off, there's a smell that arises from the jar, which is not something that you'd expect to come from a container with murky, dark, swampy water in it. It smells like winter mountain air. Like, it smells cold, it smells like pine, it smells like a little bit like wood smoke, but it's definitely not the kind of thing you'd expect to to face coming out of a jar full of dirty water.
Well, that's odd. George, you smell great.
You just hear a gurgling, burbling laugh, and he goes, "Thank you."
Why do you smell like that, George? Your home seems to smell bad, but you smell wonderful.
Can I get you to make... I don't want to do this as... Can I get you to make an Arcana check, please, Juggle?
Yes, certainly.
Can you do it at advantage with me helping him?
Are you helping? Yep, so do it at advantage.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, actually, wait, no, you can't help him here.
Okay.
This is something that Juggle has to,
He's looking
like...
into.
This is something that's happening in his head right now, so unfortunately you can't help
Okay.
him. So roll
That's
at roll just with no advantage. Roll just
I
that
got
one.
an 8.
You got an 8. Okay. With an 8, you can tell that George was about to say something and then has decided not to. You just see his eel-like body sort of move under the water, and he goes, just one of life's many mysteries, I suppose.
I grab some of the fish. I'm like, are you sure?
Are you holding the fish up out of the jar, like you're dangling a treat, like that out of the jar?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So what happens?
I don't want to seem condescending though. All right, sure.
Okay, just quickly, do you say anything to George as you're sort of holding the fish out to him?
Yeah. Can I tempt you to finish that thought?
Okay, so as you do that, you see this. Ella, can I get you to make a perception check, please? Actually, can I get you to make both of you make perception checks?
Can do.
Sure. 14.
Okay.
And I got a 11.
Okay. It was a DC 10, so you both passed it. So as you are holding this piece of meat out over the top of the bowl, you see George's head breach the water. And as you do, this is in better light, and you can see him quite a lot better than you did last time when Roger was feeding him. He is what you see rise out of the water is almost like an eel, but it seems to be a lot more delicate and a lot more refined, sort of like what you'd hey, no, not quite. So what you guys see is the head of an eel that looks sort of elongated and very sort of fine boned, sort of like what you'd imagine like a dragon might look like, but it's definitely still an eel. It's got that sort of snub snout. It's got these fins and that sort of thing coming off the back of his head. And as he opens his mouth, you see his lower jaw almost dislocate, and these huge teeth sort of appear almost out of nowhere, out of George's mouth. But he takes the piece of fish from you with such delicacy, and his fangs come within a millimeter of touching his skin, but they don't. As he takes the piece of fish from you and dives back underneath the water, and as he does, you hear George say in your mind, "Thank you. This is delicious."
You're most welcome, George. By the way, you're very beautiful.
And George goes, "Thank you. We all are."
Oh.
Oh. Thanks, George.
George can start crying into George's bowl, and George is like, "Stop! It's too fucking salty."
Okay, well, yeah, I think, okay, thanks, George. Anyway, we'll see you next time. Like, wave. I kiss the glass on the bowl, like, mwah.
George laughs, and you guys put the lid back on the bowl. As with that, we return to Zane. What are you doing here, Chief? Are you passed out drunk in the chair?
No, I'm
Not
just
quite.
still gazing at the fire. I'm just sipping just to keep on that edge, you know what I'm saying?
Nice
Like
edge,
just
like-
before you're about to pass out, but you're just having a good time and you just want to stay at that good time. You don't want
Yeah.
to start praying to the porcelain gods, but
Yeah, you're in the golden zone.
I've had this exact situation many times before, but it still hits the same, but I've learnt from the previous nights of all the mistakes and drinking too much, and I know where to keep myself at. Like this, I'm not new to this.
Yeah.
This has happened before.
Yeah. Okay, very nice. So as you are sort of like getting into the zone, watching the crackling fire, Roger sort of like knocks on the door and he sticks his head back and he goes, Zane, I've got your room ready for you if you'd like to follow me up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get up, just start following him.
Not bad, Jugi. Not bad. Thank you. That's awesome. That's really cool to know. All right, so you're gonna follow Zane up. You're gonna follow Roger upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna go pop that up there. So as you do that, he is going to take you into a bedroom just upstairs. And he sort of like gives you a hand, sort of getting yourself sat down, and he goes, "I'll send Erwin up in the morning. Please get some rest, Zane. I will probably come to talk to you again about what you saw down there.
Alrighty.
Sleep well." And Roger's going to leave the room.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna check out the room, just make sure it's completely secure. No eyes, no ears, no nothing that's suspicious.
So make a perception check for me at advantage. Oh no, sorry, at disadvantage because you're fucking drunk.
Yes.
At disadvantage, please, if you would.
Let me just try perception.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is gonna be a tough one. First one's a 20, but I have -1, so that's a 19.
Yep, and what's the next one?
A 12, so that'd be an 11.
With an 11. With an 11, you sort of blearily look around the room, doing your standard thing that you do whenever you're in a new place for the first time. You notice that this room looks like it may have been used by someone who was like a ranger or something, because you can see that there's like a dartboard, and some arrows and that sort of thing over here. But as you wander through, you realize there's a bathroom, and a commode attached to this room. It's got a little ensuite. And you see on the top of this thing here is like a leather satchel thing, very similar to what Erwin had downstairs when she was patching you up.
Okay. Alright, and with that, I'm just gonna take my knives, my sword, all that, and I'm gonna stash it in like a corner, you know?
You just take off your gear. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to bed. But it's close to me in the bed if I needed to get up.
I'm imagining that you've just got
standard soldier shit.
Yeah, you've slung your belt over the bedpost here, and your clothes are in a pile right here. But you're in bed, and you are asleep. Okay, Elarith and Jugal.
Yes.
Oh.
What are we doing now that we've had a little chat with George and got to see him properly for the first time?
It's what time is it?
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
It is like
Cat
cat and hat.
For health restoration.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a long rest here anyway. So if you guys wanted to go to bed and that sort of thing here, you can.
We're both elves regardless, so a short rest would suffice.
Yeah.
Can Uthal already be in bed?
Yeah, Uthal's already in bed. He basically came in, got food, and took the food back to the bedroom. So Uthal's already in bed, asleep.
Okay. All right. I go find Uthal's bedroom, turn back into my cat form, and then snuggle up to Uthal and go to sleep.
Okay. So I think you guys were sharing this room over here.
Yep.
That one.
Oh, this one.
Was it?
Yeah. No, it was the bigger room. It was a bigger room.
For the big boy.
All right. So Elarith, as you head into the bedroom that you and Kinura shared, can you please make a perception check for me?
Can do. This one. That is an 8.
Okay. Thankfully, she left it somewhere really obvious. As you walk into the bedroom, you see that there is a note on this table. And you just see on the surface of the note the big letter A written in Kinura's flourishing hand.
I'm going to pick up the note and read what's on it.
Okay. So as you unfurl it, you see that it says at the very top, she goes, she's written, Dear Elarith and team, unfortunately, it's come to my attention that at this time of year, in this place of all places, the alignments have come out, and thus I need to go to spend time at the temple. This happens every year, but it just appears that it's happened earlier or later. I'm not sure. Something's not quite right, but due to the celestial planes and their alignments. I must go spend time at the church. If you need me, I will be there, but please bear in mind I will be cloistered for the first 7 nights. If you need to, you can reach me through letter, and I will get them after my cloister is over, but I apologize. I wish I could be here. But this is something I must attend to keep my connection with the gods. All my love, all my best. And she's just done this big, loopy, swirly K at the bottom. And you see a little scorch mark at the bottom of the page.
Oh, it's like a little signature thing. That's
Yeah.
cool.
And she's Dragonborn after all, you know.
Yeah.
So essentially what this means is Kinura, using some arcane sort of telemetry that she uses as part of being this particular kind of cleric, she has found that the planetary alignments and that sort of thing, the thing that she usually has to go into cloister for once a year in the outside world, outside of Avalon, has happened at a different time of year than it normally does. So therefore, she must go to the nearest temple and cloister there for a week. This is what people in her religion do in order to reaffirm and reinforce and re-establish their connection with their gods. Because as you know, the way that magic works outside of Avalon, you need to like recharge it the same way that you do with batteries and that sort of thing, as it's a finite resource outside of here. So that's why they'd go and do this. They'd go and refill their reserves and that sort of thing for that week out of every year. Bow and Arrow, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Pleasure to have you. So yeah, that's why Kinura's not here. That's why Kinura wasn't here last time. She'd started off, and when she was at the temple, she realized that the interplanetary astrolarium that they use was really different to her own personal one. So she's had to go and recalibrate it, and then she's realized that that's where she has to be for the next sort of week or so. So yeah, that's why she's not here. Pleasure to have you, Bow and Arrow. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so with that, we're going to do a long rest. Everybody get all your spell slots back, get all your health back. You are getting fully rested and reset for the next day. And with that, my apologies stream. We're going to take a quick break, like 2 or 3 minutes. I just got to go sort some stuff out and get some maps and that sort of thing sorted for the next part. Stay tuned. We're going to be back very soon.
Let's go. Okay.
throw down. God, I'm so dumb. Okay, so as you're doing that, Zane, Roger sort of nods and he goes, I would imagine you're expected back at the barracks. So if I were you, I'd definitely swing by that way. But not to worry, Zane, I'll keep your room at your beck and call if you need it. I imagine now that you've been dragged into the shenanigans with this lot, I'm sure I'll be seeing much more of you.
With that, I'm gonna be like, yep, you got a point. And I just run to the barracks.
So the barracks is actually on the opposite side of the city. Right now, where you guys, you're on the, you're right next to the east gate. Your barracks is at the west garrison. So if you want to do that, you're probably it's gonna take you a while, and you're probably gonna want to take the party first, just to let you know.
Okay.
So we're
All
just
right,
gonna
all right,
get everyone else up and get everyone all sorted. All right.
Yeah.
So when you get up, you wander downstairs, and the delicious smell of cooking bacon and fresh bread wafts in from the kitchen as you guys walk in, and you see Erwin and Mogget in there. Erwin is standing at the oven. She's got a massive cast iron fry pan. It is full of sizzling slabs of bacon that are making this place smell excellent. On the table there is a pot of tea with mugs laid out and a little thing of milk and sugar cubes, and there is a platter with huge hunks of what looks like artisan bread, big slab of butter with a knife right there. Are you guys gonna have breakfast or what?
Breakfast.
I'ma just look like completely amazed because Zane's just a very simple man. Like, you know, bread, butter, and maybe like
Beer.
a little bit of water, like dirty water before you start.
Yeah.
So I'm like smelling all these smells. And I'm like, I'm in heaven right now. Like, what the hell is this?
Erwin notices you come in and she goes, Zane. Good, you're still here. Please, sit down. I'll make you breakfast. I'm sure Roger told you that you've been requested to head back to the barracks. So, make sure you get well fed first. It's a bit of a walk.
Yeah.
And she calls over to you, Jugal. Jugal, can you pass me the eggs, please?
Of course. I'm in like human form now as well. So I walk over, grab the eggs, and then hand it to her.
Yep. Sweet.
I'm not sitting on the chair like properly. Like I've got my legs up, you know.
Yeah, so you're sitting
And I'm like
Nodding.
on the edge, like of the table, like oh yeah, like ready to pounce on the food kind of thing.
Yeah.
As I walk
I'm
past,
not. I'm just like over it. Yeah.
as I walk past Dane with the eggs, I'm like, on that dwarven stuff, eh? And then I walk over and hand Erwin the eggs.
What do you say to him, Zane, as he's noticed that you reek of dwarven strong mead?
I'm just gonna be like, all right, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
nice
okay.
statement. Like, like, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I stink? Like, what are you trying to get at? What are you trying to get at?
You know exactly what I'm trying to get at. And
No, I don't. I want you to spell it out for me.
Yeah, you're gonna have to roleplay this one, Juggy, my dude.
okay, spell it out for you.
Yeah.
I would. I'm not quite sure you know what that means. Being, I don't know if you know how to read, let alone write. And I just walk forward and give.
Just cut to it.
Juggle.
Just cut to it already. Just cut
Juggle,
to
if
it.
you- just quickly, in character, if you're saying this, you do remember that Juggle can't read or write either, right?
Yeah, no. That's like, it's like super ironic.
Okay.
Like I'm losing my patience. I'm like, spit it out. Spit it out. What are you saying?
And they
Well-
y'all are about to have a scrap at the breakfast table. As you guys are sort of like squaring up for a scrap, Erwin shoves you out of the way, Jugal, and she goes, "Stop it! He's clearly hungover. Leave him alone."
Okay.
And as she approaches, like you get out of her way because she's holding a sizzling cast iron pan, and you know she's a weapon with a fucking greatsword. Imagine what she can do with that. As she places it on the table, and she sits down, and she's going to get 2 big slabs of bread, just a huge rack of butter, like right across both sides, and then take 2 big slabs of bacon, and just like clap them together, and she's just going to take a huge bite, and you just see her like her face is just absolute bliss. And then she sort of like she's chewing, and then she sort of remembers, and then she sort of goes and like gestures to the rest of you that you should dig in and start to eat breakfast.
Okay. Can I make a bacon sandwich? For...
Yeah. Of course you can.
and then I'll pass it to Zane.
Alright,
I'm gonna
Zane.
grab that. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna grab one of everything. I'm gonna I haven't tried these before, so I'm gonna just try everything, like one of everything, like a bite of everything.
Yeah. Everyone's watching you eat, Zane, and she's like, "Did they not feed you in the garrison or something?"
Not this stuff. It's just like stale bread, just dried meat. But this is fucking great. I'm just going through it, like trying everything,
just laughing,
experiencing all the flavors.
I turned to Errol and I said, "The wolves I grew up with had better table manners. I'm sorry."
She laughs.
I don't even care what he's saying. I'm just like continuing to just live my best life. I don't care.
Yeah, she laughs and she goes, "Well, starving man. It's they say hunger is the best seasoning." Where's hold on a minute. She sort of looks around the table and she goes, "Oh, is Uthal not up yet?" Also, where's Kenyora? Where is everybody? There's only 3 of you.
Kisnura's at the temple. She is communing with her gods. The planetary alignments in Brigantia are different to what she's expected, the timings and everything. So she's going to be there for a while.
Erwin sort of stops. She goes, "Oh, I suppose it makes sense." Yeah, Brigantia in retrograde.
Brigantia is in retrograde.
I don't know about you guys, but I've been feeling off because my Mercury's been in Gatorade all week.
It actually has been.
It has been, yeah, I know. Maybe that is why I'm feeling like shit. Astrology 101. Alright, so you guys have breakfast, and Zane, do you tell the rest of the party that you have to go back to the garrison?
Yeah, be like, hey guys, let's meet up with Alira at the garrison. Let's get everything sorted with them. Let's go.
Alright, do the rest of you guys roll out?
Sure.
Avalon, roll out! Sorry.
Avalon, roll out. Let's go. Can I okay? Hey, Moggy!
And Mogget's in the kitchen already, and he just looks at you and he goes, absolutely fucking not. No way.
Are you sure?
I'm quite sure.
Oh, okay. Would you like anything while we're out?
No, thank you. I'm all right.
Okay.
Like Mogget's looking at you like kind of annoyed that you can now understand him at all times in this house. Like he knows it would have happened eventually, but like it's kind of like, man, I can't believe I have to listen to this fucking dumb shit idiot talk to me all the time. But that's not your fault. That's just how cats are.
Okay.
Well, what I will say, Juggle, is double check your boots before you put them on. That's all I'm gonna say.
Ooh.
Well, okay. Alright, no worries. I check my boots. Can I roll for poo? Is that a thing?
Yeah, gonna have to roll for poo. Roll a d20.
Is that a perception or?
No, just roll a d20.
Roll a d20.
Roll
There's
for-
poo in my boots! I got a 1!
Yeah.
No.
There's a shit in my boots! Yeah, there do be a dookie in your shoes.
Fuck.
Luckily though,
Jesus Christ.
it's only in one shoe, but there's a lot of it, and it is. Sorry to those of you watching in the chat, if you're squeamish, mute now. It do be sticky.
Do I roll for consistency, or is that fucking you?
I mean, to be honest, champ, I think you're tempting fate if you're gonna roll for consistency because you already got a nat one. You already got a nat one.
I go to. No, I'm not gonna steal Uthal's boots. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I mean, you could. He's not there.
Yeah, they've got to be way too big for me. It's Uthal.
And also, when Uthal does come downstairs, he's gonna end up with the shitty shoes. So.
Yeah,
he's a big boy. He could snap you like a chopstick. Like I don't know if you want to fuck with that.
Yeah.
I'm losing my patience. I'm grabbing Jugal by the scruff of the neck going, let's go, we're late.
Get your hands off me, peasant. And I walk over to George. I'm like, hey, any chance you like cat poo?
Again, you hear the words for the second time this morning. Absolutely fucking not. Get out.
Okay, sorry. Okay, great. I'm like my human tail between my legs.
Yeah. I think as you guys leave, Mogget's out here on the thing again, and he goes, "You've spent too much time as a cat. You need to get back to being human because you're acting far too much like one of us. Know your place, scum." and then he's going to jump back into the window and leave.
This is okay, this is not what I expected Puss in Boots to be like.
Oh my god. Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought it was funnier in my head. All right, fuck
It's-
you.
I
To be
was
fair-
going to use prestidigitation to clean the shit out of your boots, but now I'm not.
All right.
Ah, mistakes were made. Brigantia in retrograde. You got shit in your boots. Fuck. There's some great content happening tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Now,
This is top level
with-
stuff, top notch.
With us walking to the garrison, right? Am I hearing the?
No, hold on, motherfucker. I cleaned out
him,
my
like,
boots
stepping?
first. There's poop in my boots. I cleaned out my boots before we leave.
I want to hear if there's a squelch
There's,
every
no,
time he steps on one of his legs.
unfortunately, Jugal is not a complete animal, and he did manage to knock most of the poo out of his boots. Thankfully, well, to be fair, as I mentioned earlier, it do be sticky, so there's like it smells bad, but there's no squelching.
There's no squelching.
Yeah.
All right.
Thankfully,
all
But I
though-
smell the smell, right?
You
So when
smell
I'm
the smell.
walking, I'm like trying to go like to the opposite side of the person and have someone in between me
Yeah,
and Jude.
you don't want to be downwind from Jugal right now.
Yeah.
But yes, so you're leading the rest of the party back to the West Gate and Garrison.
That's correct.
All right. So it's not
Uh-oh,
raining.
stinky.
Yeah, uh-oh, stinky.
Uh-oh,
Uh-oh,
stinky.
stinky indeed. All right, so as you guys approach, we are... Just going to add party here and then take out the people who aren't here. Anyway, chat, it is an absolute pleasure to have you all here. Tell me about yourselves. I want to know more about you. It's really, really cool to have loads of people sitting in here with me. I'll start. My name's Lukowich, as you've probably already gathered. I am a librarian by trade, actually, which is hilarious. And then I do D&D and play video games. And I make art and that sort of thing too. Tell me about yourselves. Ask me questions. Ask all of us questions. Let's get to know each other a little bit. If you guys are going to be hanging around, you know, we're gonna be relying on you to make some rolls for us at some point. So, you know. Alrighty, so as you guys arrive to the beginning of the West Gate, you see that there's a market. I'm not going to be explaining Dirkheim's theories of anime on Twitch. No one wants to hear that. No one wants to hear that. It was fucking bored. They'll all log off and block me. In saying that though, yeah, I'm doing a double degree in English and linguistics, so this is why he's asking. Fucking dirty clown. So as you guys are approaching in here, you see that there's a festival, what looks kind of like a festival market. There's loads and loads of people around. It looks kind of like a hectic time, to be honest.
Sorry. Everything's under control.
The next 4 rolls you make, sir, are going to be made at disadvantage.
No, please.
Okay, I'm kidding.
I wasn't expecting it to pop so
That's,
aggressively.
yeah, that's
what
fine.
she
What the
said.
fuck? Yeah. Oh my god, I'm gonna give you dick splinters again. Fuck's sake. You're Bo, and you're pretty new to D&D. That's awesome, Bo. Are you much of a player, or are you a DM? Alright, so as you guys are approaching, what would you like to do as you approach? I've said the word approach 6 times in the last 35 seconds.
Do I see any familiar faces?
So because this is a market that you know, that this is a market that happens once a week, you see, you're quite familiar with a lot of the stall holders. However, you do notice, as you guys are approaching, you're going to be the only one who notices this, Zane. There are a few stalls that aren't open this week, but you know that they are closed because they are families or relatives of the people who were killed in the sewer. So they've closed out of respect and for their grieving process.
Yeah. Alright, I'm be a little depressed as we're walking through the markets. Visibly depressed, like, not happy.
That's fine. As you make your way through, you hear people sort of call out to you, and you go, and they're saying like, "Welcome back, Zane. I'm sorry to hear about your men." And like as you sort of moving through, you're shaking hands with people, greeting them, like because you see these guys every week. You know quite a lot of the stall owners and all that sort of thing, and they've seen you around. Because of like your high rank within there, like you're quite often seen with Captain Alera doing patrols of the West Gate. Alright, so as you're moving up, you see the garrison up here. So we're just going to... You've been a DM before, but just started with a new group where your brother's the DM. That's awesome, Bo. What are you playing? Like, are you playing 5e, or are you doing Pathfinder or something? Alright, so I've just moved you guys up to the front of the thing up there. Alrighty, and as Zane, as you approach the garrison, you notice that it looks kind of empty. Like, there's no one really around. There's not the kind of guard presence that you'd expect to see at the top of the tower. Even though, you know, there were a couple of deaths and that sort of thing over the past little while. But, you know, it seems kind of deserted at the moment. Can you
I'm going to look for any...
Yeah, I was about to say, make a perception check for me.
All of us?
Zane, do you tell them that it looks weird and quiet?
I'm just going to be like, strange. And see if they kind of... Well, if they understand what I'm saying, they obviously look around. If they don't, then they...
Roll with advantage, because you're going to have it. I'm imagining at least one of them is going to help you.
So, perception.
Yeah, roll with advantage.
Okay, that's a 3, so -1, that's 2.
It's not a strong start.
And that's 12 minus 1 is 11.
Okay. With an 11, as you approach the front entrance door to the garrison, you see that there is a note that's been nailed on there.
I'm gonna run up and read it.
Yep. Just quickly, give me 1 second. You're playing 5e, Bo. That's awesome. What kind of character are you playing? Are you doing like a paladin or a cleric, or tell me some stuff about your story, dude. I'd love to hear about it. Okay, so as you approach and you pull the note off the nail that's held into the door, you see it says it's got a big red cross on it, and it says "Closed to quarantine. For legal matters, please approach the wizard school. For physical matters or policing matters, please approach the Eastern Garrison." And it's signed with... It doesn't look like Alira's signature, but it's one that you're familiar with from seeing some of the documents come across Alira's desk. Like, her higher-ups have signed off on it.
Alright. Can I understand where Alira is at all from anything that I'm saying? Like, do I have a vague idea of where she might be?
No, but from the note you do gather that if you want to get any information, you should go to the Eastern Garrison.
Alright. I'll be like, hey guys, we're actually going to the Eastern Garrison right now. Like, right now. And I'm like, shoving them out the door. Like, we gotta go now.
Yeah. You're playing a tiefling rogue? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so as you guys are doing that, you sort of, you're running back through the market, and Zane, as you're doing that, can I get you to make another perception check, please?
Yep. That is a 16 minus 1, that's 15.
Alright, with the 15, as you're approaching down here, you see one of your armsmen, like your guardsmen, that is from your garrison. He's sitting... wrapped in a blanket, but he's sitting on the stoop of this house over here, looking shell-shocked. Like, he's pale. He's got the 1,000-yard stare. He's got massive bags under his eyes.
I'm gonna rush up to him, and I'm gonna be like, "Speak to me, soldier. What's happened?"
So he's up here. Let me just add him to the thing. Can you just... Okay. To those of you watching, Astral is an excellent program, but unfortunately, when it's being wielded by the hands of a dumbass like myself, it can get really, really tiring really quickly. So as you're approaching this man-at-arms, he sort of snaps out of his 1,000-mile stare, and he turns to look at you and he goes, "Ugh. Lieutenant, what are you doing here?"
I'm gonna excuse you because I'm the commander, but like, all right.
And he
What's
sort of,
happened?
he sort of shakes his head and he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. Come on. I'm sorry.
Oh, good soldier. You seem a little bit shaken up. What's happened? Speak to me. What's happened?
I don't understand why you're here. Everyone else was taken into the keep for the infirmary. Everyone.
Do you know why?
I'm waiting for them to come and get me now. Apparently, it's something to do with what happened down below.
All right, walk with me. I'm gonna pick him up.
All right.
Pick him up and like help him.
Okay. As you do so, he goes, "I'm waiting for the cart to come back to take me. They've just taken the last load. Take me to the gate and I'll take the cart from there. what happened was when we all got back last night, and he sort of shakes and he stutters, and you see a tear roll down his face, and he goes, Captain Alira, she started bleeding out of her mouth, and she fell, and then the rest of the men who came back, and he sort of shakes and sort of shakes his head again like he's trying to clear something.
The image. Yeah.
Yeah. And he goes, and the rest of them, they were all falling and foaming at the mouth, and as he says that, he's gonna cough really loudly, and it sounds like a wet, mucky cough. And he spits it into his hand and then looks at it. Can you make a perception check for me? Also, bow and arrow, that sounds fucking rad. Having a twin brother as a DM, that's like some actual real life fantasy story shit, dude. That's so cool.
Can I ask if the others are helping me with this guy or not?
Did you two see Zane run towards one of his guardsmen?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why we're down here. And we approached up as they're like talking about it.
All right, Jugal, do you give Zane a hand and like string the man up with the other arm?
Yeah, of course.
All right, sweet. So right now, this man at arms is being supported by one side by Zane, and on the other side by Jugal. So he's here, Jugal's there, Zane's here, and you guys are sort of carrying him, sort of helping him walk towards the gate that the cart is coming to pick him up from. Zane, make a perception check for me, bud.
Yeah. That's a nat 20. Mine is 1, that's 19 though.
That's fine. For this intents and purposes, it's a nat 20. So as you see him sort of cough into his hand and then sort of open it up and look at it, you see that there's a smear of what... If you'd seen someone with a consumptive disease, you'd expect to see blood or something, right? So that hearing that kind of cough,
yeah,
you know that like, you're expecting blood. But if you turn around and look at his hand, you see that there's like a thick black goo that's sort of spread out, that's on his hand, and he looks at it, and you see him sort of shake his head like he's confused, and he goes, what? And he sort of shakes it, and you see this glob of blackness flick off his hand, like, you know when you have a really bad bogey and you blow it out to your hand and you flick it off. You see it slap into the dust over here, and with your nat 20, Zane, after it hits the ground and lies still for a split second, you see it move again.
All right, I'm make Jugal and Alarith
that?
Aware of that, and I'm gonna be like, burn that fucker, and I'm gonna get Jugal to
No.
to try helping me get this.
Zane, we can't. It's alive. Oh wait, sorry. Do you tell us that you saw it move?
Yeah, so I'm telling you guys, I saw it move, and I'm like, burn that fuck before it gets to anyone else. And then I'm kind of, after I said that, I'm looking at you, Jugal, trying to get this man at arms like over and onto like my shoulder, so it's like his torso is like bent over my head, like so I can carry him and like run, like start running.
That's fine.
Okay.
Elarith, do you and Jugal share eye contact for a moment?
Yes.
Yes.
We do.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm gonna use Mage Hand with a jar to try and to scoop it up into the jar.
Man's
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Okay, good. Zane, you don't see this because right now you're trying to sort of you're too busy. You're trying to get the man of arms, and Jugal's like kind of helping you, and Jugal's sort of like lifting his eyebrows up and like doing that with his head. And Elarith, I've got the jar. You got Mage Hand. Can I please get you to make a spell attack, for this particular situation, please, Elarith?
Oh, okay.
There we go. 13. That's with the attack modifier, isn't it?
Yes.
My attack modifier is +6. That's a 19.
It's a 19. Excellent. So as you sending this Mage Hand holding the jar towards this thing, you see it sort of like, it doesn't quite move necessarily, but it sort of like raises itself up in place, like a kind of like a droplet of oil going upwards. And as you see it do that, and it sort of lifts itself up, you scoop underneath it with a jar, and you sort of you send the jar flying back to yourself, and I'm imagining you're holding the lid on the other side. As you do, this jar's coming flying towards you. You just hold your hand out, and the Mage Hand just goes, and the stopper of the jar fits perfectly in, and so you didn't touch it at all with that 19. So you now have a glass jar with unidentified black substance in it.
Sweet.
So add that to your inventory, please. And the other two, you are helping this man further towards the gate. As you guys are taking him.
Sorry, just quickly.
Mhm.
Because Zane's tried to lift him up. Can I'm going to go into horse mode, and I'm going to be like, "Quick, get on!" And then I'm going to fucking horse mode.
So you can horse mode. Loris is just nipping off to the bathroom. So in the meantime, as you, I'm just gonna roleplay this as you guys are. Like, you've turned into a horse. Let me just turn you into a horse real quick. I love Astral. This game is fantastic. Okay, so I've got to go imported assets. I'm just gonna turn this man into a horse. So good. Creature tokens. Do I have horse in here? I should have horse in here. I've got headless horseman. That's not what I want. Okay, so Juggle, you are now a horse. You look like a ridiculous horse. Dummy thick.
Fucking nay. All right.
Fuck it. Oh god, that's worse. That's actively worse. Okay, hold on. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, Astral is a powerful tool, but in the hands of an idiot.
Nay.
Nay. Oh, nay. What's my name? It Juggle. That my name.
Oh, no. Wait, that's not my voice, by the way. I've just decided.
That's what? Sorry.
That's my horse voice.
That's your horse voice.
I'm back, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, now you're a regular ass horse. Okay, you're back. Okay, so what's just happened? Also, hello to everybody in the chat. Absolute pleasure to have you. Thanks for sticking around. So as Juggle turns into a horse, he's going to sort of get down on his like fetters
Front
and
legs, yeah.
and so to make his back available for you to help this man onto. As you guys are helping him up, do you have any more questions for this guy? Because he's not looking good at all.
No,
so
I'm
it's
too
at this
busy
point
trying to rush him.
he's not going to be forthcoming with information unless you ask him first, because he's busy focusing on something else.
I can't talk to him on a horse.
Illerith?
I had a question, but it's out of my mind. Fuck.
That's okay. Are you going to sort of give him a hand getting him onto the back of this horse?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So, as a collective, you guys are getting this guy on the back of the horse. Once he's on the horse, Zane, he looks like he is a little bit unstable and he might fall if you don't get up there and keep him.
I'm on the horse already
horse
with
already?
him like on my lap, just holding him and the
Okay.
reins as I'm going.
Yep, Juggle doesn't have reins. He's just a standard horse, but
Well,
Juggle
all
is.
right.
Juggle-
I'm grabbing him by the mane.
Yep, Juggle has human brain in there somewhere. So as you guys are moving down, this guy's head sort of lolls forward and lolls back, and as you're holding him, Zane, you feel him start to feel cold. He's still breathing, but he's starting to feel cold. Are we running at full tilt towards the infirmary? You know where it is, Zane.
I yell at them, go ahead,
Yes.
I'll catch up to you guys, because I know a horse is going to go way faster than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, so you guys are bolting straight for the infirmary?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Zane, are you kind of directing me where to go to the
Yeah,
infirmary?
yeah, he is.
Yeah,
He's-
I'm
he's
grabbing
got-
your mane and kind of angling your head in the direction that we need to go.
Yeah. Also, you can talk to Jugal while he's in horse form, and
I can understand you, but I can't talk back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we are going to approach in here. So as we go through, I'm not gonna bother taking you guys through the keep, but you guys have arrived at the triage of the infirmary. Oh, it's not this one. It's the next one down. My bad. Oopsies. Here. Okay, bear with me while everything loads. Okay, so Zane, you know pretty much exactly where you're going, and you arrive with the man-at-arms and Jugal in horse form.
Mm-hmm.
And this fella on his back. Sorry, I'm just gonna have to remove some of these characters from the map. So I don't know why it's automatically doing that. Sorry guys, I have to refresh this page because it's having a meltdown. Okay, and then we have Man at Arms. And Juki's back. Okay. So as you guys approach in here, you clatter to a stop and you neigh really loudly and sort of rear a little bit. You go, yeah. As this man and Zane slide effortlessly off your back. Ellerith, you're not quite here yet, so we'll
I'm just chilling.
do that. Yeah. Okay. Zane, where do you take this guy? Juggle, you can turn out a horse form now if you want as well.
Great, thanks.
I'm gonna look for like the closest person. Do I see anyone?
You don't see anyone, but just give me 1 second. I'm just going to fix up Juggy and then I'll get onto this.
At the top of my lungs, I just start screaming, "Help! Nurse! Nurse!"
Okay. And as you're oh my boy.
Oh, long Jew.
Oh, long boy.
Oh,
Ooh, this is
Ooh.
oh, that's a long
Ooh.
face.
Oh no. Okay. I love it. I am always going to be that person.
Really? That's the one that you love? Really?
No, Juggle, you have to remember.
No,
you have to
no.
remember. In all the other campaigns I've either played or DM'd as, the moment I make a fucking pun, everyone just like I have been disconnected from calls before for making a bad pun. I'm not gonna do that here. Take a point of inspiration, please.
I have already got
What?
one.
Fuck off! Really? All right.
No, Juggle, I'm
All right,
disappointed.
all right.
You were the horse. Why didn't it come from you?
Because
Because
self-respect, even as a
That's-
horse.
You can lead a horse to water.
he's actually fucking left. He's like, nah, I'm out. I'm done.
Oh my
Shit.
god.
Fucking hell, dudes. That didn't quite go to plan, did it? I have to wait for him to come back before I could do any story stuff either. Okay, he's back. Juggle, I'm sorry. You guys should all have points of inspiration anyway from doing recaps and that sort of shit too.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't matter. It doesn't stack. Okay, so you guys have approached to the front gate of the infirmary. You've been let in. You're yelling "help, help!" as Juggle is transforming back into a human. Zane, you are supporting your man-at-arms here, and as you guys do that, you see one of the temple nurses come sprinting out, and she comes out and she looks at you and she goes, "Another one!" And she's going to run straight up to help you, Zane,
Yep.
with this to try and sort of
Get him situated.
get him in. And she's going to look at you and she goes, "Oh, Zane, welcome back. Ereldia is taking care of the rest of your garrison, but please, we need to get him back inside as fast as possible. We can't risk this spreading any further." We sent a cart, but thank you for bringing him in. He doesn't look good, and I'm going to get you. Why are you a bloodstain? I'm going to get. Don't worry about
The
that.
bloodstained
Yeah, I don't know
citizen.
why the bloodstained citizen.
Gotcha.
He's not a bloodstain. I don't know why he's a bloodstain. It's real fucked. It's real fucked.
God, he is injured, my guy.
He is not looking good, my
He is
dudes.
really injured. Yeah.
It's just
really,
his
really
time of the
not
month,
good.
I reckon.
Lol.
Brigantia
Okay.
is in retrograde.
Yeah, Brigantia is in Gatorade, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so as you guys are doing that, you're helping, and as you guys get up this way, and you head through this door in here. I'm just going to move you because it's easier. As you guys approach, you see another couple of nurses come sprinting up to take this man-at-arms and get him situated into a bed. And as you guys do that, you see a small, portly woman sitting behind a desk with a very serious expression on her face. And she is flicking through sheafs of paper. And trying, like, she has a furrowed brow, she's focusing really, really hard. But you recognize her, Zane, as the head of the cleric and druid schools of Brigantia, living inside the keep. This is Ereldia. Juggle, you've met her once before as well at the Heart's Hair.
I have, yeah.
But she hears you come in and she sort of looks up at you and she goes, "Oh, Zane. I'm glad you're here. I was about to send word for you. Your entire garrison's gone down with it. We don't know what it is. How are you feeling? Are you all right?" And she's going to come up towards you and sort of like start checking your temperature and like putting her hand on your face and sort of like she grabs you by the face. Like she has to reach up to do it. She grabs you by the face and pulls you down quite firmly. But you know this woman quite well. You've seen her a lot. You've been injured quite a lot in your times at the garrison and you've always come to see her to patch you up. And she's checking your temperature. She pulls open your jaw and she sort of looks in and checks the back of your tongue.
I'm just gonna say, I've had enough dwarven mead to kill whatever the hell it is, if I do have it.
And as you say that, she sort of raises her eyebrows and she goes, "Carrier!" And she's going to sort of stop fussing with you and sort of run behind there and she's going to grab another one of the nurses and the nurse comes running up and she goes, "Yes, Mum." And Aurelia says to her, "Put down a dwarven fire mead as something we can try. I know we've got some out the back somewhere." And the temple nurse sort of looks at her and she goes, "Mead? Really?" And Aurelia goes, "Stop fucking arguing with me! Just go and get it sorted!" And this nurse goes, "Yes, Mum," and she scurries off. So Aurelia turns around and looks at you again, Zane. And she goes, she sort of shakes her head and she goes, "How are you not sick? Everyone else has it."
I have no clue.
Under my breath, I'm like, he's too stupid to catch anything.
I'ma catch that and I'ma just
Okay,
give him a glare.
make a perception check here, dude. To see if you do
Perception?
catch it.
Alright.
Yeah, because remember your
Alright.
perception's negative. You've got a -1.
Well, that's a 5, but I'm gonna use my DM inspiration to get
Okay.
advantage on this roll.
Yeah, roll again. Roll again.
18 -1, that's a 17.
Okay, all you hear, because Juggle says it quietly. All you hear is stupid to catch it. What do you do when you hear that, Zane?
I'm just giving him a glare. But I'm gonna be using my intimidation.
Make an intimidation check, man.
Oh, a pleasure.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Juggle, you. Yeah. Hey.
That's a 5, but it's +3, and then it's +2, and then it's +4.
What?
So
Okay.
What?
All right. He's
I've
a
got
rogue, dude.
proficiency,
He's got proficiency.
expertise, and +3 on intimidation.
That's so fucking gross.
So
Juggle.
5 plus 4 is 9, plus 2 is 11,
Mm-hmm.
plus 4 is 15.
Have you got it clicked on the sheet as proficient in expertise?
Yeah.
Then it should already add those bonuses. So,
Oh, I'm manually
multiple-
rolling
right, and then
Yeah.
you're adding
and
that
using
on.
my sheet, yeah.
Right.
15.
All right, Juggle. Hold on a
What do I roll
second.
to stop?
I don't actually. Can anybody in the chat point me in the right direction? What the opposition is for an intimidation check? Is it the spell
Is it
save
right?
DC? I'm pretty sure it's spell save DC. I have to Google that to check. I don't know.
Oh. I take charisma or spell save from my limited knowledge.
Yes.
So it's a 20 plus my spell save?
No. Let me just double check. Intimidation. So this is the best part about being a brand new dungeon master is like I don't know any of this shit.
Wouldn't it be like wisdom or like kind of like
Okay, no, hold
perception?
on. Okay, yeah, I think it's DM discretion. But we're gonna use wisdom. So make a wisdom saving throw, please, Juggle.
Damn. Alright.
You're a druid. You've got loads of wisdom. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I look directly back at him and I'm like, I just utter what I had said before.
you say it again,
And
but
I
louder.
look him directly in the eyes and I'm like, you're too stupid to catch anything.
So what did you roll?
I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, you rolled a 19. I'm sorry that
Yeah.
your intimidation fails. Then
I'm gonna remember this.
this action will have
Are you sure
consequences.
you're clever enough to do so? Alright.
Oh
Wait,
my
do you
god.
say that like,
It's as if he's trying to start a fight.
Yeah, it is.
Go.
Juggle, if you okay, you do realize if this goes any
No,
further, he's going to beat your cheeks. He's a rogue.
Yeah. Well, I'm sexually frustrated. I haven't had a good tree in weeks. So
to those of you watching the chat, previously Juggle has
Fucking
been known to look for roots in the original meaning of the word. Because he's got a thing for smooth wood or something. I don't know. I've literally had to give him dick splinters before to calm him down.
Rough wood. It's all good.
At least I
Any
don't
wood's
have
good
to
wood.
rely on a fucking frog.
Do you say that out loud, Zane?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. It's all right. Juggle, how do you respond to this?
I shrug it off because I'm the better man.
Aurelia's watching this all happen. Like, Aurelia's watching this all happen, and as you shrug it off, she sort of looks at you, Juggle, and she nods, and she says, "Good. I would not have enjoyed peeling your pasted body off the floor of my already clean infirmary." Now
Yes.
you, big boy, come here. And she's going to do the same thing to you, Juggle, that she did to Zane.
We both look forward.
She's going to do the same thing to you that she did to Zane. She is going to check your temperature. She's going to check inside your mouth. And sort of like do like a kind of like physical assessment of you really quickly to see whether or not you're sick. And she's sort of going to shake her head in puzzlement. And she says, "I have no idea why neither of you are sick. You are, according to all the men, you are all down there. I don't understand." And as you guys are doing this, Ellerith, you arrive at the mouth of the infirmary, sweaty and pissed off because you had to ask 19 different people the directions and each one of them were wrong. So you are annoyed, but you're here.
I'm
Because
gonna.
literally everyone you asked was like, "It's that way," and they pointed, but they didn't give you any more information.
All right. Oh, I don't
Can
have
I be
a coin.
frustrated
I'm
with
just gonna
Zane and,
look
like,
at him and just be like,
Alright,
about
everybody-
time you got here.
all at once, all at once. Just talk one at a time. Who went first there?
So I'm gonna roll a d2 and
Okay.
choose whether to go on the left or right. So left is heads, right is tails.
Copy.
It is tails.
All right, so you're
So-
going to the right.
Yep. So I'll go into the right-hand building here
Okay. That's fine.
and
Oh
kind of
no.
burst in and
And the nurse is
I'll-
sort of like she's busy like mixing something up at the table. And she goes, "Oh God, what you can't be in here. This is quarantine. What are you doing?" And she's going to
I'm like puffing and just like, where my party members, the horse, where
the nurse is
Zane.
like the nurse is like, hold on. She's gonna go pour you a glass of water and bring it over to you. And she goes, "I have no idea. But you should really get out." And then you're hearing a nurse talking quietly to another person up there, and you hear a very angry Scottish accent coming from a covered bed over here. And the angry Scottish voice says, "I'm not having that anywhere near me. I'm not. Get it. I'm fine. I'm fine."
That's a brilliant Scottish accent.
My mum's I'm Glaswegian. I should at
Oh.
least try to have a good Scottish accent, right?
That's terrifying. Good for you. All right.
Fuck, that's good. Okay, so
Alright.
you, without even trying, Ellerith, you recognise this angry Scottish woman as the strident voice of Captain Alera of the Western Garrison. What would you like to do after hearing
So
that?
I'm gonna, because I've heard the word quarantine, I'm gonna tentatively approach the bed from a distance and just say, Alera, is that you?
And you see, as you approach around the curtain on the side, you see Alera sat up in one of the beds in this infirmary, and she looks like shit. She's not, despite what the character icon says, she is not wearing her armor. She is wearing like a cotton camise that's been stained with sweat. And she looks like her beautiful mahogany skin looks like there's an awful pale sallow undertone underneath it, and she has huge purple bags underneath her eyes. And she's got this she's holding a wooden spoon, and she is using it as a implement of threat towards this nurse, who is standing there with a frustrated look on her face, holding a vial of virulently green liquid, and is obviously trying to get Alera to drink it, but Alera has absolutely no interest in it. And as you come around the corner, Alera spots you and she goes, "Oh, thank God, finally! A reasonable fucking person! Can you please tell them that I'm fine? I'm actually fine. I don't need to be in here. I don't. I'm fine. I'm more worried about my men. Everyone all went down at the same time last night. I have no idea what happened. I'm fine. Take that away from me as the nurse is noticing she's distracted and sort of snuck in a little bit closer to try and give it to her.
And I'm just gonna say, Alara, calm down. I've seen men who have been hit by horses and carts that look better than you. You need to take it easy, Alara.
And she's sort of gonna eyeball the nurse while still holding the spoon. And she's sort of gonna, like you see her visibly relax. Because you notice, as she was pointing the spoon at this nurse, her hand was shaking.
Yeah.
And she sort of relaxes and she puts her hand back down and she lets out this big sigh. And then the cough starts. It's a hacking, gurgling, wet, mucky sounding cough. And as she's sort of like bent over, clutching at her chest, the nurse takes a white ceramic bowl from the pile of supplies over here and places it in Alira's hand so she can cough into it. And as that's happening, we're going back to the boys on the other side. What are you doing?
I'm still glaring at Jugal.
I've had enough of staying and I'm leaving. Him with his men. So like I kind of walk out here and I want to find out where Alarith is.
Okay. How would you like? Okay, make a perception check for me, real quick.
Perception.
Mhm.
Fucking let's go.
What was it?
A 25.
Oh, beautiful! A net 20.
I see the future.
I see the future. I can smell time. Okay, so as that happens, you approach the fountain with the Actually, just quickly, can you make a Oh, thank you so much, baby. Bishop has just subbed in here as well. Thank you so much. You're an absolute legend. Thank you. So that's my boyfriend. He's the fucking best. So as you approach up this way, can I get you to make an Arcana check for me, please?
Yes, you can. 14.
All right, with the 14. Oh! Whoa! Holy shit. Okay, so B-Sharp has just come into this fucking chat and dumped 5 gifted subs. Holy shit! What the fuck? Oh my god,
Nutty.
thank you so much!
Nutty. Thank you, baby.
Thank you so much, baby! Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay. Oh man! Oh, thank you! You absolute fucking legend! Let's go! Let's go! He's so much of a legend, he's practically a foot. What? Oh, thank you so much, baby. You're amazing. I love you. You are so good. I've completely lost my train of thought now. I don't know what I was trying to do.
Arcana check for
Yeah.
Jugal? Yeah.
And I kind of checked for Jugal, and you got a 14?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
With a 14, you recognize this statue as being a statue to the god Cernanos. Or Cernanos. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it because it's in Gaelic. But he is an ancient deity that you might know quite a lot about being a druid. He is the father of the forest, the father of the hunt.
Daddy?
Did he? And it's kind of, with a 14, you realize that it's kind of weird for an ancient forest deity to be represented in the town of Brigantia. You realize this is the first time you've seen something like this in this town. There's not a lot of, like, religious representation aside from the chapel and that sort of thing. You don't see that sort of thing around very much. Also, with a nat 20 on your perception check, you realize that this door is now open, and it wasn't open when you came in.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you for the follow,
my
Alpha
horse
Dusty.
nose just stayed, and I can smell Alarith.
Yeah,
Like,
she do be
I can
stinky.
transform back.
She's
like,
stinky.
Must sweat.
My
It
musk.
smells like butterflies and sugar.
It's musk. It's
Mm.
musk.
smells like butterfly cupcakes. All right.
Okay. All right. And yeah. So you realize that this door's open, and very faintly, again, because you got a nat 20 on your perception check, you hear the faint, dulcet tones a very angry Scottish woman.
Okay. I'm like, oh my god, that is intimidating. More intimidating than that fucking rogue. All right. Hey, Lewis! Hey, Lewis, come here!
Do you go inside, or are you calling into the open door?
I'm calling into the open door.
Okay. Ellerith, make a perception check for me, bud.
Roger. That is a 9 plus 1, 10.
Okay, with a 10, you think you hear someone calling your name, but you're not sure.
I'm gonna.
Sorry, you go.
I was just gonna say I'll choose to ignore it for now.
Okay, that's fine. Jagal, you wait for a couple of seconds, and there's no response.
Okay. Can I go cat form?
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah. Okay. So I go cat form,
Uh-huh.
and then I run in and like run up and like, Alice! And then I'm like
Uppies!
like,
Uppies! Uppies immediately!
Yeah.
Mummy, I would like to be carried.
Mummy?
Mommy?
Mummy?
Mommy?
Okay, that's fine. Just quickly, I'm just gonna head to the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Hold tight. Please feel free to talk amongst yourselves and amongst the chat. Welcome everybody. Pleasure to have you. Thank you so much.
Did someone say this break?
Yes. Oh, I'm gonna knock this droid in line. If you don't do it, I will.
I'm gonna understand, right? Zane's like a commander. He's not used to being talked to with like disrespect, right?
Hmm. And Jugal's also a social outcast, so he doesn't know how to talk to people.
Exactly. So it's just the worst case scenario.
We were talking about giving him an intervention and sending him to like a school to learn how to be a proper person.
Hmm. I'm just gonna use my sleight of hand to just slip laxatives into his food.
I'm like a fucking poodle. I get overexcited and I have to go for a wee. Okay, so with that, just quickly, we're going to head back to you, Zane. So Juggle stormed out in a huff. What are we doing?
I'm just looking at Reldia and asking her if she has any clue what's happening, or just trying to piece together any information I can.
Okay. So as you watch Juggle run off, Aurelia sort of shakes her head and she goes, "Are you two always like that?"
I'll be like, I have no freaking clue what I've done to him, but for some reason, I don't know why, he just doesn't like me. But I don't care. I've got more pressing matters to worry about.
I would say we all do.
Yeah.
Honestly, Zane, I don't know what this is. I've never seen anything like it before. Now I've seen all of you and the rest of the garrison all across the entire city. They've come in to see me in some terrible shapes, but this, I don't know what this is. It's almost like every healing spell we pump into them, the amount of healing water, good berries, anything, it doesn't seem to even touch the surface of it, and they are going down so quickly. I've lost 3 already, and she's sort of got she looks like she's about to cry. Zane, I don't know what's going on. You were there in the sewers. What was going on? What was there? You have to tell me. It's the only way we can get them safe. It's the only way we can help them.
There was a big head mage dude, and he had a cauldron with black tentacle looking sludge that grabbed at you. Other than that, I'm not too sure. I'm not well versed in this type of magic or disease. I don't even know what to call it.
And she sort of comes around the edge of the table and she grabs your face again, pulls you down, looks you directly in the eyes, and she says, "Zane, it's very important. Try to remember, did any of what was in the cauldron go in the water?"
Potentially, I'm just going to say yes because I'm pretty sure we ran into the cauldron a couple of times, and a couple of members got stuck with it, and they started chasing the mage with it on them. So I'm assuming it's gotten into the water. Yeah.
And Aurelia sort of sighs and she lets your face go and she goes, well, that's not good news, but at least it's a step in the right direction. Lily! And she's going to turn around and yell at the back of the room, and you see another nurse that looks, because they're all wearing like robes that are sort of like a uniform, they all kind of look the same. She turns around, she says to Lily, Lily, I know it's unorthodox, but we might need his help. I need you to find me the bastard. And you see Lily sort of looks a little bit confused, and she means, you don't mean, and Ereldian nods.
Do I have any idea of who this bastard is?
No, you don't.
No,
They're still having
alright.
this conversation entirely separate from you.
Alright.
And she turns back to you, Zane, and she goes, I need you to help her. You're going to have to escort her to the eastern side of the city. I need you to make sure that, and you both need to actually make sure that you don't come in contact with anyone else. It's much easier when you've got more than one person on the job. And Lily sort of comes around the edge of the table and she sort of looks at you, Zane, and she goes, I know where we're going. It won't take long. It's on the eastern side of the city.
Alright, I'm gonna follow closely beside her.
And Lily comes out of the door, and she goes, "Oh, we should get a friend. Hold on." And she's going
Which
to.
friend?
And she's going to run across there and into the other door, and she comes in, and the temple nurse at the door, she turns around, she goes, "Lily, I'd rather let you out. Where are you going?" And Lily turns around to the one who just spoke to her, and she says, "I have to go to the eastern gate. I'm just going. I need some supplies. I need 6 glass jars. I need you to find Ma'am Dagda as well. I believe she's in Bag End. I need to go. I've been asked to find the bastard." And you see this nurse here. She goes a bit pale as well, and she goes, "Oh my god, it can't be that bad, can it?" And Lily says, "I don't know. But at least Ereldia thinks it is, so I'm going to take her word for it. Aelorith, can you make a perception check for me, please?"
Can do. This one. It is a 16.
With the 16, you hear their entire conversation. Where's Juggy?
I'm cat.
Oh, your cat. Okay, and you automatically will hear that too, Juggle. And you hear Lily say to the other one standing there who's getting her supplies and that sort of thing ready, she's saying, Aurelia asked Zane to take me there. And apparently it's best if there's more than one of us there to make sure none of us come in contact with anybody. I'm going to need some masks and that sort of thing too, just to make sure. Oh, and gloves. Have you got the fawn kid ones? And the temple nurse who's doing the quartermaster temple nurse is sort of getting these things out. They come out in like identical cream-coloured leather roll pouches, much like the medical supplies that you found at Roger's house. Illarith and Jugal, can I get you to beat both? Please roll a d20.
Can do.
Yeah, certainly.
There we
13.
A 2.
Okay. Jugal, you would understand, even though you're in cat form, you would understand that, like, if Zane's been sent off somewhere by Ereldia, it's probably in your best interests to go with them. Do you communicate? Do you communicate that with Illarith?
Yeah, I just start biting
I
Elrith's,
just start biting her. I just take a big old chunk.
her skirt and like pulling back, and it's just like, come on, come with me.
I kind of.
And does Elrith know who I am?
I mean, to be
She should
fair,
recognise
she
me
should
from this
recognize you
morning.
because she knows that you turned
Mogget.
into a cat this morning and you look like Mogget.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the
So-
same, right?
Yeah, I think she would know that it's you.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
just start pulling her out the door.
I mean, you're a cat, so it's not working. But I kind of look down in you and it's like, "What's gotten into you? What's wrong?" But I know I can't. You're acting really weird, Jugal. There must be something going on. And so I'm going to turn to Alera and just say, "Rest easy, Alera. this doesn't look good. You're gonna need all the energy you can get to help fight it. We'll be back. And then
Lyra sort of lies back, and you hear her say, "Well, I'm glad at least someone clevered us onto it. Find Zine if you can. He might be able to help." And she starts coughing again. And with that, you guys leave the room. Lily is just about to finish getting all her gear together, but you guys do make it out the door before she does.
Just before I leave, can I jump up, give her a quick nuzzle, and then leave?
Lyra?
Yes.
Like
on her leg.
Quarantine? Question mark?
Yeah,
question
okay.
mark?
Yeah,
On her
quarantine.
leg. On her leg.
No. So, because remember, she's lying down in a bed. So, what I'm going to get you to do? Can I get you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please?
Oh my god, I've fucked up massively. Okay.
She coughs up and black stuff gets all over you.
11.
11. Unfortunately, with an 11, the nurse that's standing here sees you and she nudges you out of the way with her foot, and kind of like, as you're trying to climb up on the bed with Lyra, she goes,
How much damage?
I can't believe there's a fucking cat in here. We're supposed to be in quarantine. And she's going to pick you up and put you outside.
Okay.
Let me in.
Tosses her out of the window. Rare.
So Jugal, you've been placed outside by the attending nurse, and she goes back to Alera. Elerith, you are outside. You guys both see Zane across the Kernonos statue. Zane, what do you say to Elerith? Because you can see a cat and Elerith. Like, as far as you know, it's just Elerith that's there.
I don't have anything to say. I'm just gonna look at him. Look at her.
I'm gonna walk over to Zane and ask, "Hey Zane, what's happening? Where are we going?"
I have no clue. Some dude named Bastard, nurse helping her get to him. That's all I got.
All right. And as you guys are talking about this, Lily comes sprinting out. She goes, "Oh, you're the ones who are down in the... Excellent. Come with me." And she's going to, at a quick trot, leave the entrance to the infirmary, open the gate, and she sort of looks back at you expectantly as holding the gate open, and she goes, "Well, come on then. We don't have all day." Do you guys follow it?
Yeah.
Before we do...
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
After you,
Yeah?
after you.
I'm just gonna look at Alarith and I'm just gonna be like, you gotta check up on Jugal. He's starting shit with me and I'm not too sure what's gotten into him.
I hiss at him.
I'm gonna look at the cat like it's a stray.
And then I turn into horse form.
You're gonna be horse again?
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Do you do this in front of Zane?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just gonna look unimpressed back at Alarith and gonna be like, get your pet on a leash.
Dang,
Don't
dude.
worry, I'll handle him.
I move my head towards Aelirith and I just give Aelirith one of these, like signaling for her to get on.
Can we fit all three of us on Jugal?
No, only one. Sorry.
I'm just following Lily.
Because regardless, I'm going to be wanting to follow Lily because she knows the way.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
Lily's on foot anyway.
Lily's
Yeah,
on foot.
I'm following Lily.
Are you still a horse?
I'm a horse. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm following Lily.
fantastic. So, Lily takes you out of the infirmary and leads you through the winding streets of the keep. And she takes you to a place that's looking more and more familiar as you guys are moving through the streets and that sort of thing on the way down. She is taking you actually to the top half of the Bag End Market. So.
Mr. Sandman.
Send me a man, make him the smoothest, as smooth as you can. Thank you.
Well, that happened. All right, let's go.
I want to feel like a shaped leg of ham.
We've got two bards in the party and one of them's a DM.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Right, so as you guys are moving through Bag End, you realise that like it's there's still a few folk around, but it's nowhere near as busy as it was the last time you guys were down here. It's kind of probably about like 3 o'clock in the afternoon now, so like it's still bright. There should be more people around because you know that you guys are Ellerith and Jugal. You guys know, and Zane as well. Actually, you would know that like the bag end market is something that happens every day. It's because it's a it's right next to the docks. It's a pretty popular sort of place. There should be a lot more people around. But there's only sort of like a smattering of folk here and there, which is strange because it's sort of like peak market time. And Lily sort of like runs through, and like she's ignoring every single person that's sort of like hailing her and saying hello to her because she's one of the nurses who works at the infirmary. She's in the uniform. People recognize her straight away, as if not Lily herself as kind of like a nurse and that sort of thing. Like the way that you recognize nuns on the street, like you'd know straight away what they were doing and like roughly where they were from. So as you guys are doing that, she is going to sprint off. Do you guys follow her?
I follow her.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll follow behind Zane.
Of course. Wait, you're on me, right?
No.
Oh. Well, I guess there's no point in being a horse, I suppose.
So you want to be a regular ass human being again?
I guess.
I guess so.
Back to my small.
Okay.
self.
Unfortunately, you have no more casts of wild shape left either, Jugs.
That's
Use
unfortunate.
them all up. I don't understand why this is happening.
I may have
Alright.
forgotten that had a limit on it, but I guess that's.
You may have
something
forgotten that
for
you had a
next
what?
session.
Sorry.
A limit on it, but that's something for next session.
That's
I
fine.
suppose.
I mean, you can always get it back after a long rest. So.
I don't
Sure,
regret
don't worry about
anything.
Yeah, I regret nothing. 1 second, guys. I'm just going to quickly fix something up. Because. This one. Alrighty, one moment. One moment, pips. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to take another short break, another 2 or 3 minutes, just while I get some stuff set up for the next map and some other fun things like that. Please bear with as we do that. So now, guys, is the time. Sorry, I just cut my own microphone off. It's now time to go to the bathroom, go for a wee, get a snack, get a drink, do all that sort of fun stuff, just while I get some stuff set up. And we should be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. We'll see you very soon. Hold the line.
Elevator music time.
Alrighty, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience. Really appreciate it. Just had to do some little bits and bobs and stuff and things. We back, boys. We back. Okay, so we are in the middle of Bag End Market. You are watching Lily run ahead. And what would you guys like to do?
I'm still following Lily, alright?
Oh, thank you for the cheers, bud. Thank you. Yep, if you want to still be following Lily, you can.
Can we do a quick recap? What happened before the pause? Maybe.
Yep, of course. So, to those of you who are just joining us, essentially what's happened is there seems to be some sort of illness affecting the folk who were down there in the swamps, not the swamps, sorry, in the sewers, fighting the cultists. The Zane has been asked to accompany one of the infirmary's nurses on her trip to find someone called the Bastard, and we don't know who that is. And we have found ourselves in Bag End Market on the east side of the city, which, to those of you who may have been watching before, is pretty familiar to our party, and pretty familiar to those of you who've been watching before as well. That's Zane the Bastard. So yeah, right now what we've done is Lily has run off ahead, Zane is following her quite closely, and Jugal and Elerith are still following a little bit behind. But you guys are pretty familiar with Bag End, you know that it's unseasonably quiet, shouldn't be this quiet, but it is. What would you like to do?
Okay. Well, we need to find the bastard.
Safety in numbers, as Zane said.
Safety in numbers. I'm following Avalon.
And I'm following Zane.
Who's
And
following Lily? Alright, and you see Lily as she's not sprinting anymore, but she's walking quite quickly. And she sort of gets to this point here, and you see Corbin, the weapons merchant, sort of wave out to her and he goes, "Oi, Lily! What are you doing away from the infirmary?" And the nurse goes, "Don't worry about it, Corbin. I'll come and see you later." And you see her sort of look around for a second and she goes, "Oh, fine, alright." And she's going to run down the alleyway that leads to Ma'am Dagda. Do you guys follow her?
Yes.
Yes.
Mummy Dagda.
Mummy?
Just before I leave, Corbin, good to see you again. And then I'll like it.
And Corbin's like, "Oh, hi, Jugs." Alright, so, you see Lily sort of stop and lean on her knees and just... and she sort of straightens her wimple, tugs down the edges and sort of composes herself as she approaches at a much slower, more stately pace towards Ma'am Dagda's tent. She sort of stops at the edge of the carpet, leading out of it, and she calls out, "Ma'am? Ma'am, it's me, Lily, one of the temple nurses. I've come to ask for your help." And there's a pause, and then you see Ma'am Dagda push open the flap of her tent, and she looks pissed. Like, she looks like she's wearing her pajamas, even though it's like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She pushes it open, she looks pissed, and she goes, "Oh, not you again, what do you want?"
Who's Holds mates?
Hello, I meant her. What do you want?" And she's going to point at Lily, and Lily will turn around and say to her, "My apologies, Mom. I know it's short notice, but I've been sent by Ereldia to pick up a shipment of some sort. She didn't tell me what it was, but she said I had to go and see you." And Dagda goes, "Oh," and she's going to rub her eyes and go, "Fucking Eric. I told her next time just do it herself." And you hear this muttering as she goes into the tent. And while she's in there, what are you guys doing?
I'd like to walk to Aelorith and be like, "Hey, Aelorith, do you still have that that sample that All Might coughed up?"
Yes, it should still be in my backpack. Why is that?
It's not that I don't trust them, but I feel like Roger could be of help here, but no one else will believe that Roger is helpful to us.
I agree. I would say this thing is alive, so under our contracts, we don't need to take it back to Merlin. It's moving, and I just don't know.
I can take it back. I don't want to risk anyone, but I will take it if you feel like it's the right thing to do. I feel like it is. I would prefer your opinion on this as well.
I'll give this to you, and this is your decision to make. You saw what that pot of black tendrils down there was. You make sure to be careful with it, and make sure you definitely tell Roger to be careful with it, because we don't want this thing getting out any more than it already is.
You're right. You're right. Okay. I'll go now. Yeah.
And okay, stay safe. Remember that they could still be spreading. It could still be spreading around. So do not talk to anyone. Do not touch anyone.
Okay. Where will I meet you after?
I guess once these errands are done, we'll be back at the infirmary.
Okay. I'll meet you at the infirmary once we're done. If you're not there, if you leave before, leave a message of where to find you. Yes.
Likewise.
Okay. Easy.
And with that, I'll hand over the jar to Jugal
Okay,
very
fantastic.
carefully.
And I'll start making my way back to Roger's.
Okay, fantastic. And while you guys are having that conversation, Zane is probably not paying attention. Mam Dagda does come back out of the tent, and she's holding in her arms a wooden crate. The top is being sealed, and it's got a pale cream ribbon wrapped around it with a giant wax seal that's been stamped on the top, holding it closed. And as you guys are looking at it, and as Lily takes the crate, you see that the stamp is in the shape of a sparrow, like a bird that's been stamped into the wax on the top. Lily sort of takes it and she goes, oh, my thanks, Mum. My thanks, Mum. I should hopefully be in touch. I will send word by owl from Ereldia once we figure out what's going on. Thank you again. Please stay safe. Stay inside. And Dagda goes, I was inside until you interrupted me, but very well. Wings, take your feet. And she's going to lower the flap and return back inside the tent. Lily's going to turn around to Uzane and Ilirith, and she's holding this crate, and she goes, right. One more stop. Can someone help me carry this, please? It's quite heavy.
I grab it.
Okay, sweet. So you are holding this big wooden crate with the cream ribbon wrapped around it, and Lily is going to take up the speed again and start walking quite quickly, like head down, not looking at anyone, and she's going to head back into the route of Bag End Market. And as you see her pass, you see her sort of stop for a second and put a hand on the joist of one of the stalls that's empty and closed, and sort of catch her breath for a moment. She's going to turn around and look back at you, Ellerith, and go, I don't know if you've met her before, but oh my god, she is so scary. Alright, follow me. And she's going to lead you guys back down, like, weirdly, down to the south of the market, down here. And as she is taking you through, you guys sort of, you know, you're wandering through Bag End and you're realizing that even though you haven't been talking to Mam Dagda for very long, it's getting more and more empty. People are sort of packing up, leaving, even though it's only about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's almost like there has been a dark cloud passing over the surface of, over the city of Brigantia, and the weather starts to condense, and you feel an oppressive tension in the air, like the same way it feels right before a storm's about to hit. And with that, Lily is going to take you further, and she's going to take you guys to a place that's pretty familiar to a lot of you, I would imagine. Which is the East Gate. As you guys leave Bag End Market and come down the stairs, hold on one second. Just got to the. Where are you? Down here. Lily is leading you through the streets of Eastern Brigantia, like reasonably quickly, actually. And she's sort of looking around. She's scanning her head to and fro, to and fro, to and fro, until she a light's on a point in the distance, so she's recognized the landmark, and she goes, "Oh, I can't believe it's come to this. All right. Let me do the talking. This person is absolutely mad. They are incredibly violent and are not to be trusted under any circumstances. Do you understand? Let me do the talking, let me be in control, and we'll all get out of this without being hurt. All right?
Okay.
Right. Okay, follow me. And she's going to lead you to the front of a place that you guys find very familiar, as she takes you to the front entrance of Roger's shop, sorry. And she's going to sort of gird herself at the door. Do you guys want to say anything to her as she's sort of getting herself into the mindset of talking to this crazed madman who waits with her?
Lily, would this bastard go by the name of Roger?
Her head shoots up and she looks at you and she goes, "Yes. Roger the Black. They call him the Bastard. He's a traitor."
Traitor? What did he do?
We shouldn't talk about it here. He's probably listening. This is why it threw me for a loop when Ereldia asked me to come here. He's a free magic user. We all know that they never work towards a common good. They're selfish and cruel.
Well, I guess I will let you do the talking.
All right. Okay. So as you guys do that, she's going to push open the door. Oh no. Okay, hold on. My map thing did not load. Real quick. Give me 1 second. Please hold.
Oh, the shop is cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is what I kind of wanted to show you when it first happened, but I didn't have the map at the time. Because back then we were playing in Theatre of the Mind. Okay, so you guys push open the door. You hear the ring of the bell as you walk into the front part of the shop. Ellerith, can I get you to make a perception check, please?
Can do. That is 17 plus 1, 18.
Okay, with an 18, you recognize that this seems like a very sanitized version of the shop that you first came across when you first entered into Roger's Purveyance. It looks very much just like a standard, like arcane sort of arcane shop. There's like weapons and that sort of thing around.
As opposed to the big hoarding mess.
As opposed to the cozy mess that you encountered the first time you met Roger. This looks a lot more imposing and a lot more sort of inaccessible than the last time you were here. And as you walk in, Lily the nurse approaches the bench and she rings the bell. Welcome back, Juggy. And as she does, you see Roger reappear at as he makes his way. He opens up the door and he makes his way through. And again, can I get you both to make a perception check again, just quickly?
As in me as well, or
Yeah, you as
no?
well, because you've met Roger Zane, so.
13.
I got a nat 20.
All right, with a nat 20, Zane, the man that you met last night is not the man standing in front of you here. The one standing in front of you here looks hard and battle-scarred and unapproachable, and he makes direct eye contact with you, Zane, and he looks cruel. Like, there is a coldness there that you didn't sense at all when Roger was comforting you by the fireside the night before. They look similar in appearance, but you realize that there's either some fucky-wucky magic shit going on here, or this is not the man that you met last night.
You're not Roger.
And the man looks at you, and he says, and Lily's going to, Lily, the one who summoned him, is going to sort of pull herself up and say, "My apologies for intruding, sir. But your assistance is required from the infirmary and at the keep." And the thing that is impersonating Roger looks Lily up and down and says, "Well, why would I go and help them? They've never helped me." And Lily turns around, and Lily looks Roger in the eye and says, "It's for the greater good, sire. We're in need of your expertise and your skill. There is something happening that is beyond our purveyance, I believe, and Aureldia has asked for your help. You will be rewarded handsomely, obviously." And Roger looks this girl up and down and says, "Well, in that case of being rewarded handsomely, I'll help you. What have you got there, girl? Show me." And Lily's going to hold up the crate with the white seal with the red swallow stamp. And Roger's going to nod and say, "All right. Go, I shall meet you there. Aureldia should know that by now this is the last favour she can ask of me. Go, I shall see you soon." And Lily's going to bow very deeply and say, "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." And she's going to collect the two of you on her way out the door. And she goes, come on, that went really well. Come on." And she's going to take you both quite forcefully by the arm and push you out of the door.
Hey.
All right, so we return back to the East Gate. All right, and Jugal,
Yes.
we're coming to you here now, bud.
Okay.
So, 1 second, let me just open up Haven. Alrighty, give me 1 second. I just need to go pee really quickly. I'll be back in a moment.
That's spicy.
Jesus. I don't know any of this that has just happened, right?
No. You do not know that we are here. You don't know that we've just talked to some weird Roger thing. For all you know, we've gone to the East Gate
Bastard.
itself, or to meet a bastard.
Okay. Shit. Man. Alright. Nice nat 20 though, by the way, low res.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's either I roll 20s or I roll 1s or 2s.
Nice. Dude.
Like, there's no in between.
Shit.
The highest of highs and the lowest of lows.
Exactly.
Big boy 44. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Thanks heaps. Okay, so Jugal. You make your way to Haven. You make your way through the shop, and you find yourself at the big green door, and you sign your name in the chicken scratching that you call writing, and you manage to make your way inside. As you do, you realize that there's no one around.
Oh shit. Hello? Hello?
So you're calling out?
Yeah.
All right. As you call out, you see Mogget wind himself out through the door, and he goes, "Oh, you're back already? Where are the rest of you?"
Mogget, where's Roger? Where's Roger?
Oh, I haven't the foggiest.
Please help me.
I
Mogget,
saw.
This is important.
Okay, make a persuasion check.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
the music changed just perfectly then. Oh, okay. All right.
I don't like it. Why? Don't make me fight Mogget.
I'm not. No, this is a persuasion check. This is all it is.
Okay, great. I got a 7. It's not great.
Do you still have DM inspiration?
No, it expires after every session, right? So.
You sure? No, it doesn't. You hold on to it.
It
until you
just
use
doesn't
again.
stack,
It doesn't
so you
stack.
can't have two.
So you can't have two,
well,
but you can
inspiration.
In that case, I do.
roll again.
Okay. Please.
Or else.
Please.
Hey,
15.
that's better. That's what we're talking about.
That's the DC was 14. So that's all you needed. That's all you needed, bud. So
Thank
as
you,
you,
DM.
yeah, you're welcome. This is why we do this is why I try to get you guys to do recaps and that sort of shit, because I want you to have this inspiration. I want you to be able to do stuff like this in crucial moments like this. Okay, so Mogget sort of like starts to like sit there and clean himself, and what do you do to convince this cat to help you?
Have you finished cleaning yourself?
Yeah, he's
Let me help. Let me help. I get down on all fours and I start
helping.
helping him cleaning himself. I start licking Mogget as well. I'm helping him clean himself.
He's like,
All right, come on, hurry up.
he straight up like scratches you on your face and says, "Absolutely the fuck not! Do not touch me."
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay. Well,
Of all the
where's Roger?
gods, and all the stars in the sky, why on earth would you do that?
You need to hurry up. This is important.
I just don't. Thank you, big boy. Thank you for reminding me to sit up like an actual human being person. So Mogget, somehow this has worked because getting you to stop doing what you're doing has made him like he will do anything to get rid of you right now. That's how this has worked out. He's like, Jesus fucking Christ, that's fine. I will help you. Just stop fucking licking me. Oh my god.
Nailed it.
Mogget sort of, yeah, this only ever works for people like you, honestly. Mogget sort of turns around and he looks at you and he goes, "I don't know where Roger is. I know that Mummy is somewhere in the house. She might know. I think she's upstairs."
Upstairs? Okay, go. Can you take me to her, Mogget? This is important.
Obviously it is, because you started licking me for no fucking reason. That's fine. Follow me. And he's going to lead you upstairs to the top part of the building.
All right.
And you guys come up the stairs here. And you see...
You move me, Liquor.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
You see Erwin dusting something up here, and you come up the stairs. What do you say to her when you see her?
Erin, where is Roger? This is important. I got this goop. Why is he not here? I didn't think he ever left this place. Where is he now? This is vitally important.
She sort of
To our
stops
party.
dusting, she looks at you, and she looks at the jar, and she looks back at you, and she goes, "He's with a customer."
What customer?
I don't know. We heard the bell go off. That usually means someone's come into the front part of the shop, not where you guys come in from, usually.
Erwin, please. You need to come with me. can you take me?
Oh,
To
all
where
right,
Roger
all right.
is?
Yes, of course, of course. And she's going to put the duster down and like sort of lift up her skirts and run down the stairs.
Roll initiation. No, I'm joking.
No, this is we're not roll initiative. No, I'm kidding. We're not doing that today. So as you guys are coming down the stairs, Joogie Woogie, Erwin sort of like takes you a very roundabout or windy way through the house. You can't quite remember, like what way she takes you. The same sort of thing happens to you as what happened to Zane the night before when he was hammered and trying to navigate the house. It looks like there's like doors moving and shifting. There's stuff coming out of space where it shouldn't have been. It's just kind of like she's taking you the most direct route to get to where you need to go, which means you guys pop up here and Mogget. He got bored of this and left. But where Erwin takes you, this is the back end of the shop. It looks kind of like dusty and unused, but as far as you can see, it looks pretty similar to the way it did when you first came in. So it's kind of like a hoarder's situation. There's loads of books, there's loads of like random magical tools, everything like that. It looks like, but knowing what you know about Roger, it feels comforting and it feels like this is like the back bit of the shop that he took you guys through to get to Haven.
Okay.
So Erwin sort of like looks around and she's sort of like, right, we're in the right place, and then she sort of trots forward and she opens up this big very, very heavy looking wooden door, seemingly effortlessly. But she still kind of has to put like two hands on the handle to turn it and pull it and open it up. Do you follow it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So she takes you up a couple of flights of stairs and that sort of thing, and she brings you into the main part of the shop. Can I get you to make a perception check for me, please?
Yes. 22.
22? Fucking alright. Very nice. With the 22... Yeah, with the 22, you start to notice that there are things that look kind of different about this front of the shop than the front of the shop that you're used to. It looks very different to the front of the shop that you ran into when you met Roger for the first time. As I described earlier, it feels almost like you've walked into the wrong shop by accident. This is kind of like a very not friendly feeling place. There's like weapons and stuff all over the walls as compared to when the first time you came through. There was lovely big paintings of landscapes and lots of red and gold brocade everywhere and just sort of like dusty luxuriance. But this feels a little bit more Spartan, a little bit more hard and a little bit more cold as Erwin takes you up to the front of the shop. And she opens the door and you see for a split second it doesn't look like Roger. It looks like someone who's much thinner, much harder, much less Roger. But only for a split second. And then as he turns around to face you, you see the familiar, warm, smiling face turning back to look at you, and he goes, "Ah! There you are, Jugal!"
What the fuck was that?
Make an Arcana check.
22. Oh, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, alright.
Amazing.
With the 22, you can tell that something called a glamour has just been dropped on Roger. That's all you know. You get the sense that there was something obscuring the real Roger, and that has now since disappeared.
George?
What do you mean? George is at Haven.
Okay.
I don't keep him here. Jugal, what brings you here anyway?
Roger, I saw something different.
I don't know what you mean,
Roger?
dear boy.
You looked different.
Oh. You mean the shop front?
No, Roger, I mean you. I was raised by wolves. I have a very keen sense of smell. You smelt different as well. For that brief second.
No, you misunderstand me, dear boy. And he's going to walk up to you. And you get the sensation, as he's walking up to you, that he is a lot bigger than he seems. Like, you feel him looming over you, even though he is a good 2.5 feet shorter than you are. And Roger says, "You saw the shop front. That's what people see when they come in here." That's
Roger,
what humans see when they come in here.
Roger, I'm not human.
Well then, dear boy. And you feel this looming oppression sort of lift off you as he breaks into a big beaming smile, and he goes, "Well, I know that. Why else would you think I'd let you stay in Haven if you were human?" Don't be ridiculous.
Roger, I need to trust you. Yeah. But
Make
I also
it-
need to,
Okay. Sorry, you go. You go first, and then I'll tell you what happens.
but I also need to know that my trust isn't misled. In
Make
the same
a-
way that
Make
Sorry.
make a persuasion check at advantage, because what you're relying on right now is your connection with Roger, and he has taken good care of you, and you have done well by him
He
too.
has.
So this is why you're getting to make this an advantage here.
yeah, sorry, just 1 second.
Yep, sure.
Persuasion is +1. Okay.
Yep.
At advantage.
Yep.
Yes. So 20. Oh my gosh. 20 plus 1. 20 plus 1. Oh my god, I'm actually filthy with it.
Oh, dude.
Okay, yeah, that's a dirty 20. That's what you needed. Roger sort of keeps a smile up for a second, and then he kind of relaxes, and he looks a little bit defeated as he says, "Yeah, you're right, Jugal. I shouldn't have lied to you. Erwin, make sure that that young woman out the front's gone. I don't think the others are ready to hear this yet." And as Erwin goes to check the front door and flip the sign from open to closed, Jugal, he turns around and looks at you, and he says, "Jugal, I am Faye."
Well, we knew that, Roger.
"No, Jugal, you misunderstand. I am one of the original Fae. I am from here."
You know, that doesn't change how we feel about you, Roger.
You see his eyes sort of start to brim with tears a little bit as he hears that, and he says, "Thank you."
You shouldn't have needed. I understand why you did, but you didn't need to hide that from us.
And he sort of, like, a rueful smile sort of breaks across his face, and he goes, "You know what the funny part is, Jugal? I haven't been hiding myself from you at all. You've seen the real me. It's those who come in the door wanting to buy shards of my culture to use as weapons that see that face. I have to make it as unappealing as possible. I have to make it dangerous for them to use. Because they're simple. They're humans. They don't know what they're playing with. I have to make it as hard as possible." And he's sort of going to take you by the hand, Jugal, and lead you back through. You open a door. As he takes your hand and he leads you through a door, you feel a fold, like a warping in time and space, as you open the door, and for a second it's black and there's nothing there, but the next moment you arrive in the foyer of Haven. Hold on 1 second. And as he takes you through, he sort of shuts the door behind him, and he goes, "You are not the first party I've had to come and stay with me. And Erwin always says I'm too quick to trust. But I knew there was something different about you, all of you, when you came through. When I saw you, and you saw my shop for what it really was, which is a place where memories come to die. All of those books in there hold histories from my people. Every single screw, every nail, every fold of wood, every splinter, every piece of sawdust that has gone into building this place is full of the power of the Fae and their memories of the ones who died. That's why I have to keep this place safe, Jugal. I can't let humans come in here. Look what they did. Look what they did to my home. How do you think I'm supposed to expect them to not do that to me now?
Roger, I can't imagine your life constantly surrounded by the memory of your fall. That's awful. I promise you, we're going to do everything that we can to make this right. Not just for you, but for all the Fae. This is a long wrong that needs to be righted, and we are here to right it. But Roger, right now, we need your help.
I know. Aureldia wouldn't have sent one of the girls to come and see me if she didn't think it was absolutely necessary.
I pull out the sample that Alarith gave me prior.
Yeah.
Of the black
Roger.
sludge.
Yeah. Roger sees you pull it out, and he sees what's inside it, and he goes, "Is that another black pudding?" No. Hold on a moment. And he's going to take the vial from your hands and hold it up and look at it. And as he does, you see him go very pale. His usual ruddy cheeks and general cheerful demeanor drop in an instant. And for a second there, you see a man who has been reminded of something he would much rather forget. As Roger goes, "Did you touch anyone on your way here? Did you talk to anyone? Did you look at anyone? Did you interact with anyone on your way here? Jugal is going to grab you. He's going to reach up and grab you by the shoulders and pull you down. It's very important. Did you speak to anyone, look at anyone, touch anyone on your way here? Please, you have to remember."
Alarith handed me this. I asked her for it. Alarith gave it to me.
No. No, wait. No, she's going to be okay. Right.
She didn't touch it.
That's not the point I'm trying to make here, Jugal. As he's going to take you by the hand and he's going to drag you into his laboratory, which is he's going to take you into his study, which is just over here. And that's where we're going to leave you guys for a moment. We're going back to the other two.
Fuck me.
It's about suspense, baby.
Holy shit.
I knew there was something about him. Man,
All right.
come
Okay.
on.
So as that's happening with Jugal, what are you guys doing outside of Roger's shop?
Well-
Looking at Ellerith going, that ain't the same Roger I met last night. What's going on?
I don't know what was up with him, and the shop itself was different as well. We have to ask him when we get back about that.
All right. So as you guys are standing there talking, Lily says, "What are we doing standing around? We have to go. Come on." And she's going to lead you back through the streets and back up to the infirmary.
Alright, follow.
Yeah, following along.
Okay.
Not touching anyone, not looking at anyone.
Yep. Can I get please? Okay. So just for this, just to condense it down a little bit, can I get you each to make 3 dexterity saving throws, please?
Saving throws?
Yeah, saving throws. Because this is stuff that you're going to bump into people, but these saving throws are determining whether or not you actually touch them or anything like that.
First one is a nat 20 plus 5.
Fuck yes. All right. Very
Second
good.
one is a nat 1 plus 5.
Okay.
And third one is a second nat 20 plus 5.
Dexterity
Fuck
saving throw,
me,
that's just...
dude.
Just so look, that's a 20 in my pile of I'll move all of these other dice away.
Thanks for the
I
dice,
told you they were good dice.
They
It's the
yes.
Feywild, baby.
Dexterity saving is just dex modifier on top of a d20, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
There's a special saving throw modifier, isn't there? For
Where's the
dex?
saving throw?
So right next to your stat block, how there's the saving
Oh,
throws block.
saving throw is dexterity.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm proficient in it as well.
Okay, so
So
add your proficiency bonus to it.
That's,
Also,
that's
chat.
plus 2 or plus 4?
It'll be +4 if you're proficient. So chat, I don't know if many of you guys have been following along with what has actually been happening in the story, but I just fucking dropped a bomb on these dudes.
My mind is at 1,000,000,000,000 miles an hour at the moment. I'm trying to play it cool and still be in character about it.
So
Yeah.
for the first roll, I
Yep.
got a 16, but I have +4, but then
So
I
it's
have
a 20.
proficiency, so it's a 24.
I think more purple
I just
automatically
want to.
adds on your proficiency bonus and all
Yeah,
of those
that's
bonuses
automatically
to
added on. So
whatever
it's
throws.
only a +4 low res, not a +8.
Yeah, so whatever's
only
on that
+4.
sheet is pretty much what your character has without any other bonuses. That's why I
But that's
asked
just
about-
my standard dexterity. My dexterity itself is +4. If I'm proficient, wouldn't it be more than just +4?
The saving throw itself is a different stat. So my saving throws is +5, so I threw a d20 and then I added 5 for the saving throw for dexterity. I'm ignoring the dexterity modifier entirely, regardless.
Hold up. Let me just untick proficiency and check if it changes. No.
It should do. Oh, does it not?
No, it doesn't. Not for me.
Oh, okay.
All right, hold on, Zane. 1 second. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add you onto the field real quick, and then I'm going to see if I can roll for you using Astral just to see what your stats are, because you shouldn't be a +8 for.
No.
Well, no, but you're a rogue though, so you might be. That's the thing.
But yeah, I'm completely dexterity based.
Yeah, you did.
The
Okay, so you
dexterity
got
is +4, isn't it?
it's a +4. So for
Yeah.
your saving throw for
Be a 6. Oh no, you got more proficiency bonus, don't you?
okay, so your saving throw is +4. So then your proficiency bonus. Yeah, no, it is +8. It is fucking +8.
Fuck.
Yeah.
You got 4
Oh!
proficiency?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
All right,
It
so
is a
that's
+8.
a 28.
God. Damn.
Okay,
24,
so
sorry. 24 for the first roll.
24 for the first. Okay.
I got 11 plus 8, that's 19 on the second.
Fucking rogues.
Fucking rogues, dude.
17 plus 8 is 25. I'm gonna just
You-
take it like I just fucking flipped over like 20
Yeah,
people.
you absolutely did not have any contact with anyone. You are COVID's worst nightmare. You have had no like.
Social distancing.
Yeah. Fuck
COVID
man.
gets within a millimeter, Uno reverse card. Ha,
COVID,
suck
more
it.
like Novid. Hey.
Novid, yeah, it's out of you.
Brigantia
Get out of here
COVID
with
is
that
just
stupid
COVID.
shit.
Yeah,
my mind.
Brigantia COVID is just space like fantasy AIDS. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, living with AIDS is no joke, and I apologize for making that because that was in very bad taste of me. However,
That's right. Yanis forgives you.
I am streaming, man. Come on. Okay, so moving on. Zane and Ellerith. Ellerith, you had contact with one person. On your way back to the infirmary. Zane, you touched absolutely fucking no one. You were a ghost. You're the ghost of Brigantia, Black Shadow. Okay, so as you guys make your way back to the infirmary, Lily is. I'm gonna have to do the same rolls for her as well. Just let me do that real quick.
Is she a rogue too?
No, she's not a rogue, unfortunately. Okay. Fuck. All right.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not
Not
good.
like that.
Yeah, that's not good. Okay. Okay. Hold on. What? Okay. I'm just gonna pretend that that's Lily. Can't be asked dealing with that right now. Okay, so you guys have made your way back. Lily is holding on to her crate situation. What do you guys do as you arrive to the door of the infirmary? As you guys do, you see that there are nurses standing at the gates, wearing headscarves and kid gloves, and sort of taking, sort of waiting for people to come to the gate so they can check them over before they come in. What do you guys do?
I guess we approach the nurses and,
Mhm.
as I say, we're here with Lily. We've got the supplies that Ireldia requested.
And the temple nurse over here, she says, very good, one moment please. Please open your mouth. And she's going to check the back of your tongue, and she's going to take one of her. She's going to sort of rub her hands together for a second, and put her hand against your forehead. She's still wearing gloves, but she's going to put her hand against your forehead. She's going to wait for a couple of seconds. You're fine. Go on in. Zane, I'm sorry. I know it's just procedure. And she's going to do the same thing to you as well, Zane. Check your mouth and tongue and put her hand on your forehead. She's like, please, go through. Lily will take those, and she's going to take the crate from Lily and say, Ara, quick, give me a hand, we have to take this through. And so they are taking the crate through to Ereldia. Zane and Ellerith, what do you do now that you've been checked in and cleared safe?
I'm gonna try making my way to Ereldia.
Yeah, and I'll go with.
Yep, Ellerith, did you mention that Elira was there as well?
Zane.
Yeah.
Ah, no, I haven't yet.
No, you haven't yet. Okay.
Because we
give me,
currently got
give me
rushed
one.
out.
Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna go pee. I'm sorry. I've been like drinking a lot of water, and I'm very excited. So like my old lady bladder can't handle it.
That's alright.
Oh, in that case, I will too, and not unplug my laptop. Okay, great. I will also be at this.
Definitely gonna find out that scoop about Roger.
So, if proficiency is +4, is expertise +2?
I think expertise is plus half your proficiency bonus, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, because I've
I'm
been
not sure
doing
why
it.
your sheet isn't working properly, because my sheet adds all of those automatically when I've touched proficiency and expertise.
I
Which is why I
think
was
it's
asking.
because I made it from scratch. Maybe I have to click like mods and like click on add proficiency to yada yada.
Yeah, maybe.
I opened the door to my
I'm not sure.
office for 1 second, and I now have friends in here. Give me one moment, guys. Hold on.
Heck you.
But I don't know where that tick box is to
Yeah. There.
add it.
Because I've got a tick box for my jack of all trades, which adds +1 to everything. But there's it automatically does it for me, so it might be something to check after the
But
stream.
if I it's
sorry.
it's because I clicked on use dice. If I unclick use dice, proficient.
Sorry, carry on. Arisi Thoughts. Hey guys, just found the stream on Reddit. Is there an easy way to see what kind of classes and names of the characters are? Unfortunately, no, not yet. We are working on it. I'm Liquidwitch, by the way. I'm DM. Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. So essentially, what we're planning on doing is having some little PNG tubers of people speaking, so you can see what the characters look like. I've done character art for pretty much everyone in this session, but right now, who we have playing is Jugal, who is a Circle of the Shepherd Druid. We have Ellerith, who is a College of Glamour Bard. We have Zane, who is a swashbuckling rogue. And we have a couple of players who aren't here tonight. They are a Oath of Devotion Paladin, and a cleric who has yet to decide sort of what subclass she's doing, because lots of the people who are playing in this game with me are brand new to D&D, and I'm a brand new DM, so we're all kind of figuring it out and learning together. If you have any more questions, please feel free to DM me. I will more than happily send you some character art and like some information about the characters, or you can send some DMs to the characters as well, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to fill you in. Thank you for asking, by the way. Arisa Thoughts, I am so sorry if I've mangled your username. It's a pleasure to have you here, by the way. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Where were we?
We have just gone through the just been checked in.
Just gone through the gates. Wasn't sure if anything had happened in the meantime. So.
As we're walking up, I'm going to turn to Zane and say, just going to mention to you, because I was rushed out before, but Alera is in the right-hand infirmary if you would like to go see her.
You
she's
knew
not
this
doing too
before
well
and
at
you
the
didn't
moment.
tell me?
Thank
we
you,
were being
Arisa
rushed
Hearts, for
out
the
by
follow.
Lily.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what was going on as being harassed by a cat, and I'm telling you now. I'm sorry.
Alright, thank you for letting me know. I'm gonna start hurriedly rushing out, and I'm gonna give Aurelia like a finger to say just one moment. I'll be back in a moment, and I'm just gonna
Aurelia's
walk straight out. And I'm gonna go to the other room where Alira is.
And I'll be with him.
Okay. So you're gonna go into the right-hand room to find Alira?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fantastic. You move in. You go to open the door and it is locked. What do you do?
I'm gonna pull out one of my lockpicks and I'm gonna get to work.
Okay.
Nice, dude.
Roll a sleight of hand check for me here, bud.
I fixed my sheets and now it tells me that to add to proficiency. So I rolled a 9, but a plus 12
What the fuck?
puts me on 21. I think I'm in, boys.
What the fuck? Okay.
I thought I was cool with my +8
Oh my
performance.
god. Okay, Rose. He's a full level lower than you.
I know.
Oh, just you wait.
That's rogue.
What the fuck? Okay, this is a new DM realizing how actually fucked rogues are, and you have broken my game, sir. Yeah, you could have as okay. So what happens is, as you're getting out your lockpicks and everything, and you're focused, you're zoning in, you're in the zone, everything's great, everything's fine, you're getting them in, they're all clicking in, everything's lining up perfectly. As you do that, someone opens the door and goes, "Zane, what are you doing? You could have just knocked. Come in."
I'm just gonna walk straight past them, straight in. This
Just
isn't the
fucking
first
knock.
time they've caught me.
No,
picking
it's not.
lock. I'm just walking straight in.
The funniest part is it is not the first time this has happened.
And I'm just gonna profusely apologize to the nurse. Sorry,
The nurse
sorry.
just holds her hand up and she goes, "It happens more often than I would like to admit."
All
Okay.
right. What do I see?
So you guys are in. You don't see very much at the moment. You see the edge of a nurse's uniform. There's a curtain here. You can't see who's in the bed, but you do. Can you make a perception check for me?
Both of us or just him?
Both of you. Yep,
Advantage.
both of you.
I rolled a 19. Mine is 1. That's an
I rolled a
18.
nat 20. I'm sorry, Mum.
That's fine. I'm just okay. Just so
You're
you
good at
guys,
me.
just so you guys in the chat know, I gave Yanis or Ellerith his first set of physical dice today. I went round to his house and dropped them off. They are a set that I got like a long time ago, and I'm following on the tradition that every time you get your first set of D&D dice, they are gifted to you. So if you guys are playing in campaigns elsewhere and you've got friends who want to come and play D&D, give them a set of dice and then they are going to be yours forever.
They are good luck dice.
They are
I
good luck
thank you
dice.
So much.
You're
He's
so
got some
welcome. It is an
20s
absolute
today.
pleasure. He's rolled a lot of 20s. Okay, with your high perception checks here, team, you don't hear the same strident voice that you heard earlier. You hear a hoarse whisper of Alera speaking softly to the nurse, saying, "No, please. I can't. My throat hurts." And you hear a round of coughing start up again. What do you guys do?
I'm going to peek my head around the curtain and look at Lyra.
All right, so you're gonna have to move up around here and peek around the curtain.
Yep.
So as you do that, you stick your head around the curtain, you pull it back slightly, and you see your captain, who you have been working together with for a long time. You and her have been through some insane shit together. You've been in some of the most dangerous situations and come out bloody, bruised, but still smiling. The captain that you see before you now on this bed does not look like her. She is wearing a cotton sort of chemise or nightie sort of situation, but you see it is drenched in sweat and like her usually shiny, short cropped black hair has gone sort of dull. She's got huge purple bags under her eyes, and you see an awful yellow tint underneath her lovely dark brown skin. And she looks at you, and her yellow, normally hazel eyes, they are looking yellow and jaundiced. As she looks at you and she goes, "Hi, Zine. I was wondering when you'd get back in."
I'm
You're
sorry I
not
didn't
sick?
come to visit you sooner.
That's alright. Under quarantine and all. I'm glad to see you though.
Good to see you too. I'm looking at the nurse going, what's happening? What's the action plan? What's next?
Do you say that to the nurse, or you just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
the nurse,
looking at the nurse.
The nurse
going,
sort of like, she sort of holds up a finger and she goes, "I'll be back in a moment, Alera. I was going to go get something for you to drink." And she's going to pull the curtain around the bed and sort of like take you by the elbows and sort of lead you out and sort of lean into you and say very softly, "She's not doing well."
I can say that.
No, but I mean, she is one of the ones among us who are lucky enough to be blessed by the gods. And she sort of looks up and she makes a strange sort of symbol with her hands. It looks like this, like it's a deer head with horns. And she pulls it down and she kisses the nose of the deer head, and says, "But none of our magic can touch it. It doesn't matter what we put into it. It's almost like it doesn't want to work. I don't understand it. But she's doing better than the rest. She's still awake and she's still talking. She's lucid. A few of the other men who have come through haven't been so lucky, unfortunately. We don't know what's happened yet. I'm sure Master Aureldia will have an answer for us soon, but until that happens, we're just trying to keep her awake and keep her talking and engaged with the world. I'm glad you've come, Zane. She was asking for you."
I'm gonna look at Elerith and is Jugal still here or where's Jugal? Jugal's not here, is he?
Nah,
I'm
he's
alive.
still
No.
with.
I'm just gonna look at Elerith and I'm just gonna say, check with Reldia. As soon as she has something, bring her here. I need to get Alira looked at, and I'm just gonna sit beside Alira on the bed, just paying attention to her and
Yep.
just being there for her.
Yeah.
I
So
kind of stand up straight and say, "Yes, sir," and make
click
my way over to
your
Aurelia.
heels together. So yeah, Zane, what you do is you sort of like gently maneuver the nurse out of the way and you sit next to Alira's bed and you take her hand in yours, and she feels cold. She feels like stone that's been left in the shade. And she sort of grips your hand weakly and she smiles at you and she goes, "Well, a little bit of a role reversal, eh? Thank you, Zane." And she's going to close her eyes. And the nurse sort of watches her close her eyes and she goes, "No, no, no!" But then, before the nurse can panic too hard, you hear a faint snore coming from Alira as she drops into a fitful sleep. Elerith, what are we doing?
So I'm gonna go up to come through and say, "Hi, Aurelia, we're back. Zane's just over with Alera at the moment, but Lily and I and Zane brought all the things you asked for, and Roger said that. Sorry, the bastard said that. he'd be on
She
his way."
catches you as you say Roger, and she goes. She narrows her eyes and she looks at you and she goes, "So he said it'd help then. That's good. Yes, I know. Lily brought the supplies back. Elerith, do you have any sort of familiarity with any of the gods that we have here? Because I know that, of course, it's the worst time. It would be the cloister when this happens, so we can't get a hold of any of the clerics in the church. Do you have any skills for healing the sick?"
I'm sure my songs in the past have helped the wounded and have invigorated those who may need it, so I can at least give it a try.
She says, "Right, well, better get to it then, because we need all the fucking help we can get." And with that, we are going to return to Jugal.
Yep. Yarp.
Yarp. Narp?
Hot Fuzz reference, please? Really?
Yeah, it is.
Dude, respect. Okay. Great.
Okay, so Roger's just dropped this bomb on you. He's taken you through to his study. And he is going to approach his desk, which, as you can see, looks like it's covered in all sorts of weird arcane shit. What are you doing here, Jugs?
I'm there too. Okay. I've already handed him the.
Yep, he's got it in his hands.
vial too.
He's kind of getting out. He's taken out this big leather bag. It looks like a doctor's bag, and he sort of put it down. He's opened it up. He's rummaging through it now as we speak.
Hey, Roger, Now that we're being honest with each other, what happened between you and Mel?
He sort of stops his rummaging for a second. He turns around and looks at you and he goes, I'm sorry, Jugal. I can't talk about that.
Roger, I put my hand on his shoulder. This is not your burden to bear alone.
He sort of stops for a moment and he says, no, Jugal, you don't understand. I can't talk about that.
Similar to why we can't bring you dead things.
He's not going to say anything. He's just going to incline his head.
Right, Roger?
Roger! Sorry.
Rule my moment.
I'm sorry, man. I couldn't.
Roger, no, you're fucking welcome to. I'm fucking. Hold on. Roger, we need your help. We need a counter to this. People are sick. You know more about this than I. Could you care to explain?
And he goes, I'll do my best. Please hold this. And he's going to hand you 2 glass vials and a wooden stick that is twisted and gnarled, and seems to have formed around a bunch of white crystals at the top. It looks kind of like a wand, but a lot more of like a rustic wand than you'd expect. So he passes it over to you. He said, please hold this. And then he sort of like upends the bag onto the desk. And as he's going through it, he's saying, as far as I know, from what you've given me, from what's in that bottle, I think this may be a summon of some sort that is being used to, he's going to look up at you and he says, it's designed to break down how the humans who came to Avalon process their magic. And he's going to go back down and rummage through some things again. And he goes, essentially what this thing does is the magic of Avalon that resides within the humans who live here now, it turns it to poison. So...
Poison for who, Roger?
For the humans of Avalon. Which means... And he sort of stops and he sits for a moment as the realization's dawning on him too. It means this is... Fey in nature. I think. I don't know for sure. I think it might be. It is a... corruption of something that we've come across before, but I won't be sure until I get this. And he goes, aha! And he pulls out what looks like 2 panes of glass with golden hinges on the side. It looks like a big, like a book, but the sides are made of glass, and if you put it together, you can see through both sides. He pulls it up and he goes, right, grab that bottle, and he opens the slide up. So what I'm going to need you to do, Jugal, is I'm going to need you to pour a drop of that onto this, please.
Okay.
Be quick.
Which I grab the thing, gently pour a drop.
Yep, I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw to make sure you only pour 1 drop on, and you can manage to stop the flow before too much of it lands on the glass slide.
Yeah, 13.
13 will do it. So as Roger's holding this slide open, he's watching the lip of the bottle as 1 drop of this black fluid falls out, and as it does, Roger goes to catch it, clack, and he slams the 2 glass panes together. And as he does, there's a flash of white light as these 2 panes, they looked clear, they looked like just 2 panes of glass, but as he slams this black goo between the 2 sides, you see a white circle of sparks and blinding shards of light rotate up and out of the book, and you see out of the slide, sorry, and you see like this white light glowing 2 or 3 inches above the slide on both sides. It's sort of like a almost like a pentagram, but not quite. It looks like a magical symbol that's been inscribed in light on the outside of these 2 panes of glass. And Roger's holding it by the golden hinge, and he says, "Good work. come over here with me, and he's going to take you over to this part of the room, where he has. Just 1 second. I have an asset for this. I didn't think we'd get to this bit tonight, so that's why I
had
haven't.
an asset for this. Really?
I didn't think we'd get to this bit tonight, but I'm really glad we have, because now it means I get to pull some cool
Christ.
fun shit out. It's way too big.
Super.
And there's another one that I need as well. Apologies to those of you watching the stream. This is just something that we have to do on the fly usually when characters uncover things that they shouldn't have uncovered, but then you have to make the story build up around them. It's so fun.
They're too good.
Yeah, too
Way
good, too good.
Damn.
There it is.
I'm sure we can pull one more dab out of this.
I can't believe you're using it on dabs and not skulls, man.
I'm respectful.
Okay.
Skulls are at the end.
Yeah, skulls are at the end. And as you guys are doing this, Mogget actually jumps onto this pile of books and frames and is sort of watching as Roger places the slide of 2 panes of glass with white burning light on the outside of it. He slides it into the bottom part of what looks like. Make an Arcana check for me, Jugal.
Sorry, I needed to check
That's
what
fine,
that
no
is.
stress.
+2. Yeah. Oh, I've lost my side bits. Oh, there we go. Sorry. +2. 18.
With an
Dude,
18.
my dice
Okay.
are better than yours.
Okay.
Damn right.
So with an 18, you recognize that as you've seen Kinura use something similar a couple of times. It is an astrolarium, a small physical representation of stars and planets that move around in golden rings and that sort of thing. So this one here that Roger has on his desk has a gold plate at the bottom where something's supposed to slot into, apparently the slide that he's just put in there. And immediately above it is a golden disc that's sitting horizontally, and above that is a slowly spinning set of rings that seem to be rotating around some invisible force in the middle. But as Roger slides this piece of glass underneath, the white light seems to interact with the disc on the bottom, and as he slides it in, you hear a clunk as it settles into the base at the top, and you see that white light of symbols in that magic circle inscribed on the top rise up to the disc just above, and as it does, the symbols that make part of this magic circle start to float up and off the disc, and you see them inscribe themselves on the metal rings as they rotate slowly and then faster and faster until it's a spinning set of gold rings, and you're seeing this white light flashing, and Roger's watching it and watching it and watching it. And Mogget is also, for some reason, Mogget's there paying a lot of very close attention to this. And as this spinning seems like it can't get any faster, you see a flash, and the major ring stops rotating, and it sort of sits floating above the rest. Like this. And inside the, inside the circle is nothingness. You look through it, and where you would expect to see the bottom of the astrolarium and the plate and everything like that, you see nothing. It is a circle of absolute blackness. A circle of absolute nothingness. Sitting there above Roger's astrolarium. Can I get you to please make an Arcana check for me, dude?
Yes. Three.
Okay. With a 3, you have no fucking clue what's going on. But you see Roger, who's watching intently as his rings are spinning, counting under his breath. You can't quite hear him, but you hear him count. You can't quite hear him, but you see his lips moving, like he's counting numbers, and he's counting on his fingers. And as he watches this one ring sort of stop spinning, and he looks up, and he looks down at his hands and see where the number that he landed on. He looks back up at the circle of blackness, and his shoulders fall.
I take a step towards Mogget to protect him.
Roger looks at you, Jugal, and he says, What did you find in the sewer? Jugal?
We do have samples.
That's
Roger.
that's not what I'm asking. Did you find something that was
Yes, yes, I know what you're talking about.
the black pot?
Pot. We found it. They were the cultists. We fought them. They were disgusting and powerful, and
I thought as much when Zane mentioned the fact that they had eyes that were wrong, but I hoped he was wrong in just seeing things badly. I'm
What does this
I'm
mean,
afraid, you guys,
Roger?
this is bigger than both of us.
what is it? I assume Roger, because if you're one of the old Fae, you must know of.
We don't
this
speak its
god.
name. To speak it is to summon it. But I know the one you mean.
Are the rumors true? Are they that powerful?
I'm going to be
Death?
honest. I'm going to be honest with you, Jugal.
Life? Really that powerful?
I'm going to be honest with you, Jugal. You're new here, so I wouldn't imagine that you'd know anything about it. But this reeks of someone incompetent. This smells like, and I'm sorry to say it, this smells like human interference. Not a single person born of magic, born of the Fae, born underground, born in the Sealy Court would ever touch anything like this, because they know what happens.
How would a human know of this,
I don't know.
let
Jugal.
alone be able to summon it?
Unfortunately, Jugal, when you have something bound that wants to escape, it'll take any avenue given to it. We have to get to the
Roger.
infirmary right away. Can't waste any more time. Come on.
Just before we're about to leave,
Yeah.
I grab Roger by the shoulder and I say, "Whatever gripes you have with Merlin, you need to sort this out."
This is not his. He's going to brush your hand off and say, "This is not his doing."
I'm not saying that it is, but together your power is stronger than each alone.
You might be right, Jugal. I'm just hoping we caught it quickly enough. Come on, let's get there. You can turn into a horse, right?
I can't. Not today. I may have spent a little too much time catching around, but
He's gonna look at Mogget and
you can jump on my shoulders, and I put my arms behind my back.
Roger's just gonna hold up his hand and say, "No, we don't have time for that." Jugal, if I show this to you, you have to promise you won't show anyone else.
You have my word.
All right. Come with me, and it's going to take you down to the basement level of Haven, which you guys haven't been yet.
I didn't know there was a basement. It's going to be full with hollow trees and wonderful. I know.
No,
Really?
no.
Is this heaven?
Completely stone.
Please be heaven.
Right. So he takes you down the stairs. And you arrive in a very dark and dingy sort of space that doesn't really match in your head with your perception of Haven or like the comfort and safety that you felt there. However, oh my god, why the fuck am I so old? I just need to pee every 2 seconds. It sucks.
92, baby. Unlucky.
Give me 1 second, please.
Is that a gang sign? I swear to God.
Oh, that she just leaves it like that and then goes to the bathroom.
I appreciate it, Obi. Okay. Well,
Wow.
you guys don't know about this.
No, not
But
at all.
also, fuck.
Fuck. Yeah,
Roger's
the
like
fucking-
Batman, and he's got an Alfred.
Is Alfred the fucking is Alfred George? Alright.
What did I miss?
Nothing at
Nothing.
all.
Ding, Mom. I swear I'm doing good.
All right, so as Roger takes you down the stairs, you go. You see that it's a really sort of rough-looking room, and it's full of spider webs and that sort of thing. You can make a perception check if you want.
Yes, I would love to.
Okay, make a perception check.
Please be good. 23. Oh my god, I can see the future again.
Bro. Okay, so as you make your way down to the basement, the first thing that hits you is the smell. It doesn't smell bad. It just smells like a wet earth. Like the way it smells when you go on a walk in a pine forest and it's been raining. Like that's what it smells like. It doesn't smell like the It doesn't smell like the rest of the house, which smells like, baking bread, bacon, like homey smells, right? This smells like wilderness. It's pretty similar to the smell that you experienced from George's jar, but not quite. It's close, but it's not quite there.
Not as fresh.
Not as fresh. And as you approach, coming down the stairs, you see laid into the floor a softly glowing green pattern in the shape of a circle, similar to what you saw on the surface of the slides that you had the things dropped into. And with that perception check, you know that there is a magic circle etched into the floor of this room. And Roger is going to turn around and lock the door behind you. And
I turn around and look at Roger, very skeptical.
Roger sees you do this and he just sort of nods, but as he nods at you, he's going to kneel down and run his hand along the door jamb. He has to stand on very, very tippy toe to make the top of the door jamb and then pull it back down again. And as his hand moves through, you see something similar happen to, the big green door at the entrance of Haven, where the words sort of burn and fire and then go out and are etched again. He does the same thing, but these are words and symbols that you do not recognize. They look like they're moving. They look like, as he's drawing his hand up and around, you see this white light etch itself into runes and shapes and things that look like letters along the outside of the wall. And then he brings his second hand up and around, and as he does so, you see this bright light intensify for a moment, and then you're seeing these things sink into the wood of the door. As he sort of looks at you and he says, "It's security. I can't be too careful. Right, come along." And he takes you into the middle of the circle, and he takes you by the hand. And he holds both of your hands out in front of you, Jugal, and he says, "Again, not a word of this to anyone. Do you understand?"
I understand.
"No, Jugal, do you... This is my life, and Erwin's life, and George's life, and Margaret's life on the line if you speak of this to anyone. Do you understand?"
I understand.
"Swear it. Swear that you won't say anything."
I reach a hand out and I say, when I was growing up, this was the paw. And I put it on his forehead. I say, I swear it on my life.
Roger nods and he smiles and he goes, "Take a deep breath. It's going to hurt." And as you do that, your eyes close and you feel a flex and a warp as something happens. And as that happens, we go back to the rest of the party.
You fucking would.
I can't just have you have all the fun here, Chief. Come on now.
Boy, I'm going to fucking die. Like, shit. All right.
Okay, we're back with Ellerith and Ereldia. Ellerith, you are playing a song of resilience and healing to the people in the beds in this part of the infirmary. You're not seeing anyone look any better per se, but you do see the nurses seem more invigorated, and there seems to be an air of I don't want to say relaxation, but maybe recuperation is a better way to put it. Like things have stabilized for the moment, and no one's getting any worse while you're playing this song.
Oh yeah, I'll keep playing then as long as I
Alright.
can.
Zane and Alera, what are you doing, bud? Are you still sitting there with Alera?
Yeah, I'm just watching her. I'm assuming she's still asleep, right? Or is she awake again?
She's still asleep, but she's speaking in her sleep.
Can I piece together anything that you're saying?
Roll a medicine check.
Medicine check. I didn't even know that was on the sheet. One sec.
Yep, it is.
Medicine. I rolled a 4. Well, 5 minus 1. That's 4.
Okay, you know that she's speaking, but you can't quite make out the words that she's saying. It's almost like she's muttering, but you do see her eyebrows furrow, and she looks pained for quite a lot of it, and then she rolls over and turns away from you, but you're still holding onto her hand. So she's kind of lying one side, she's got her hand in your hand, and her other hand is up by her mouth. Illerith, as you're playing, Aurelia walks up to you, and she sort of stops and listens to your song for a moment, and as you're taking a breath from playing on your flute, she sort of puts her hand on your shoulder and says, "This is... I don't know where you learned to play like that, but this is something else. You're named after the legendary bard for a good reason."
Named after? Aurelia, I am.
Oh, no, of course. Of course, my apologies. Forgive an old woman her foibles. It's been a long time, you know. Actually, now that you mention it, I think I recall seeing you at Arthur's court a long time ago.
Yes, that was quite a while ago. A lot has happened since then.
Yes, I would say so. I'm sorry for pulling you into things like this. I didn't really have much of a choice.
It really is no issue, as long as I can help out.
It's just the worst timing. It almost feels malicious at this point to have the alignment, of course, happen now, and then the moment that all of our priests and our clerics and everyone like that is cloistered away to reconnect with their gods and not provide us any support, of course something like this happens, right?
What do you think has happened? What do you think all this is?
Honestly, my dear, I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before. Well, come with me. I want to show you something.
Okay.
Bridget. And the temple nurse turns around and looks at Aurelia, and she goes, "Yes, Bridget, just maybe just do a check for medicines and that sort of thing. I'm going to take our guest out for a little bit of a conversation. I'll be back shortly." And she goes, "Yes, Mom, not a problem. I'll keep an eye." And Aurelia's going to take you, Illerith, and wander you out to the Cernunnos statue, out in front of the infirmary. And she's going to what she's going to do is she's going to take off her shoes and sit at the edge of the pool with her feet in the water. And she sort of looks at you and she says, "You don't have to do this. I just like to. It's comforting." What I was going to say, I didn't want to say it in front of my staff because they're already under so much pressure. I can't expect them to be faced with any more. I've seen this once before. And back then, a lot of people died. Illerith.
Yes.
Luckily, from what we've seen, it only seems to be impacting those of the garrison staff who are with you in the sewer, but I just hope we caught it fast enough to make sure it didn't spread any further.
What was it all those years ago? What happened last time?
Well, last time, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the much of the lore from Avalon before the humans came along.
I am but a wanderer. I hear stories from abroad, but at one point or another, they all mesh together.
Oh, that makes sense. So apparently, when the first settlers came here, the magic that was in Avalon ripped through them and destroyed them from the inside out. And I heard that story as a young woman before I became part of running the infirmary and running things through the church. But what I saw last time I saw something similar to this was someone had been taken to the Unseelie Court. And when they were gone for years. They disappeared and left their wife and child behind. And when they came back, their wife was an old woman and their child was a grown man. But according to the person who came back, they'd only been gone for a night. But when that person who came back started to age and grow old, something similar happened. He started to cough up that black muck, and he started to he became and Imelda sort of going to stop for a moment and sort of try to gather her words.
It's a hand on her shoulder and just say, "Take your time. It's okay."
And she's going to put her hand, and as she puts her hand on your hand, you notice that her hands are covered in scars. It's almost like he aged 100 years in a single day. Like all the years that he'd been gone came back to get him. And that is the only time I've ever seen anything similar like this. That black cough, the the coldness of the earth underground. That's the closest I've seen to this.
Did it spread far from that man? Or was it... Look,
that's the thing, it didn't spread at all. It was just him. I was a young woman then, 18, 19. I didn't know what to do. I was watching this man go from a hale and hearty 30 to 40-year-old. And within the span of a sun and a moon, he was ancient. But the thing that sticks with me is the black cough. That's the only thing I've seen. It's almost like it's Fey magic, but I've never heard of anything Fey being known to do so much destruction to one person or to spread like this. This is not their normal way of doing things. I've been around for a long time, my dear. I've seen the way the fairies work. It's not like this.
Yeah. From my experiences, Fae can be used for good as well. I haven't seen it being used like this ever.
It's about the flow of magic, my dear. It's almost like whatever lifeline this man had it cut from him. The umbilical cord was ripped out, and he lost whatever tether he had to this world, and it ate him from the inside.
Do you think this disease attacks the magic within those who were born without it?
I don't know. But the one who died, he was a bard, like you, actually. He was known for... And she sort of smiles as a fond memory passes through her mind. He was known for the most raucous and bawdy pub songs. When he came back, he would entertain us all with stories of the Fae and all the fun things he got up to. He lived 2 lifetimes. I suppose this is what happens when you go into debt for that sort of thing, isn't it? And as she finishes saying that, you guys hear a resounding whip-like crack, and you see something reach down from the sky. Make a perception check for me, please, Zeroth.
Gotcha. That is 11 plus 1, 12.
Okay, well, the 12 You see what looks like a finger of lightning reach down and touch the horns of this Cernunnos statue that you guys are sitting in. As Areldia notices that she pulls her feet up out of the water and falls backwards, and then when the lightning does strike, you both get blasted backwards. As... Yeah, give me the thing.
Take 15 points of lightning damage, though.
No.
8d6.
The
Big
music changes
D6.
everything. Like,
Yeah, I know. As Jugal
see?
and where on earth are you, bud?
Me.
And
I'm
I'm talking about Roger.
Okay.
1 second.
well, I'm right here too.
Was that your Roger impression?
Yeah, it was.
As Jugal and Roger both appear in the water of this fountain. And Jugal, can I get you to make a Constitution save, please?
Fuck. All right, I knew it was fucking coming eventually. It's a +2. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm lagging behind a little. +2. Yep. 13.
Okay, the 13. You, as Roger and you slam down into the water, you let go of his hands, and as you do so, you feel this arc of lightning bounce between the two of you, and you feel the shock of it run up your arm and up through your head. And as you, all of your muscles constrict and condense like that, and then you fall to your knees. And as you feel this current passing through you, you start to vomit into the water. Roger comes around the side of the statue to pick you up and pat you on the back and sort of take you out of the water. And he's rubbing you between your shoulder blades, and he goes, I know, it's alright, it's alright.
What was that?
And as Roger is rubbing you between the shoulders, he looks up and he catches sight of Aurelia, and he sort of looks up and he raises his eyebrows at her. And she shakes. Actually, can I get you to, can I get Elioth and Jugal to make a perception check, please?
Handle.
Sure.
12.
14.
Okay, the DC was 10. So you guys both passed. As Roger's rubbing you between the shoulder blades, Jugal, you see him look up and make eye contact with Aurelia, and he sort of tilts his head up, like at the sup motion, and Aurelia notices him look at her, and she sort of does an almost imperceptible shake of the head. And right next to you, you feel rather than see Roger nod. And then you feel that you're being let go. Elorith, you watch this interaction happen. Can I please get you to make another perception check?
Handle.
And sorry, make that an Arcana check, not a perception check.
Okay, sorry. Arcana. That is a 17.
Okay, that's good. That's what I wanted. As you're watching this interaction happen between Areldia and Roger, you see her shake her head, and he inclines his head in response to that, and you see his glamour come down with a roll like that. You see him go from being an open-faced, warm, jolly-looking gentleman into someone who looks cold and hard and cruel. As he steps away from Jugal and drops him on the ground, he turns around and looks at Jugal. This person, who was Roger a second ago, looks at Jugal with disgust and disdain. And right next to you, you see Areldia's shoulders kind of drop down a little bit. You're not sure what emotion that conveys, but that's what you see. As this new Roger strides up to Aurelia and says, "This is your last favor. What do you want?"
Can I chase behind Roger?
You're
Or
still
am I
throwing
still
up.
like throwing
You're
up?
still
Yeah, okay.
you're still throwing up and like really disoriented. And Aurelia sort of bows. Oh, Kenny down under. Welcome to the chat, bud. It's a dab for you, Chief. So as Aurelia, she bows deep and low towards Roger, and she says, "Thank you for making it on such short notice, sir. I appreciate you being here. We have some concerns regarding this disease that seems to be sweeping the streets." Roger goes, "All right, yeah, I've heard about it. Take me inside." And she's going to say, "Of course, please follow me." And those two are going to walk into this part of the infirmary. Illarith, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go over and help out Jugal. He doesn't
Okay.
seem too hot right
Yeah,
now.
no, it doesn't look too flash.
I'm just gonna walk over to him, kind of start rubbing him on the back in the same way, and just ask, "Are you okay? What the
I'm
hell
fine.
is that?"
I can't. I'm fine. I can't say too much. Roger's our friend.
Okay.
He's not what he seems, but he's our friend.
I saw him change in front of my eyes as you guys came down.
I can't say any more, but he's still our friend. We need to protect him as well.
Okay, I trust you. Are you good? Are you fine? Can you get up? Can you walk?
Yes. I walk over to the fountain and wash my mouth out and shit. And,
With the vomit water in the fountain.
well, it's less vomit water than what's in my mouth.
It is
right now, so-
it is a water feature, so the water is
True,
flowing.
true. Yeah. Okay.
It's not like the kind of gross, like still water
Stagnant
situation.
fountain.
It's not a stagnant fountain. Right. So as you guys are doing that, can I get you both to make an Arcana check, please?
Can do.
Yes.
That's a 4.
It's a 15.
With a 15, Jugal, as you are washing your face and rinsing your mouth out in this fountain,
Mhm.
you see dancing particles of white light across the surface of the water that look very familiar to you. But as you watch them, they dance upwards and out of this deer's head and sort of branch into his antlers and disappear.
Okay.
Alright, what are we doing?
Okay. I look to Alareth. We need to help Roger.
I agree. Let's go see what he's up to.
Okay.
Let's go inside.
Yep. So
Yeah.
you guys are going into Infirmary Bay 1.
Yes.
As you guys walk in the door, you hear the sounds of a muffled, very quiet argument between Areldia and Roger. As you guys walk in the door, they stop talking and they both look towards you.
I'm standing closer to Roger than I am Aurelia.
Mhm.
I'm here to protect Roger. I am steadfast in that.
Okay, understood. Aurelia sort of looks at you as you walk towards him, and she goes, "I understand that. I understand that, sir, but I can't justify these lives already. Too many have died already. I've lost 4, Roger, 4." And this cold and hard-looking man standing in front of you, impassive, and almost like a statue of the Roger that you know, sort of inclines his head at Aurelia, and he says, "Yeah, but it's for the greater good, isn't it?" And Aurelia sort of, "I can't accept that! Roger, you have to understand, I can't. Tell me how to fix it. Tell me what I need to do to pull this back, to stop it from getting any worse than it already is." And Roger goes, "Well, if my crew's already cleared out the sewers, if all of them crack knobbed bastards down in the bottom have gone, we need to figure out how many have died. We need to figure out what kind of strength this is coming at us at. We need to work that out first before we can start even developing a plan, Aurelia. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is." And Aurelia's going, "I can tell you off the top of my head exactly how many people died. 41. 41. From start to finish, including the children. 41. Do you know how many of them were sent to the pyre? Aurelio goes, no, I have no idea. All I have is bodies. You bastard. All I have is bodies. That's all I'm working with. You're more than welcome to go down to the cool room and see them, but as far as I'm concerned, that's all I'm working with. That's all the information that I have. And if we're not careful, we're going to have more bodies to send down sooner rather than later. And Roger goes, well, I suppose we're going to have to go down and see them then. If there's anything left in there, we'll take care of it, don't you worry. But if we can't take care of it down there, where it's in the cold, then we might have a problem on our hands. More so than we do already, obviously. But what I would recommend, Aurelio, you're going to have to get in touch with the rest of the garrisons and tell them to block off the sewer entrances. You're going to have to tell them to dam the flow of the river through the city, and you're also going to have to tell them to turn off all the fountains and everything like that, because we can't have water flowing here. If what you've said to me is true and some of it's in the water, we can't have that anywhere near here then, can we? Because the moment we do that, it's going to spread even further. We can't have that. And Roddy's like, yes, I know, but I need water here. The city needs water. Roger, we can't just cut it off for no fucking reason. And Roger goes, well, you might have to then, even if only for a day. A day will be enough. Won't it, man? And he's going to turn around and look at you, Jugal. We can fix this in a day. Can't we?
Your knowledge is greater than mine, Roger, but whatever you need, I'm here.
That's what I like to hear. Very good. Alright, Aurelio, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to cut off the water supply. That's all we can do for the moment. That's going to get us to the bottom of this, I think. That can help us find something, some way of stopping this from spreading. And Aurelio goes, if you're wrong, Roger, this is going to decimate the city from the inside. And Roger goes, I know, I think that was his plan, but we've got to find a way around it. We've got to be smart. And as these two sort of wizened characters are talking, you see this cold, hard version of Roger put his hand on Aurelio's shoulder and say, "It's just like old times, isn't it? We'll get through it. We'll be fine. Cut off the water. I'll deal with the rest if I have to." Come on, Jugal, Ilirith, come with me. We've got to go talk to that captain.
On your lead, sir.
So Roger's going to leave this room, and he's going to walk through to the next part of the infirmary. Can I get you to make a perception check, please, Zane?
Sure thing. 19 minus 1, 18.
18, that's fine. You watch Roger enter the room.
Mm-hmm.
With your 18, you see him as you saw him in the shop just earlier. You see him as the cold, hard, glamoured Roger, not the one you met before. What do you do?
I'm going to kind of ignore his presence as if I kind of don't know him right now.
Okay, that's fine. Roger's going to approach the nurse and says, "Get out of the way, now." And she goes, "Yes," and she's just going to scurry off. And he approaches Elira at the foot of the bed. And he turns around and looks at her and he goes, "Well, soldier, you seem to have got yourself in a fine pickle this time, ain't you?" And Elira stirs and wakes up. And she looks at him and her head's kind of swaying and she goes, "Who the fuck are you?" Roger says, "Your salvation, darling. Tell me what you found down there. It's really important. Tell me what you found." And Lyra sort of blinks and shakes her head again and blinks. "I don't remember much. I know there was a coughs in character. A big black pot with something in it. I couldn't quite see from where it was, but it was moving. Something like that. And there was a golden knife, I think." And Roger sort of holds his hand up and he says, "It's very important right now, darling, that you tell me exactly where that black pot was, because I have to go down there and find it. So, how far into the sewers were you? Deep down, city side, or beach side? And Alira sort of thinks for a moment, and she goes, beach side, I think. I can't be sure. Ask Zane. He knows. He was there. And Roger's going to turn around and look at you, Zane, and say, "Is that true? Is what she said true? Big black pot sort of thing?"
That's it. I can try showing you.
We're
I
not
can
quite
take
there.
you there if you want.
We're not quite there yet, fella, but we might be.
Alright.
Were you down there as well?
Yep.
You were there before the and he's gonna lift his thumb up behind him and point towards Ellerith and Jugal. You were there before those two got there, right?
Correct.
Would you mind please telling me what you saw?
Lots of crazy people with no eyes dancing around a pot. What information are you looking for? What were they wearing? What was in the pot? How
Yeah.
many steps there were?
Not so much that, but more like numbers. What I want to know is how many of your men died down there. That's pretty important. And how they died. And that sort of
Around-
thing. I have to go and pee because, again, I'm an ancient old woman. So I'm going to go do that. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to give you some space to think about it, Zane. I'll be back in a sec.
I'm an ancient old man too. Let's go.
It was 15.
Yeah, I got 15 dog tags. But how they died, like some of them were just stabbed many times.
And
So
others
there
were killed
wasn't-
with magic, weren't they?
Correct, so it wasn't like there was something tying it together.
Unless it was just the death itself, which is the correlating factor.
Maybe the blood running through the water. Oh yeah, and I don't know who's rolling my initiative rolls. I don't know
Yeah,
if maybe.
I don't know. Because I know when I press like 1, 2, 1, it does it automatically. And like
But I
all of those
haven't been
plus-
pressing any of those keys.
Yeah, I'm
I've
not
been,
sure.
I've been pressing like my camera zoom, but that's like bound to like F24,
Yeah.
like function key 24, which doesn't exist on a
I
keyboard.
shouldn't set it off, no.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey.
So, Zane, what did you see?
Well, I've got 15 dog tags from 15 bodies killed in various different ways around the place. Some of them were stabbed many, many times. Some of them were killed with magic. Some of them were burnt. There was not really one factor for death. There was just death.
So 15 is the number.
Yeah, that's all the dog tags I've got.
Right. Thank you, my boy. That'll be enough. And for a second, Zane, you see a flash of the Roger that you met last night. The flash of Roger that you see looks sad.
Right.
And
I'm just
then
gonna-
the glamour reforms. And as that glamour reforms, Alira pipes up. Is this something to do with all them dead kids, then? Roger says, yeah, it might be. Alira says, it's not just our garrison. Oh, we just found him. I heard from the captain of the North and the South garrison. They had a wee and go missing about a week or so back, but nothing else since. So what I'm thinking is, if anything, it's only on this side of the city. It's only on the west side. For now, anyway. I think that's it. We've had the most. And then with that information, Roger sort of takes a step back and he goes, "Thanks, Captain. You've been a huge help. Get some rest." And he's going to beckon towards you, Zane, and take Jugal and Elirith outside.
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow him?
Of course.
I'm following cautiously there,
Okay.
just taking a double take every couple of seconds to see which type of Roger he is.
Unless you want to roll for it, or you're going to see.
Oh no, I'm not trying to see if he's a different type of Roger. I'm just unsure.
Cautiously.
Yeah, it's like I'm seeing you, like I know it's you, but then you're not you. So it's just a constant like uneasy feeling. Just looking every now and then, just going, okay.
I can see Zane standing behind me as well. As we're trying to exit the room, and I turn around and I put my hand on Zane's shoulder. I attempt to. We haven't had a very good past.
Sorry about that, guys. I could still hear you. I'm just was trying to get a cable for my vape. That's fine. You're able to do it. Do you guys? So you all follow Roger outside?
Yep.
Yeah. As we're going outside, I'd like to try and put a hand on Zane's shoulder. We've had a bit of a sketchy past. I don't know whether that's allowed or not.
I'm focusing on
That's up to him, man.
on Roger. So if you were trying to touch me, you would have succeeded, dear.
Yeah. Okay. I just say, look, we can trust him. And like, but I look him directly in the eyes and I say, look, we can
All right.
trust him.
Make a persuasion check, my dude.
Yep.
Mhm.
Sorry, I don't need to persuade many people. 1 second.
Yeah, the only thing is like Zane's
Persuasion
only
plus
just met you guys, and he's only just met Roger. So if you're gonna try and tell him this stuff, like you wouldn't have to
11.
roll. You wouldn't have to roll.
Can you do
if
it
was
at
anything
advantage
to-
because I know that we can trust Roger as well.
Oh,
Yes,
like
I'm gonna
nodding.
say
Yeah.
yes because like as Jugal's placing his hand on Zane's shoulder,
it's still an 11.
yeah, still an 11, really?
You rolled a 4.
Yeah, I rolled a 4. With yeah.
Okay. Zane,
Um,
make a wisdom saving throw, dude.
You just gotta choose the worst ones, eh? Well, I rolled a 1 minus 1. That's a fat 0, my dude.
You rolled a nat 1 on a wisdom save.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so,
that's a minus
all right,
1,
so
so
this-
that's
All right, so I'm not
actually-
going to punish any of you guys for this. But what I'm going to say happens is as Jugal places his hand on your shoulder and says we can trust him. For some reason, even though you've only just recently met Jugal, and he's been an asshole to you pretty much this entire time. In this singular crystalline moment, you see into the heart of Jugal. And you are filled with the same conviction that you might not know any of them very well at all. You don't trust Jugal. But when you met Roger last night and he comforted you by the fire as you were drinking together and said he understood what you were going through, you want to believe that this person that is Roger, not Roger, still is good and wants to help. You can do with that information what you will. That's what I'm going to give you at this point.
Can we
but-
say it's like a lingering hope in the back of my mind that is still good?
Yeah. Of
Alright.
like, I don't know any of these motherfuckers. I don't trust any of these motherfuckers. Jugal's been an asshole to me, but given
you
the
can slap
current,
my hand away
like-
as well.
given you can if you want. Given the current situation and seeing your captain in the state that she's in, on the brink of death, and seeing how Roger wanted to help and wanted to get to the bottom of it, that already put you up in esteem for you. And then having Jugal and Elirith, who you've just met, but who you fought together with, and they came and pretty much rescued you and brought you back from the brink of death in the sewers.
Mm.
You know, like, individually these things wouldn't mean that much, but together,
Yeah.
they make you feel that maybe Roger is a person to trust and will help you.
Hmm.
In saying that, do you follow him outside?
Yeah, I'm following him.
Alright. Jiggle, Illarith?
Mostly behind.
You see Roger standing at the edge of this Cernanos fountain, and he's looking into the water. What do you guys say to him?
Roger, before I saw some white lights gather and then shoot out the top of this, of our father's statue. What does that mean? Is it significant?
Remember, Jugal, you are speaking to Glamid Roger, not our boy. So, this Glamid Roger is going to ignore you and push off the stones and say, "Well, Lieutenant, Commander, whatever you call yourself," he's going to look at you, Zane. "You should take me down so I can see exactly what happened."
All right. I'm going to use my brain to the best of its ability to retrace my steps back to
The sewer?
the sewer. Yeah.
Alright. Alright. Also, I'm just going to tell you right now, we are about to hit, like 4 hours of playing. If you guys want to take a break or if you want to stop, now is the time to tell me before we get into this next area. If not, I'm so happy to keep playing.
I'm ready to go.
You want to keep going?
Yeah, let's fucking nail it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
I am encapsulated right now. I want everything.
Okay, yeah, I know it's been like 2 weeks since we've played, so it's like,
Well, not just that, but like everything so far has been amazingly told, and it's just captured me in the right way.
It cost me like $800 each time we don't play. So,
what? Why? What?
because I should be working.
I better deliver this good content to you then, I suppose. It's $800 worth of content. That's so stressful. Why'd you tell me that?
Yeah, because it's the truth.
Okay.
Every day that I don't work, it's like fucking sucks.
All right. Okay.
But it's worth it for fucking D&D. Like that's why. All right.
All right. Hold on. I just gotta reload. Thank you for the posture check, Kenny. Yeah, Kenny. Holy fuck, dude. Some shit's gone down this session. I did not think we'd end up here, but we did. So.
I wouldn't mind a quick, like,
Right.
2 minute.
Okay.
Stand up,
All right.
stretch my leg.
Yep. So before we move into the next zone, ladies and gentlemen, those of you watching the chat, we're going to take a very quick break, 3 minutes. So go to the, like, I've been going to the bathroom because I have the bladder of an 85-year-old woman. But yeah, we've got people who need a dart. I need a dart. Everyone else needs to go get some food, go for a walk, etc., etc. So please bear with. We are going to have a quick pausation.
Legs being stretched.
Yeah, we're gonna do a quick pausation. We're gonna be back very, very soon. Hold the line. Thank you. All right, so we are back down in the sewers, but now you have your boy Roger.
All
What
right,
do?
guys.
Man.
Oh my god.
I'm just going to do a quick once over of just the general proximity, just so there's no surprises. Are you guys happy with that?
Yep, and I'll help you out with that.
Yep. So roll a perception check at advantage, please, Mr. Zane.
So that's a 1. And
Roll again.
yeah. That's a 7, but -1, that's a 6.
Everything looks to be the same as it was when you left it.
All right.
Can I move forward and then make a perception check as well, please?
Yes, you can. Roll at advantage, Jugs.
At
Well,
advantage. Okay. So that's my movement.
Yep. Yep, so you
Oh,
guys
wait,
know the
I-
rules.
I-
When we're in the sewers, we're doing combat movement, so you can only do 30 feet at a time.
17 and a 8. I'll take the 17, please.
17. As you approach the, I'm just going to move you here, Jugs. As you approach the rubble and that sort of thing that you found when you were here last, it looks untouched. There is a blood stain on the rocks that was there, but the body that was there is no longer there. Like, it looks like someone's come along and taken the body back to wherever they take bodies in Brigantia.
Okay. Hey, Lilith,
Yes.
or Zane, or Roger. I don't want to be greedy with my... We're not in combat yet. So.
No, we're not.
Can I stealth and like actually walk through the sewer system?
Given the way that I've got the sewer system rules working, you can only move 30 feet at a time before someone else gets to do something. So you can stealth for sure. And I'm going to let you have your action and bonus action. So you, being stealth, can move 60 feet ahead.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. So that'll be...
How many squares is that again? That's 6 squares, right?
Oh,
Each square is
shit.
5 foot. If you hold shift, you can use a ruler to see how far you can go.
Yep. So 60 feet will get you to the other side of the rubble, over here.
There.
Yep. And that's your movement and your action. Make a perception check for me, bud.
That is a 6 again. I hate this dice. I'm about to chuck it.
Just put it in dice jail, dude.
Into jail.
But the same thing applies. Everything looks pretty much as you would expect it to, being a like post-crime scene. Yeah, like it doesn't look like anything is different from when you were here last. Who's next?
Is that a room over here though, or is that a different level or something?
I mean-
the art's bit wigging me out.
Okay, so essentially, this wall here has collapsed.
Yeah.
If you move through here, you can if you want to.
Yeah.
But it just looks like because this wall's collapsed, there is now a space leading through to the central section of the sewer. Because where you guys are now is like the western side
Yeah.
of the sewer from where you entered. Going back here, this is the central side.
So that there shouldn't be anything of interest there,
No.
essentially.
That was where we climbed down before to face
Yeah.
those first couple of cultists,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yes, it was. So yeah.
Okay, so also just quickly, out of this, Roll20 has been taken over by hackers, so we can't use Roll20 for
Oh no.
that anymore.
Wikidot's
Yeah.
the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, aided.org, aided.org. I'll
Just
put a
link
link
it,
in
yeah.
the D&D chat if anyone needs.
It's been fine
Good.
today.
Yeah, it's
Depends on
it's
too
that's
much.
probably as a reaction to the Wizards of the Coast takeover of D&D Beyond happened today. So that's probably why that's going on.
What?
So Wizards of
Wait,
the Coast,
what?
Wizards of the Coast bought D&D Beyond
Yeah.
about a month ago, and
Fair.
today is when the titles and everything officially rolled over.
So why are they
Okay.
hacking Roll20? I don't get that.
It's a
Because
vulnerable state, right?
because they'll be hacking Roll20 because there's going to be a lot of bugs and bullshit going on in D&D Beyond. So they are taking advantage of the fact everyone's going to be logging into Roll20, all that sort of shit, like because they can't use D&D Beyond for their stuff at the moment because of all the bugs. So they're just taking advantage of the increased server load on Roll20 to.
Roll20 looks up at the moment.
D&D-wiki.org is actually better. Okay, hold on. I'll post that instead.
Wikidot's down. That's the one that's down.
Yeah. That's the one that I was using for Roger before.
Yeah, the Wikidot itself has been hacked by Russian hackers. I think that's what you were meaning.
Why would you hack a bunch of D&D nerds?
Fuck
None of us are
knows.
cool enough to steal their identities. Like,
But Wikidot says they'll
Well,
try to be
I
back
thought
on
the
Monday.
same thing before last week.
sorry,
So-
sorry, Yanis, what did you say, bud?
Oh, Wikidot will be back up on Monday, they said on their Twitter.
Yeah.
But
Makes
we're not
sense.
doing too much searching or researching through the books anyways.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Alright, so moving on to stuff going on. Zane, as you approach this side, you see the walls crumble down here. As someone who is part of the West Garrison and knows that there is an entry to the sewer just to the north of here, you know that this is a central part of the sewer that is probably been pretty already clean and picked over. But from that's your own knowledge, not from your perception check. That's just what you know as someone who's been on some of the forces retrieving bodies from there, retrieving artifacts from there, and just like doing sweeps down there like once a week to make sure no bullshit's happening. What else would you like to do from here, bud?
I proceed down. Oh, is that everything that I'm done, or am I able to climb down this thing?
I mean, yeah, you're able to climb down that thing, but you remember you need to make some checks to get down there.
Yes. So can I use my acrobatics to get
Yep,
down
you
there?
can use acrobatics to get down. Roll for it, bud.
All right.
Still got to roll.
That's a 19 plus a 12. That's a 31.
Fucking rogues, dude! What the fuck? Yeah, you make it down. You make it down just fine. Do you call back to the rest of your party to let them know you made it down just fine on the other side?
When I touch the ground on this side, do I see anything that I should immediately be aware of, or anything that stands out to me?
Again, make a perception check, Chief.
Perception check.
Yep.
18 minus 1, there's a 17. Hallelujah. First good perception check.
No, you don't see or hear anything. You don't smell anything. You don't feel anything that you should be aware of.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna try to get their attention and say, you're good to come down the first level.
Okay. Going back to the rest of you. Illarith, you can actually see him from where you are right now. You can see him make his way down to the other side, and you can hear him call back.
Okay. So I guess we'll rock up to this pillar as well.
Yep.
I know I've got good acrobatics, but I don't think, judging on past experiences, that Jugal is going to be able to flip wizard his way down this thing.
No, I don't think so.
So
either.
before I jump down, I'm going to help him secure a rope to this thing so we can have a way to get back up as well.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it.
Good.
I learned what happened last time, so yeah. No, I
I whispered
appreciate
to
it.
him, I'm not catching you if you fall.
Yeah, well, Zayden sure as fuck hasn't, so yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. Well, my fault, I suppose.
Well.
Uh,
All right,
I'll
Juggy.
take
So Illarith, make your rolls to get down.
I was going to help him tie a rope around and throw it down first.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Which is
Make
dex,
that
isn't it?
dex save. Yep.
Dex save, that is a 7 plus 5, 12.
12 will do it.
Sweet.
A 12 will do it.
So take the rope out of my backpack and I kind of tie it in a big old loop and I throw the loop over the end of the pillar and then swing the long end down.
Zane, make a dex save for me, please.
you'll pass it easy, but like
Is this a dex saving throw or
it's a dex
just
save.
a
It's a dex save.
dex save?
Yeah.
That's a 9.
Plus
50.
No, that's a 1 plus 8. That's
Damn.
a 9.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
okay.
It's I either roll a 1 or
Or
like
you
a
win.
17 or 20. Yeah.
That's fine. You with the 9, you manage to see the rope that Elorith has just thrown down, but you can't reach it, but you can see it. So because you can see it, you can also see people coming down that rope. So that's the situation there. Jugal, would you like to try and climb down first?
Well, I turn to Roger and I say, you're gonna need some help, old man.
Roger's gonna look you up and down. Jugal, make an Arcana check for me, please.
Yeah. 8.
Okay, the Roger that you're seeing is still the cold and hard human-facing Roger. Glamored Roger. You're still seeing him right now. He goes, I don't need help. And he's going to walk up down here. And I'm just going to get my dice out. Hold on.
If Roger sits on me, I'm not going to be happy.
Hey? What was that,
Nothing.
LRS?
No, I didn't say nothing.
You know, I can always go back and watch the VOD, you know?
I just don't want to be given ideas of what happens next, that's all.
Face full of Rogers.
Fuck, man. Okay, so Roger does, in fact, fail the save.
Knew
Get
it.
down.
Is he okay?
No.
Do I notice him?
You notice him. Okay, so what happens is Roger looks at Jugal and says, oh, "I don't need any help," and goes to climb down the rope. However, because he is a dwarf, his legs and arms are way shorter than everyone else's, and he misjudges one of the jumps in the middle, and slips and loses a hold of the rope and comes crashing into the ground, taking 3 points of damage as he falls. Because he takes 3 points of damage, his glamour drops, as that is a concentration spell.
That's alright.
Okay.
So Zane, what you see happening is you see this this dwarf who looks like, because the glamour Roger's wearing like armor, and you know, just wearing a lot of stuff that makes him look like kind of like a big mean, like fighty kind of guy. But you see this fighty kind of guy slip about here. He lets go of the rope accidentally, and you see him crash into the water at the bottom. And as the splash goes up, you see little sparks of white light go flowing through the water as it comes up. And as the mist of the splash clears, you see the Roger that you met last night in his little waistcoat and his comfy pants and his gold suspenders, and his tied back soft looking grey hair and his little glasses are all askew on his face, and he goes, this is why I don't leave the house.
Does he actually see me though? Because I am technically still stealthed.
No, actually, let me just check.
Does he roll something bigger than the 31?
He rolled a 6, so no, he doesn't see you. So he's like, this is why I don't leave the house. Let's drop my own.
I'm gonna
let's
put
drop
my
own
hand
headset.
on his back and say, that looked like a rough fall. But I'm glad I'm saying the true you again.
He sort of looks up at you and he goes, oh, I am sorry, dear boy. Oh, that's my sciatica. That's gone. Oh, can you please help me up?
I'm gonna help him up.
And as you help him up, you grab his hand and it feels warm. Kind of chafed, like it feels like when you grab someone's hand and it's
Fresh
like it's-
carpet burn.
No, it's not so much that. It's more like his hands feel like they've been worked with. Like he's got calluses and things like that on his hands. They don't feel like the hands of someone who sits around doing fuck all day. And he takes your hand and he pulls himself up again to his full 5'1" height, and he goes, "Oh, thank you, dear boy. Oh, I'm sorry I had to do the glamour. I saw you and I recognized you, but because Lily was there, it wasn't safe. I'm sorry I lied to you. I don't really have much of a choice when it comes to this sort of thing."
Oh, good. We can talk about it once we get Alira feeling better,
Yes. Yes. Come on down, you two. It's pretty safe if you're not old like I am. Jugal, Elirith?
Alright. I'll let Jugal go first.
Yeah, I kind of want to use my action. I want to use an action to summon Froggy Fresh. Mr. Glizzy.
Mr. Glizzy? You want to get Mr. Glizzy back on the field? Alright, hello.
Liz Dog the 4th.
Yeah, he is the 4th. Actually, yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
he is.
Name needs to change to Glizdog the 4th.
I will change his name right now. Glizdog.
Liz Dog the Science Frog.
Science
Uh,
frog. Glizdog the science frog.
Glizdog the science frog.
DAWG, please.
Okay.
Like Glizdog.
Glizdog.
Because I was born in the 90s, and that's a fucking thing that happens.
It's gonna have 2 G's.
Liz Dog.
Fair.
Alright, so you sort of stand back for a moment, Jugal, and you do... explain to me what happens when you summon Glizzy the frog. Because you haven't explained that yet. I just want to I want to visualize it in my head. Like, what goes on here?
You can visualize it on my camera, actually. Hold on. Let me turn this blurry bullshit off, just so you don't miss anything.
He's gonna hop onto his bed and cast a ritual.
Ritual hump.
Lizzie! And then I summon forth. The 4th. Yep.
You know what? Okay. Alright. Okay.
It's just
I
that.
thought there was going to be some more arcane shit happening there, but no, it was just ninjutsu,
Magic
apparently.
dabbing.
Dabbing ninjutsu. Summoned with Glizdog the 4th has been summoned via the power of dab jutsu. So you now
Zane,
have
hearing this, aims his short bow at the rope and tries taking it out.
Alright, roll to hit, man.
I'm joking. That's
no, you said it. You rolled a hit.
All right.
He misses,
Alright.
he shoots Jugal in the head.
All right, short bow to hit does a 26 hit.
26 hit does hit the rope, yeah. So you.
All right, do I have to roll damage?
No, I'm going to tell you what happens. So you hear this weird, like, Glizzy! And because you weren't there when Jugal last summoned a Gliz, you have no fucking idea what's happening. So your immediate reaction is to wheel around and fire off a short crossbow shot. And as you do, you fire it up towards the thing and you see it hit the rope and it severs it cleanly in half. And the coil of rope falls down to the bottom of the waterfall. So if you want to, you can pick up 25 feet of rope. And saying that now, like, so you guys now do not get advantage going down the rope at all. You just kind of have to raw dog it. You have to raw dog climbing down.
Oh yeah.
Well, can I, because I still have one, can I step right to the edge, pull out my 30 feet of rope, tie it around and look like super smug about it, because I have 5 foot more than he does.
Sure. Sure.
And I
Okay.
look
This is literally a dick
smug
measuring
as
contest at this
fuck.
point. But like, okay, go off, I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah. Yep. That's fine.
Motion, right?
Yep. My 30. Just make sure chat gets that as well. It's 5 feet more than what
We get it.
Whatever.
All right.
Whatever
So
your rope.
so to everyone in the chat, I just want you guys to know, as quoted verbatim by our druid Jugal, he has 5 feet more of rope than our rogue, who just rolled a 31 to hit.
No, 31 was for the acrobatics to jump down.
It's counted. It's counted. Look, man, if there's gonna be dick measuring
At a
contests in
time.
this game right now, like,
Foot at a time, I'm measuring it out. So like now we're at 39.
Just
And
climb
here's
down the
30.
goddamn rope.
Okay, great. All right. I just
Throw the rope down.
I tie the top of the rope out, make sure it's very secure.
yeah, make
I
a
say-
dexterity check for me, please, bud,
For what?
to make sure the
Crap.
rope's secure.
Don't make me do this.
Because
Oh,
this
man.
fuck
Fucking
shit.
secure.
Because this fuck shit's happening. That's why. That's because this fuck shit's happening.
Yeah, all 30 foot of my rope is secure.
Good.
I got.
Thank you.
I rolled a 22. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just-
The knot that you tied is a good knot. It's secure as fuck. So you have tied that knot. Do you want to
Yeah,
come down
come
now?
down
Do you want to? What do you want to do with Mr. Gliz? Glizz the fourth.
Glizzy will just jump down. And he's fine.
Okay.
with that.
You don't remember last time?
what?
Oh
No, he
my
doesn't,
god.
obviously.
He's fine. He can. He doesn't take.
Wait, let me just do the sound effects.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let you guys viciously remind Juggle of what happened. Last time he sent Glizzy down by himself.
You fucking threw Glizzy off a cliff and he almost died last time.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. He's not going down a cliff.
No,
It's-
exactly
It
the
was
same
this
spot.
exact same spot.
You like no,
He's
Glizzy doesn't
learned.
need to use. He doesn't have a pussy.
He's learned.
He-
To be fair though, okay. To be fair though, now Juggle is level 4, so Glizzy has slightly improved stats. But again, I
Yeah,
don't know if
yes.
he's gonna survive the 40-foot drop.
But like he has sticky paws.
Just rephrase it again. You said 40 foot. Is that like meters or is that like foot?
It's 40 feet, so
I
it's
don't know,
approximately
15.
like 15 meters, I think.
Oh yeah. All right.
Maybe maybe
fine.
ma-
He
maybe
has
like- maybe
sticky-
like
he has
18
sticky
meters?
hands, and he like climbs his way down.
okay. Roll a dex check for Glizzy
Okay.
using
great.
your own
His-
stats because he's a spirit summon, so he uses your stats.
Well, he rolled a nice.
Why do
We've
you
all
keep
move
making
on.
me do this bad shit to your frog, dude?
You're the one with animal cruelty.
You're the one keeping yeeting him off the side of a cliff. My
He's
guy.
a frog.
Yeah, but
He can
he's
swim down the waterfall.
no, he can't because this is a steep like drop.
Yeah.
It's a drop.
Well, I don't know. People go over Niagara Falls in barrels all the time, so.
Okay, just because I don't want to be the DM known for
I've
like, animal
seen
cruelty.
movies.
Zane, just to be clear, are you ready to catch Glizzy?
I'm ready to catch Glizzy. I'm not
Okay,
catching Duke.
So Juggle's like, Glizzy, go. Glizzy's like, ribbit. Yes, Dad, ribbit. And he just kind of yeets himself off the edge. Zane, can I please?
He was climbing down with his
Uh,
stickiness.
That's not what's happening. That's not.
Alright, well.
No,
yes, that's not-
with a 9, that's not what's happening. If you'd rolled the
So,
save, that would have been what was happening. With a 9,
Quick one.
I don't know how
Sorry?
he descends. What the fuck?
Since like
Doesn't
Zane is
have a
pretty
prism
like
thumbs.
not athletic, like acrobatic, he would kind of know how to recuperate from a fall. So instead of trying to like brunt the force of
Yeah.
the frog,
So
I'm
what? No,
able to,
so it, like what's going to happen is you are going to try and catch the frog and redirect the force of the frog landing
Yes.
into the water.
yes.
So can I get you to please make a dexterity saving throw?
if this
is tough.
dice rolls a 1, I'ma throw it in the bin. 10 plus 8, 18.
Okay,
Bad.
so what happens is
Thank you, Zane.
Juggles like, go Glizzy, and Glizzy's like, ribbit. And he sort of like gets all excited and is like, oh my god, I get to go play, and rather than climbing down the way that you had expected him to, he just kind of like ribbits
He doesn't
off
have
the
opposable
side.
thumbs. How's he meant to climb down a rope?
No, not a rope, but like as you mentioned, like sticky feet.
Okay,
Just
fine.
because Glizzy is happy to be back in the material plane, Glizzy's like, yes, Dad, I'm going to do the best I can, and he yeets himself off the side of the wall. And you watch this, Zane. You watch this frog like use huge thighs and big back legs to get itself off, and you're watching him like come down, and you're seeing him, and as Glizzy is about to hit you, you catch him by the manhandles, like about round the frog's hips, and you sweep him down into the water, and Glizzy actually slides from the force of his fall to about here. And you hear Zane and Roger, you guys hear a very contented, happy sounding ribbit, and Jugal in your head, you hear, oh my god, I did a slide, ribbit, I did a slide, ribbit. Like this frog is just stoked as fuck to have made it down to the bottom without getting hurt, and has bounced across the top of the water like a skipping stone.
Did I see Zane catch him?
You did see Zane catch him.
Okay.
Jugal will remember this.
I will fucking remember
This action has had consequences. Jugal, Ellerith, what are we doing?
After you.
I still ain't catching you. As I walk up to the edge, I'll roll for my acrobatics now.
Yeah, roll your acrobatics now.
It's a 13 plus a 7, so 20.
Yeah, 20 will get you down.
Yeah.
What class
You're
are you
fine.
again, Alarith? The bard?
She's a
I'm
bard.
a flip wizard.
Yeah, she's a flip wizard. She's a bard. So you manage to, so what you do, Ellerith, is you sort of lean out, and you're holding the rope, and you're about to try and abseil yourself down, and yet a sense of frivolity sort of hits you out of nowhere, and you're like, you know what? Fuck it. And you push yourself off, you let go of the rope, and you do a beautiful flip, and you land facing the wall, splashing into the water, and you splash Roger as you land, but then you stick your arm out, and Roger's just underneath your arms as you've stuck them out, and you pat him on the head, and he goes, Ellerith, that was very, very cool, but please don't pat me on the head, it's patronizing.
Sorry, Roger.
Yeah.
I got caught up in the moment.
Oh no, I understand, that was a gorgeous and gracious flip. Ellerith, you still have movement, do you move towards where Glizzy is?
Yeah, I'll move towards Glizzy and then make a perception check.
Yep.
So I landed there. That's just in front of Glizz Dog.
Yep.
And
Make a perception check, plebes.
That is a 3.
Same thing happens again. You see the big blood stain on the wall, where you found Zane last time you were down here. But again, nothing seems to too immediately dangerous or awful. Roger's actually going to follow you up here as well. Jugal, what are you doing?
Can I actually make my way back over to this fucking thing here?
Who rolled my initiative?
No
Like,
one.
actually.
No one. Sometimes using hotkeys where you're using astral, just
I
typing on your
haven't
keyboard.
been touching it. I've been flipping this.
But if you're typing on your keyboard or something like that, sometimes it does just trigger automatically. Don't worry about it. When I ask you for initiative rolls, those are the rolls I want, which you can roll in your bar. So don't worry about it. It's all good. Just minimize your chat and move on.
Can I go back over here and examine for dog tags and black?
Okay.
shit?
Roll a perception check for me, bud.
My God, please don't fear. Is it 13?
With a 13, you realize that this isn't actually a body. This is just a big blood stain on the side of the rock. I haven't cleared out this asset yet, so that's on me.
Okay.
But it's just kind of like a big blood stain. However, can I get you to roll an Arcana check, please?
Yep. 3. I should have just fucking gone down the slope. I swear to God, I should have just jumped.
You
Yeah,
do this to
unfortunately,
yourself.
unfortunately, with that Arcana check, you don't get anything.
Okay, well I go back over to the ledge and
All right. Roll either your acrobatics or your dex.
Alright. Good luck. I fucking leap. Like this. I
Alright. Explain to me what happens as you're taking this jump.
Yeah. I'm I can feel myself falling. It feels like an hour because I'm that dexterous with this leap. And I give fingers to everyone. I put my hands back out. I double front flip and then land gracefully, and I bow to everyone.
The only person there is
Including
Zane.
Okay.
Zane, what do you think of when? What do you do or say or anything like that when you see Jugal stand at the top of the pillar? He goes, and he launches himself off, and like for a second, Zane, it almost looks like Jugal has wings as he spreads his arms out, and you get the image of a bird of prey of some sort flinging out its wings and
Ooh.
taking off. And
Talons, maybe?
no, not talons, just the wings as you extend your arms out, and you fold them up and you leap. The wings come out again,
Mm-hmm.
and then you tuck and roll as you land in the water. Zane, what do you think of or do when you see this?
I'm just scratching my head and just so confused. So I've watched him tie a rope, real secure,
It was
and
for
then
Roger. He's
throw
the
his
old
frog
man.
off. I caught his frog, and then he doesn't even use the goddamn rope and jumps down anyway. So I'm just sitting there going,
Yeah, you guys have to remember that Zane's from Brigantia. He's from like the low magic sort of zone. He doesn't quite like why are you doing all this extra shit? You know?
like, it's just okay. There's a nail. You have a hammer. You hammer the nail.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no additional stuff. Yeah. So, like, not gonna lie, a little bit impressed with the flip. Is just I'm just so confused in the nature in which everything, like the order in which things were done.
Well,
And I'm kinda just a little bit disappointed that I had to save the frog, and that the frog was just commanded to leap off. So I'm like that parent that's looking at a child that has like a fish, knowing the fish is gonna die within like a week. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's actually awful. Alright.
But like comes into the bedroom and feeds the fish when the child's not watching to try to keep it alive.
In my defense, the rope was for Roger, but he fucked it up, so no more ropes for Roger.
So Jugal, Jugal and Zane, what happens when you both when Jugal lands at the bottom? Like, do you say anything to each other, or is this just kind of like
No, I say nothing.
I'm not
put
saying
your nose up
nothing.
in the air, and Jugal strides off towards his frog.
We make
I'm
eye
just-
contact. We make eye contact. And
Eye
then we both
contact
do it.
and maybe this hand gesture and just the constant like
And I
looking
get-
and pointing at the rope and and the frog, and that's it. No words were said. Just
and I walk.
Okay.
Catch up with it. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so the rest of you guys are moving forward. Ilarith, you are front and center right now.
Alright.
I'm just going to move you forward 30 feet. What would you like to do here? Roger's right behind you.
Oh fuck! Here we go again.
We've got another waterfall. I'll make a perception check on here.
Okay.
Let's roll for that. That is a 11.
With an 11, you see the rope that you tied around here, this pillar, 2 days ago, is still there.
Oh, sick. Well, I may as well use that.
Was there a fucking rope already on the other side?
No, not there. There was one here, though.
Alright.
Because someone collected this one, but no one collected this one.
can I re-stealth and go down the next level?
Yep, you can.
So
Roll
stealth roll and then another roll for acrobatics.
Yep. When did you get yourself a SteelSeries headset, by the way, Dan?
Recently actually.
I think
I
you're
got,
using, I think you're using the same one that I am.
Really?
Yeah.
It's the one with the game DAC.
Yeah, I have that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's a good headset, eh?
It's Steel. I'm a slut for SteelSeries, by the way. SteelSeries, please sponsor me. Every single one of my every single one of my peripherals is SteelSeries. Please sponsor me. They're a great product. I've never had a bad time with them at all, ever.
Apart from that one keyboard.
That, to be fair, that one keyboard was my own fault because I kept on spilling alcoholic beverages on it. So that's.
Maybe they should make their keyboards alcohol proof.
I mean, the one I have now is mostly.
SteelSeries, listen. Wait, really?
Mostly.
Yeah, mostly. I've spent like 4 or 5 drinks on this one, and it's still going strong. The only problem that I have with this keyboard is the left Alt key is sticky. That's it. Everything else, a-okay.
So
By the way, Steel Series, excellent product. Always buy.
just fucking sponsor her, please.
Steel Series is awesome. I've been buying Steel Series for like 4 or 5 years now. That's all I buy. So anyway, sorry, Zane. Your stealth roll.
My stealth roll, I rolled an 8 plus 12. That's a 20.
I'm kind of regretting. I'm kind of okay.
Quick maps.
So as a person who is your DM right now, I'm fucking upset that I forgot that rogues were this bullshit. As someone who also plays as an NPC on this team now and again, I'm fucking stoked. I'm very torn. I'm very torn by this whole situation.
Well, if I'm rolling for things that I specifically want, I roll well. But perception, I've got -1. History, I got 0. Arcana 0. Animal -1.
Yeah.
Religion.
And the worst part is
like-
the worst part is because you're a stealth rogue, you're going to be the one interacting with these things first.
Yeah.
So that's I guess that's the balance. I don't know. I've never DM'd for someone who's a rogue before. But anyway, you are definitely stealthed.
All right.
You are stealthed.
Acrobatics. Let's see if I flunk it down.
Yep. Roll at advantage though, because remember there is a rope here. So.
All right. First roll was a 3. Second roll was a 6. I'm gonna take the 6 plus 12.
25.
That's 18.
You make it down the other side just fine, and you're also still stealthed. So.
Fuck yeah. Do I perception?
Mhm.
Ugh. I rolled a 4. -1. That's a 3.
You
What do I
see,
say?
fuck all. It is dark as shit down here.
Alright, I'll be next down the rope.
Okay.
That's a 4, and we're at advantage, aren't we?
Yeah, at roll advantage because there's a rope already here.
11 plus 7, that's an 18.
You do your beautiful flip wizard shit going down. Explain to me what happens as you just flawlessly execute this descent.
Honestly, I'm just gonna go for simple. I'm just gonna kind of take one step off, like there's supposed to be a platform there, and just gracefully pin drop, and then kind of as I hit the ground, just roll and stand back up straight as if nothing ever happened.
Yeah, you would.
Outrageous. Outrageous. Okay. Next up.
I call down below. Hey guys, would you be prepared to catch Roger, please?
Roger, I guess.
Roger looks at you,
It-
Chigal, and he goes, I hate they had to say that, but I suppose I am getting on in years, so. He's going to walk up to the edge of the thing here and call down to Ellerith and Zane. Only if it's no trouble. The only thing is I seem to have hurt myself with the last one, so if you wouldn't mind.
No worries at all, Roger. We're here for you. We're ready.
Okay.
I'll assist.
He's going to roll that dexterity check. He fails again. He's a dwarf. Like, this is not going to go well for him. As he goes down the rope, because it's wet and he hasn't been outside in a hot minute, his hands slip. Can Ellerith and Zane please roll dexterity?
Is a dex save?
It's not
Or
a save. It's not a save. Just a check, please.
just a dex check.
Yep, dex check.
14 for me.
24
14?
for me.
Okay, collectively, you guys see Roger lose his grip on the rope, and he's falling, and he goes, "Oh no!" But because the both of you have been watching him the whole time, and you're kind of like ready to catch him, you both stretch out your arms at the same time, and you manage to catch this dwarf under the shoulders before he hits the rough ground of the sewer, and you both place him gently back onto the solid surface, and he goes, "Thank you." I'm not going to lie to you guys. Keeping up that glamour really took it out of me. I'm so glad it's just us. Jugal, come on down, it's
can I-
safe.
Can I check out the comp splat first? The bloody comp splat here.
Yep. Make a nature check for me, please. You should have that pretty high because I'm pretty sure nature check's wisdom.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm down on my bits. Well, no, I've got +0 in nature.
Nature's intelligence.
Is it? Oh shit.
What? No, I have. Yeah, it is intelligent, but it's 0 for me for nature roll.
It's a
I got
9.
9.
With a 9, as you approach this bloodstain that it seems to be on the wall and that sort of thing, you realize you remember this is where you found Zane last time, and the blood on the walls up here looks kind of like it's only been a couple of days, so it's not like black and dried out, but like it looks like old blood, like it's not fresh.
Okay. Easy. I would like to then try and go down the ladder, gripping the rope
Okay.
as tightly as I
That's
possibly
that's
can.
fine. Roll Dex or Athletics with advantage, whichever one works for you best.
22.
How do you want to do this as you flip down?
Just normally, I just go down.
You just go down. You're
but-
fine.
Yeah. And then I turn around and I look at Kane, at Kanye. What's your fucking name? Zane. It's just
Kanye?
How's your frog getting down there?
And I beckon to Glizzy like, hey, follow what I did.
This is like Whibbit. Roll a dexterity at advantage. Dexterity. Roll again.
Oh no, it's not great. I'm like ready to catch him. I'm like right.
Okay.
down it.
In saying that, as Glizzy sucker like walks his way down the wall, it gets to this point here where it's below the waterfall, where it's way too wet. His little sucker feet don't stick, and he slips and falls. However, you do catch him, Jugal,
Oh thank God.
and he takes no damage at this point.
Let's go. Can I kiss Glizzy on the mouth?
On the mouth,
Mhm.
sure, I guess.
Great.
There's no
Okay,
tongue.
Now we can. No, not yet. We can move on.
Calling me
Nice.
deeply concerned. All right, so we're all down. The second set of waterfalls. What are we doing?
Just before we go into anything, I want to turn to the boys. Yeah, I don't want to be like, okay. If at all possible, we need to take someone alive, preferably the person in charge. I'm assuming we're going to run into some fucker down here. We need to take the leader alive. Kill the rest. We take the leader alive.
That's assuming we didn't kill the leader when we came down here last. That big mage guy seemed pretty leadery to me. I don't know.
He
But
did.
we'll keep an eye out. We'll be ready for anything.
There's a reason we're down here again.
Well, it was to look at the black pot, and I shudder, remembering how it grabbed onto me last time, and I just stop myself, and I can't come to say the word tendrils.
Roger
I'm
puts his hand on your shoulder, Illarith, and he says, "Well, now that I'm not hiding anything, it's best if you do stay away from that sort of thing, as it does tend to leave marks. Right, lead on. I want to go in there and have a little look-see around."
Oh well.
I'm still stealth, right? I can go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Again,
5.
your max movement is 60 feet, so that's 12
60 feet. 12. Yes.
Because remember, he's stealthed, and he's a rogue.
Alright, that's insane. Nice, okay.
Do I roll perception here?
Yep, you do. Just let me go pee quickly. Again,
Yep.
I'm an 85-year-old woman. So,
Alright,
Back in a
I'm
moment.
the basement. Alright,
Whew.
love yous.
I think I've found out how to play rogue.
Yeah.
It's legitimately scout, DPS, and a little bit of utility.
Hmm.
Um,
And flip away, never to be touched.
correct.
With your plus 20,000 on your dex checks or whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm loving it. But I tried like reading online like what rogues would do, and like how to spec a rogue, and a lot of them actually spec into like wisdom so that they can do more perception, so they can see like traps and stuff,
Yeah.
and also intelligence, so they can do like, if you go arcane trickster, you can actually have spell slots as well as detect magic and stuff. So those types of traps are accounted for. But I kind of didn't want to spec a rogue perfectly. I kind of wanted to have like a janky character that's just
Yeah,
not
like-
perfect.
This is my first playthrough, and I've been doing like a little bit of research, but at the same time, I'm just rolling with the punches, and
Yeah.
I'm just doing what seems fun and everything as it
Yeah.
comes.
I'm not trying to streamline my character. I'm just trying to make a story out of him.
Yep,
Like,
that's
Then
kind of
mixing
what
ain't
that's
fun.
kind of what everyone else is doing at the same time as well.
Mm.
So that fits in. Unfortunately, you are playing a rogue, so like your rolls are just guaranteed to be absolutely out the fucking gate from the start. So we're just waiting on Jugel.
Yep, and then I do my perception roll.
All right.
So I'll explain it to you tomorrow.
All right,
Good night.
I'm warming up the dice. What do
Alright.
I get for my perception?
That sounds bad.
I
That
rolled a
sounds bad.
2 minus 1. That's a 1.
That's a 1. Okay. So from where you are, Zane, you only see the immediate area around you. So maybe like you see stuff that's all very familiar to you. Like you've come back to the scene of the crime, so to speak. So you see the stuff that was deemed not important by the rest of the Gardaí. So you know you're seeing candles, blood smears across the floor, furs and skins and that sort of thing that have been just left. You don't notice anything different from the way you left it.
All right.
Okay, the rest. What's happening?
Pushing forward. 30 feet, which is right there.
Yep.
And a big old perception roll. That's a 18 plus 3, 21.
21. Okay, with a 21, as you approach the ritual space that you guys fought in less than 48 hours ago, you notice that the moving forward from the waterfall, the water around your legs seems a lot colder now than it did before. Make an Arcana check for me.
Roger. It's a 15 plus 1, 16.
Alright, with a 16, I'm going to give you some more movement here. Just let me move you. You're going to move forward into the water. As you do, you start to feel currents pulling at you that that were not there last time. It almost feels like you're walking through sludge rather than water. It feels a lot heavier than it did before.
Does the water look like black at all?
Make another perception check.
Sweet. That one. That's a 6.
Given the amount of light that's in here right now, you can't tell.
Sweet.
Jugel, your turn.
Yep. I wouldn't want to move forward again.
You want to move forward? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, which one do? That one. Fuck. That one. Yeah, I go. Yeah.
That's right, man. Move yourself. That's all good.
Wait, did I not? What the
Nope.
fuck? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'd like to make a perception check as well.
Rolly, rolly.
Rolly, rolly, rolly. Nope, that's not right.
Yeah, no, that's not right.
20 plus 5. I got an 8.
Good night. You notice that the water is colder where you are right now, but other than that, you don't see much else.
Okay. And Glizzy?
What do you want to do with Blizzy? It's a big question.
Oh, shit. 30 foot. Yeah, yeah. Glizzy's in the pocket here.
Okay.
Can he roll perception as well for me?
Yeah, you can.
At, at disadvantage.
Yeah, at disadvantage.
Yeah, and he doesn't get my bonuses, right? It's just a D20.
Yep, just 20.
Yep, cool. Thank you.
Fucking 18. Very nice.
18. He got an 8. It's at disadvantage.
What was the 18?
It's first roll.
yeah, the first roll. Okay. With an 8, you hear in your mind, Glizzy sort of communicates to you the physical embodiment of a shiver. Like, brrr. And he goes, cold. With it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Gliz.
Okay.
Gliz.
Moving on, it is now up to Roger. He's going to wander up. And as he reaches about here, he starts to feel the cold water. But what Roger does at this point, he puts both of his hands on the surface of the water. Because remember, he's a dwarf. He's a lot shorter than you guys. So he's about, like, waist height for this water right now. Oh, okay. Nice. So Roger's placing both of his hands across the water. And as you guys are any of you looking at him right now?
Can I be?
am close.
Okay. So as you guys see him walk forwards, you see him place his hands upon the water, and Jugal, you're the first to see it. You see this white sort of spell circle appear from both of his hands as he's walking through the water. He's running it across the top of the water, and as he walks closer to this part, you see the light go from very, very dim, barely imperceptible, to brighter and brighter as he walks up over here. As he does that, though, however, he is going to sort of shake his head and hold both of his hands up in front of him, like this. Moving on, it is now Zane's turn. You are back at the top.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like
1,
to do?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I can reach there.
Go there if you want to.
From this vantage point, I want to try perceiving more from
Okay.
like not broader perspective, but like a higher perspective. 12 minus 1, that's 11.
You see a lot of bloodstains, and you feel from where you're standing a coldness at your back, like there's been a draft let in somewhere. Within an 11, unfortunately, you don't get much more than that. Who's next?
My back being this direction, right?
Yes, towards the pot.
Yeah.
I will go next.
Okay.
30 feet gets me up to there. I will roll my perception.
Mhm.
That is an 11.
With 11, you get kind of a similar vibe to Zane. You feel like a coldness coming from this direction. But everything else kind of looks pretty much exactly the same as it was as you left it last time. Aside from
Okay.
like the bodies of the cultists and the guardsmen have been removed. So all you're seeing now are just bloodstains and smears and that sort of thing across the ground.
I'll yell out to Zane. Hey, Zane, don't get too close to their cauldron. We don't want anything happening.
He can't see me.
He can,
You can,
she
he's so
can't see
Oh.
you, but she can call out to you. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like judging by the amount of movement we've all had, I can think that you're near the cauldron.
Yeah. You know I'm in the room somewhere.
Yeah. As a precautionary yell.
Yeah.
Moving on. Jugal, Lizzie, what are you doing?
I would like to move towards Roger
Okay.
as close as I can.
You can get right up next to him.
35. That's 5 feet more. I'm like standing on this thing. Oh yeah, that works. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And can I make a perception check, please?
Yep. Can.
Great. Merci. 18.
18. Okay, with an 18 perception check at this point, you see that like all of the big piles of bodies and all the super dark shit from this moment has kind of gone. It looks like someone's been in and cleared out all of the big bad things, but there are still things left behind. You do still see blood stains. You see that there have been a couple of like short daggers and sort of like rings and pieces of fabric that have been left behind.
Okay, but like it's obvious to me that someone has done something about the shit that was here.
But Juggy, I'm just gonna tell you right now, you know that there was a squadron that went down after you guys were in here to clear out the bodies and take them back for identification and that sort of thing. Zane would have told you that, or you would have figured that out yourself. It feels like, from you right now, it feels like this is an empty crime scene. If that
Okay.
makes sense. Like, all of the physical evidence is gone. All you guys have to figure out now is the motive and, like, potentially some other stuff that's going on. But, like, all of the, like, forensic evidence is gone.
Okay. Yeah, fair. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Do you want to do anything else with that? Or
Yeah, I tell everyone else. Elizabeth and Roger are both in talking distance, I guess, or yelling distance.
Yep.
I tell them that exactly. The team's been in here before, I guess, but all the artifacts are left behind. So, yeah, I guess I'm assuming it's the squadron. There's something to clear out instead of anything more sinister, but I'm not ruling it out. So,
Alright. Zane, after hearing that, what do you do?
I'm gonna walk up carefully beside this pot, and I wanna see if there's still that black oozing liquid still in it.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna need you to make 2 checks here, man. I'm gonna need you to make a dexterity saving throw and a constitution saving throw.
all right, 17 plus 8. That
wait,
is
sorry, just
a
quickly.
25 on the
Glizzy as
dex
well?
save.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Juggy. You moved Glizzy? Where's Glizzy go?
Yeah, well, he was just wants to move up.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
Zane? What
So
happens?
that's a 25 on the dexterity save.
Okay.
Constitution save is 20 plus 3, so 23.
Okay. So what happens as you approach this cauldron is you start to feel cold. Like, to the
Cauldron.
bone cold. And as you move towards it, you feel your steps slowing. And feeling sluggish. And that sort of thing. And as you're watching this cauldron, both of your eyes locked on it, you see this loop of blackness extend itself towards you. Make a wisdom saving throw, please.
-16 minus 1, that's 15.
Just saved. Just.
You really want to hit me with this? You got me doing dex. You got me doing cons. You got me doing wisdom.
Okay, so what happens is as you're approaching very warily, like you are sneaking up on this cauldron essentially, and as you move up towards it, you see a loop of blackness sort of extend itself up from the top of the pot, and one of the tendrils reaches for you, You step out of the way, so it can't hit you. It follows you. You step out of the way again. It follows you. You step out of the way again one last time. It bolts towards you really, really quickly. And you step aside, and you watch this bolt from this thing sink into the floor over here, and then it retrieves itself. But you're still feeling this cold, this ancient, empty, aching cold from this pot being nearby it.
Can I do any more movement? I've
I mean-
only done like 5 steps.
You can if you want.
You got
Can
bonus
I
action
just-
as well, right?
Back the fuck up. And I'm gonna just call out for Roger and be like, Roger! See, the black stuff is trying to get me.
Roger hears Roger, and then nothing else. So he's going to rotate towards you at this point. You're going to get about here. And moving on, Eloreth, Drupal, what happens?
Anoreth is first.
I'm just gonna pretty much keep pace with Roger and stand beside him and not do much else. The perception checks have shown that it's much the same scene that we left it, minus all the bodies.
Yeah, I'm going to move to the corner here.
You can move yourself, Jokes. Yep.
Yeah, and then Glizzy's going to move over here.
Okay.
I'd also like to make a perception check because I also have dark vision of 60 feet.
Yep, that's fine. Dark vision should be 120, actually. Let's fix that for you.
120?
Yeah.
Oh my lord, I can see the future. Okay. Well, oh my god. Okay. Yeah, right. That's huge. Okay.
Mhm.
So yeah, well,
within
I'm
60
fine,
feet,
though.
within 60 feet, you are seeing like in full color. But anything beyond that, you're seeing in black and white and not in great detail. So like this stuff there, you can kind of see it in the darkness. But it's not like as crystal clear as things within that sort of within 30 feet, you have pristine vision. 60 feet's kind of like you have you can see what's going on. 90 feet,
Yeah.
it's kind of like starting to get blurry. 120 feet is just kind of like you see it in black and white, the same way that you see like infrared camera stuff. So
Sure. When I get here, I'd like to call out to Roger. This is where it happened.
Roger turns back and says to you, yes, I figured by all the blood stains that was kind of what happened.
Be careful approaching the fucking bowl.
Thank you, Jugal. I know. I shall try to be careful.
Here for you, homie. Alright, great.
Alright, moving on. What's Glizzy doing at this point?
He's done all he can this turn.
Okay, no stress.
He moved. Yeah.
Yep, that's fine. Aelorith and Zane, what are you doing here?
I'm still backed up in the corner, just looking at this cauldron, waiting for Roger.
And there's no way in hell I'm getting any closer unless Roger needs help. So I'm gonna wait for Roger to do his thing.
Okay. Roger's going to look at you, Aelorith, and go, give me a hand. Give me a hand up, please. Darling.
Okay.
I'll go around the side. I'm not going to approach you directly. So Roger walks up this way and he starts ascending the stairs to get to about here. Aelorith, can I get you to make an Arcana check, please?
Arcana check.
Uh-huh.
That's a 14 plus 1, 15.
Okay. With the 15, as you're helping Roger get up the stairs, you sort of feel an intensive, like the cold intensifies. You're starting to feel like as every step you take up, your boots leave an imprint in frost. Like something up here is trying to slow you down so you can't get to it. And you start to feel a throbbing in your head. A kind of wom, 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 on a very low key. Like being near this thing feels wrong. Being near this cauldron feels wrong. Like it's almost like there's a fold somewhere that is letting you see it, but you shouldn't be allowed to. You feel a thrill of anxiety and guilt as you watch on and watch Roger slowly approach it. Jugal,
Yes.
what are you doing as you're watching Ilirith and Roger approach the cauldron?
So I want my berries. Can I make 10 berries?
Yep, you can make 10 good berries.
And then I still have a movement, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. I can move Tom.
Oh, hi, Pockface! Pockface is here! Hello! Hello, homie! Pleasure to have you. Welcome, Pockface. Welcome back. Sorry, Joker, I got distracted. Say again.
That's right. I just moved to here and I made some berries. And can I also make an Arcana check
You can? Yep.
from where I am now?
Yep, you can.
11. Greatest.
With an 11,
Pardon?
I'm saying. Now, with an 11, you start to feel like there is a density in the room that does not match the way things should work in this world, but that is centered around the pot. So essentially what you feel as you come up to the edge of this thing is you feel like you want to take a step towards it. Right?
Okay.
Like that's what you feel. You want to take a step towards it, but it feels like when you take that step, you are walking downhill. Even though you're not actually walking downhill, you feel like you're walking downhill. Like it's just so easy to take one step, and then the next step, and then the next step as you walk towards it. That's how it feels.
Okay. Okay.
Moving on.
Yeah.
What's Glizzy doing?
Well, Glizzy's gonna move up to the side here. There.
Yep. It's fine.
And then, yeah, I guess make a perception at disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, next one is he got an 11.
Glizzy just you feel through your mind connection. Glizzy says, "Ribbit, it's cold. Ribbit."
You're right, Glizzy. It is cool. All right, that's it. Over.
Okay, Ilirith and Zane, what are you guys doing? As you're watching Roger getting closer and closer to the black pot, what's going on?
Do I see anything different? Do I see anything change?
Roll that perception, bud.
15.
Okay, with a 15, as Roger is taking steps towards this black pot, you're seeing rhymes of frost come out from this pot to meet his feet. So he's walking towards you, and you're hearing the sound of water freezing as he's walking towards it.
Shit.
Is there anything else you'd like to do here?
I don't think there's anything else I can do, really.
That's okay, we can move on to Ilirith.
How
Ilirith.
does Rod... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make the perception check as well to see if there's anything nearby.
Make an Arcana check,
fails.
Ilirith, not a perception. Make Arcana.
That was the roll was 3 anyway, so it fails.
No, make a fresh one, because I said Arcana after.
18 plus 1, 19.
Okay, with a 19. With a 19, as you're seeing Roger approach this black pot, and he's like this frost condense underneath his feet, you're watching as the tendrils and roots that have come out of this pot start to retract themselves and pull themselves closer in towards the pot. However, you do see Roger start to pale, and a furrow appears across his brow as he's trying to force himself to take that next step. He's sweating, but because he's sweating and because of where he is, you see a bead of frost pull up around his eye and fall off. Like he is trying his absolute to get as close as he can to this thing, and it's trying to stop him. It's trying to slow him down. It's just not working out in terms of favor of the pot. Juggle, what's happening?
Yeah. So. Yeah, I really don't know what to do here. I really don't want to get closer to that. thing 'cause I
Pork
think
Faces,
it's
did you defeat something to get the cauldron, or are things about to get spicy? So last session within this campaign, we did defeat a whole bunch of like cultists and like cult archmages and that sort of thing to get to this pot. We are coming back in after the police investigation has finished. Here, the pot's still here. None of the bodies are. I don't know how. I don't know how spicy things are about to get, but I guess we're gonna find out depending on the rolls.
yeah. Well,
So Jiggy, Jiggy,
Yep.
what's happening?
So I would.
So no boss, the boss is hiding.
There's Roger and Naylor. Okay.
Big wink.
I'm gonna go. Fuck off, man. Really? I'm going to like stand more center and then command Glizzy forward. But I would
Okay.
also like to make an Arcana check.
Make that Arcana check, bud.
It's a 19.
That's fucking awesome. Okay, with a 19, you from where you're standing, you can see this pot bubbling,
Oh yeah.
and
I
you're
can.
starting to see the ropes and loops of like a thick viscous substance boiling. From where you're standing right now, you can see Roger just over the edge of the cauldron. But with an Arcana check that high, you know that this thing is trying desperately to keep us away from it, but because it has no one to control, it can't. The way that it managed to keep people away from it beforehand was doing like breaking down their mental barriers and forcing them to being like members of the cult and that sort of thing to keep people away from it. But right now, as at where we stand with that Arcana check being so high, you can tell that this thing is alone and naked. That does not mean, however, that it is weak or like diminished in any way. It's just alone and naked. It has nothing to force you to fight with. If that
Okay.
makes sense. Like there's
Am
no
I in
puppets here.
yelling distance of Roger?
Sorry, say again.
Am I in yelling distance of Roger?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Can I say, Roger? This is darkness, right? Does he respond to me?
Roger looks at you and he sort of like nods. He doesn't say anything. Also,
Okay,
Porkface, SCP-096, not quite. Not quite. Very close, but not quite. Interact with Cauldron to spoil big ass hell donut? No. They did that last session. In this campaign. It was bad. Pretty much everyone nearly died. It was awful.
Too intense for me.
He nods at me. I yell back at him. You can defeat darkness with light, right?
Roger
Like, as
sort
a
of Roger sort of shakes his head and he's like, "They're not opposites, Chico. They're the same thing. You can't have one without the other, so they're the same. The opposite is always nothing."
Okay. Well, what's your plan, Roger?
I don't have a plan, Jugal. I just want to get a sample from this thing to find out what we're working with. And with that, I'm going to go to the bathroom, because again, I'm an 85-year-old woman, and that is all my bladder is good for. Back in a
Okay,
sec.
Glizzy's just gonna move. His 30 feet, and that's the end of all of my turns. Yeah. I think that's good. Bro, I don't know what the fuck to do. Actually, boys, come on. Someone help?
I really don't know either. I might cast like Bear's Endurance of him to give him more con like pretty much more endurance to defeat this thing. That's my only thought, really.
Yeah, the only thing that I have is like I was thinking maybe that moonbeam thing,
But nah.
because it's sunlight, which is because moonbeams are sunlight. Realistically, let's be fucking real.
Mm.
So yeah, that's the only thing that I fucking been able to come up with. I don't.
But with
Yeah, I
what
don't
Roger
know,
said, it probably won't do anything.
Yeah,
I'm-
yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Don't think there is anything I can do. I have no intelligence. Well, I do have intelligence, but like I can't really do anything in terms of magic or anything to assist right now, apart from maybe throw a dagger at it.
Again, Pokeface, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with that particular Facebook group. I'm just familiar with the whole ideology of SCPs. I follow a lot of Reddit groups. It's all Eldritch Horror at the end of the day, so how different can they be? Okay, so sorry guys, please fill me in on where we were before I went to go pee.
Glizdol just moved, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which means that returns us to the top of the combat, so that's Zane.
Can I ask Roger if he needs me to do anything?
You can? What do you say?
Roger, you need anything from me? Am I good just standing here and watching?
Roger sort of like looks his head back towards you and then looks back at the thing that he's focusing on. He says, "No, the further you are away from it, the better. This is. I understand where it's coming from now."
Alright, well I'm just gonna chill in my spot then.
Although, I may need help to tip the cauldron over, so to speak.
Do I see any other feasible way apart from manually holding it? Like, is there a leg that I can shoot arrows at, or is there
No, from
something else?
make a perception check, bud.
Yep. 11 minus 1, that's a 10.
Okay, with a 10,
Yeah.
you can see that this cauldron here is made from stone and cast iron.
Mm-hmm.
An arrow from you is not going to do fuck all to it. At all.
Sorry.
So what Roger is basically asking you to do is to come and help him tip it over. But he has some other things to ask of other people first. Roger turns around to look at you, Ellerith, and goes, "Ellerith, how was your constraint magic? Do you have any wards or anything like that to hold it in place while we tip it over?"
I don't think I do. Sorry, Roger.
Jukal, what about you? Do you have anything to trap at?
Can I make a movement action now?
Yep, you can. Yep.
Yeah, I've got 30 movement, so I can move to here. I place my hand on Roger's shoulder and I look him dead in the eyes and I say, like I said, this isn't just your fight. Together, right? Together.
He's going to put his hand on your shoulder and say, "Together." Yes. But what I'm asking is, do you have anything to keep it in place once I flip the cauldron over? Because where it is right now, it is leaching into the water. If you're looking at the bloodstains, every single bloodstain here is providing something into the water system of Brigantia. So we need to cut it off from its current state.
Okay, we can go back and grab the rope, maybe make a barrier around it, and flip it the other way towards where it's
Roger
aimed.
just waves his hand in your face. He says, rope won't work. I need magic.
Need magic? I have entangle. I don't think that's going to help.
It might.
It might.
It might.
It's a liquid.
Roger's going to sort of turn off for a second and think.
Rough ground doesn't really stifle liquids.
So, sorry, I got burps.
We're missing something here, boys. I don't know what it is, but we're missing something.
Entangle's really the only thing in our list that we have that can hold something like that.
I have hot metal. Maybe we can see how it reacts. Can I make a perception check to see
Or
what
could
that
you
thing is made of?
frost it? Don't you have some sort of frost magic?
Ray of Frost, would that hold the liquid in place?
Wouldn't it freeze it?
I mean, it's already emanating very cold, so my thought process was that more cold wouldn't do too much to it, but
Okay.
I guess I could use a perception check for that.
So, Jugal,
Mm-hmm.
for your idea, I'm going to need you to make an Arcana check. Elorith,
Okay.
again, for your idea, I'm going to need you to make an Arcana check. So I'm really sorry, I have hiccups.
That's alright.
9. 9 for entangle.
I've got a 17 plus 1, 18 for my Ray of Frost.
Okay.
No, for
And
my
Zane?
throw check.
What can I do? Like tip the thing?
Yep, tip it.
Yeah. Yeah. We can wait until you recover.
Sorry, yeah, this is
There's no
like,
rush.
Like, don't force yourself. Like, probably you're gonna make it worse forcing yourself.
dude, hiccups.
Also, boys, like, just want to be very clear. The medical staff made it very obvious. If this shit gets into the water, it's game over, right? Like, it's really bad. I guess this is the sewer, so it doesn't matter. This is expulsion water anyway.
As
So
far
it
as you
doesn't
know,
matter?
as far as you know.
It would
Oh
still
my
flow
God,
on
wait.
though, and we don't know where this flows.
Yeah, but like, yeah, there's lead-on effects from where it goes from here anyway.
So we need to do this once and do it right.
Yeah, the where it is right now, it's contained. If we push it over and we can't contain it, then we create more problems than we're fucking solving. Or attempting.
I'm still kind of skeptical of Roger.
So as you guys are talking about this, Roger sort of shakes his head and says, "That won't work." Right. Wait, hold on. Okay. Elrith. My apologies. My gut's been upset by being so close to it. Do you have anything cold? Like cold?
I do. The mage we fought last time dropped a scroll, which allowed me to rapidly cool down a target.
All right. That may help us. And as Roger is sort of like counting on his fingers and looking side to side, he says, "If you can freeze it for long enough, if you can, we can remove it from the bowl, and if we upend the bowl, the ritual is broken. If we take it away from the ritual spot, the ritual is broken. But I don't know if the liquid inside will behave, is the only thing."
Can I reposition Glizzy real quick?
Yep, of course you can.
Alright, great. Glizzy is here.
How does this help the people back in the infirmary, though? That's an
Well-
actual question I'm asking him.
Yeah, well, Zane, unfortunately, I do think that this cauldron and I think whatever has hurt them is something from here. It's some kind of spore or some kind of connection to this. So if we let this cauldron sit and seep,
Mombi, your cameras.
we're only asking for trouble. Why does it happen? That's annoying.
Is there a way I could try to piece together what is saying to either
Okay.
detect if he's lying or saying the truth.
Yep, so roll an Arcana check for me.
Monster
pull up
is
my shit again.
upside down.
Arcana is just a 0. That's a 3. I don't see jack shit, do I?
Like
Unfortunately
you're
not.
upside down.
I'm not anymore. Unfortunately, with the 3, you don't see anything. Charles Manson vibes from Roger. Porkface, my dude. All right.
Yeah, I wanted to build a dam. That's why I wanted to bring out the ropes. Pork face, but like, yeah. That ain't gonna work.
Port and flee to another town.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I'm phoning a friend, by the way. Pork face, help me.
No, this is not his game. This is our game, Jugal.
Okay.
No asking the audience.
All right, all right.
I mean, you're more than welcome to ask them to roll for you.
Wait, I can get a chat roll.
You can get a chat roll.
Oh, okay. Pork face. Oh, wait, okay. So, from where I am, I've given him Glizdog. I'm gonna be like, Glizzy, I'm real sorry, but I'm gonna need you to open your mouth just in case. And Glizzy's gonna be like, what? Just like the last time. I'm like, kind of like the last time, but it's black instead of white. Just catch it, alright?
Oh, you fuck. No. Oh. No.
It's not tree sap this time. It's just
Ugh. I can't.
what?
I can't. You fucking very know. You know very well.
Did I did someone DM me Ray.
Okay, so moving on from the glitzy fuck. So, just to give you guys a bit of context for what's going on.
Glizzy's prepared
Right
to
now.
catch it in his mouth. He really is.
Roger has essentially said to you guys, we need to try and trap it, so it can't get anywhere else.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, in its current cauldron form, the top surface is uncovered, so therefore it is able to spread arms into the water around it. It's able to do things and that sort of thing out of the top part of the cauldron.
Wait. I have it. I have the answer. Boys, empty out all of your potions. We're just gonna scoop it all up.
I mean, you guys do have like 10 glass jars.
Yeah,
So
and then all of the Dagda's hot sauce as well. Plus all of the vials that we had earlier from the frog cummies. We
That is
have
where the dust jars come from.
okay. In our survival kits as well, we have vials. We can at least try that. We can try and minimize the amount of liquid in this thing, and then we tip it, right? I don't think it's a good idea to touch it, but
that's fine. But remember, the only person with the mage hand is Ellerith. So
we can give you strength.
Mage hand can only hold 10 pounds. Regardless, it doesn't get any modifiers or anything.
How many? It's a cantrip, no?
Yeah, it's a cantrip, so I can use it, but
that's fine. Just make a nature check to see how deep this thing is.
nature enter me. It's a 4.
With a 4, all you can see is the surface of the cauldron. Would anyone else like to do anything, or?
Yeah. Is that all right?
Yeah, of
can we
course.
all Can we all just like get out?
Yeah,
and let
the
fight
beautiful
with
thing
them?
about it is like
It's a cantrip. Yeah, so you can
yeah,
cast
I know.
we're not in combat, so
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
I'm not saying no's, but
Can we do that? Do you guys think it's a good idea? Tell me I'm an idiot if I'm an idiot. But like,
I'm so sorry, Porky. I don't have any control over the ads that come rolling through. That's on me. I'm so sorry.
Can we run it by Roger?
see what he thinks. Yeah.
So who's this what to him?
Roger, would scooping some of this abomination into jars to minimize its volume in the pot help out in any way at all? I have a spectral hand which I can use, so we no risk of touching it.
Roger starts nodding. He goes, honestly, to be quite honest with you, Ellerith, I don't know whether it's the actual like physical cauldron itself or the fluid inside that's giving it the power, but if we get the fluid outside of the cauldron, I have a strong feeling that these things will let up. At the very least. Let me just check. And he's going to make an Arcana check.
Roger's Arcana check. I can't fucking wait to see what this is.
Right, so it's an
Roger rolls a
18.
400.
It's an 18. It's an 18. Because he got a +5 and he rolled a 13. So as you guys watch Roger sort of like fold his hands around and bring out these white sparks and white symbols again, jiggle that you've seen already, you watch him move them around and try to like build a circle out of the symbols that are coming out of this pot. And you watch him try to like rotate his hand around. And you see that as he gets to about 2/3 of the way through, the symbols stop flowing through and the magic circle spell is out. He tries it again in the opposite direction, and he gets about 25% of the way through, and the circle spell is out, and he's trying again with both hands, trying to build magic circles, trying to build a formula from what is in front of him. He's trying to build like a way to understand the magic and a way that he's familiar with. As you're watching him do this, you're seeing the white spots of magic come from Roger's hands. In response to that, you're seeing the ripples on top of the pool get deeper and deeper. And you're watching this kind of flexing of the fluid on top as Roger's trying to force something out of it. It's not quite happening. He's trying to build these circles, he's trying to do spells, and just nothing is happening. What would you guys like to do from here?
Does it look like it's taxing Roger? Like
Yes, it does. So every time he tries to, because what he does essentially is he's going to look at the pool and try to take a piece of that pool and rotate it into a magic circle. And you're seeing him get to like a certain point of the letters, and then they stop. He tries again with the other hand, and then they stop. He does it with both hands. And you see one or two letters missing within the entire circle of magic symbols that he's doing. Like you're seeing lights and magic symbols the whole way across, aside from 2 or 3 in the circle that he's building. But it's almost like there's just one thing, just one stop, preventing him from being able to fix it.
it's death. He needs a life. It's balance. Maybe. Glizzy, come here.
Do you really want to be doing this? We don't want to be adding any more death. Any more than it's already been done.
He's spectral. He's not real.
Then would it even count as a death?
It's still alive. It's like a bullshit. I don't know. Hold on. Oh, wait. No.
Okay,
Sorry.
so Porky's something I need to know. Do any of my characters feel like they have enemies or being hardcore murder hobo? Speaking from the DM perspective, no, thankfully, currently.
if you want to play Murder Hobos in my campaign, the place to do that is the Traveling Tavern, not this. As you were there, Porkface, like you saw last week before I got blackout drunk. Honestly, I don't even remember ending the stream. But like the Traveling Tavern is the place to play Murder Hobos, because like that's fine. You can go and do that, and I'm just not gonna punish you overall. But like in this campaign, so far, no one's been like mad Murder Hobos.
I may be a little horny, Porkface, but definitely not a murder hobo.
A little horny?
Little.
A little horny?
Is
Exit
Roger
out.
casting his magic through intelligence, or is it his constitution that's wearing him? Can I tell that?
Constitution.
Constitution?
Yeah.
Can I would like to cast Enhance ability with Bear's endurance on him, giving him the endurance on constitution of the
Okay.
bear, advantage on constitution, and
That's
temporary
awesome.
hit points.
So as you cast your advantage on him, you see a bear.
I'll have to go up behind him because it is
Yep,
touch. I'll
yep,
touch
see-
with the shoulder.
You see a spirit bear rear up behind him and paws on Roger's shoulders as he's casting these symbols and tries to find a way to the bottom of it. But as you do so, you see the light that Roger is casting glow brighter. What are the rest of you doing?
Zane with no like idea of like in depth at all about magic at all. Can I tell that there's something missing? Or no?
Make a perception check.
Just don't worry about it.
How bad was it?
I got a 4.
Okay. With a 4, you feel things start to get colder. From where you're standing, you start to see your breath puff out in front of you.
Is it? I'm just gonna ask Roger. Is it too cold? Does it need to be warmed up? Is it like
Roger goes-
something that's missing?
Be quiet, because he's trying to like
He's
as you
concentrating.
as you're watching Roger's hands, you see him trying to. As a rogue, Lorez,
Hmm.
you recognize his movements as something trying to fit into a key and a lock. You recognize what Roger is doing. He is trying to pick an arcane lock at this point. That's
Okay.
what he's trying to do. So he is using all of this magic and everything around him to push these arcane tumblers to unlock this lock without having to go through the repercussions of fucking up unlocking the lock. So
Am I able to assist if there's like techniques from picking a lock that I can?
unfortunately, no, you can't.
Yeah.
This is a role that I'm rolling privately for Roger. So,
Mhm.
in the meantime, though, the rest of you start to see this ice start to condense on the walls around here. Would anyone else like to do anything?
I'd like to turn to Roger and say, Roger, what happened between you and Merlin? You need to tell us.
And Roger's gonna turn around and look at you and go say, "You need to get better fucking timing." And he's going to start re-rotating these rings of symbols and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Ellerith,
Fuck,
Zane,
do I leave?
what would you like to do?
Already imbued him with my endurance.
Mhm.
I'm going to ask Roger if he would like it to be cooled down even more. Roger, do you still want that cooling spell?
He's going to pause his hand movements and look back towards you and say, "No. If you've any kind of fire or anything like that, that would be far better.
What fire, you say?
Anything warm," and he's going to swat something out of the air before it hits you and say, These things are coming straight towards you, Ellerith.
All right. Oh, yeah. Sorry, it's not my turn.
Fire, if anything, will at least ease the pressure on me so I can get exactly what I need to from here. Alright, moving on. It is now Zane's turn.
Do I hear this at all? Like,
Yeah, you hear it. Like, you're right next to him. You're watching him grab these modes of light out of the air.
well, I've got a little kit that has like a fire starter and some like tinder and stuff, tinderbox. So
Yeah.
can I ask Roger, where do you want me to set up this fire? You want me to put it underneath the cauldron?
He
Put a
goes,
fire-
yes!
All right, I'm gonna get to work making a fire underneath the cauldron.
Bring it up. Bring it up. Boil it if you can.
Too easy. I'm not, and I'm gonna do that. Now, do I need to roll anything to do that? What specifically do I need to do?
Make a nature check for me, please.
Check. Let me just find that. I got a 10.
Okay, with the 10 you managed to get the tinder and kindling and everything set up underneath the cauldron.
Mhm.
However, you can't light it, so...
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
Kenny.
No.
I walk over to Zane. I put my hand on his shoulder. It's like, I've got this, but I'm not quick enough to make it out of here. You know I can't fucking climb these. You need to go get Merlin. I've got hot metal. The cauldron is made of metal. Like,
It
as
is.
my
Yep.
perception's
It is.
seen that. Yeah. Okay. Zane, you're the only one that can do it. And I'm visibly upset that he's the one that is coming in clutch here. I'm like,
You poke fist saying, Burn wasn't the cauldron that looks level. You're right. It is.
wait, what?
I'm just replying to poke face. He's saying, Burn wasn't the cauldron looks flammable.
Okay. Alright, I look to Zane and I say, if you're not going to go, are you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright, I cast heat metal on it.
Okay. As you cast heat metal, Juggle, you watch the ice cold edges of this cauldron start to melt. You see the frost rimes on the ground start to dissolve and rotate up the sides of the cauldron. And as you cast heat metal, can I please get you to make a wisdom save?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I have to delete that.
That's cool.
And, oh my god, sorry, I have to scroll back up. Sorry, would you, how do I make a
Wisdom
wisdom save?
So saving things are in the top next to your ability checks.
Top next to the
Saving
ability.
throws.
Oh, so like it's a +5.
Okay.
So it's D20 +5, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. 16.
Okay. With the 16, as you guys collectively work together to light this cauldron on fire, you watch as the waves of heat roll up from the child coals underneath, and Jugal, as you cast heat metal, you see this molten red light start to encroach on the fluid that's inside, and as it does so, you start to see it sizzle and move away from the hot metal that's encroaching upon it. Roger goes, yes, take it out, please. And then, as he says that, this heat metal causes the liquid inside to boil to the point where there are black bubbles of something going off in the distance. But as you guys all focus down and burn it harder, burn it faster, these bubbles start to dissipate, and it just becomes this molten, deep, dark red black puddle of things in front of Roger. And as this happens, Roger reaches his hand out over it, and as you see his hand drop down towards it, you see blisters, and his hand starts to catch on fire, and he's focusing down, pushing down on it as he makes his hand make contact with the fluid on the top, and he says, "I rebuke you!" And he clenches his fist, and as he does, as that clenched fist closes, you see a ring of darkness first sink down, clunk, and then sink down further, clunk, clunk, into this fluid on the top of the cauldron, as this wave of ice cold floods out from Roger's hands, and it freezes the entire surface of the cauldron. It freezes all the water. It freezes of the water within this current part of the sewer. You hear that as the water freezes and everything like that, and you see Roger with his hand firmly down, about like, imagine sinking your hand into a balloon. So you're holding it in one hand, your hand sinks down, about up to his knuckles are covered, and this hard, cold, black fluid. But it has stopped. It is frozen. Thank you, Porkface, for joining. Always a pleasure to have you. Please be back soon. Thank you. But yeah, so Roger's hand essentially is frozen within this cauldron. But because his hand is in there, everything else is frozen too. What do you do?
What? Are you good, Roger? Do you need us to, like, chip away at the ice around your fingers, or are you meant to do that? What's happening?
I'm gonna go pee, and then I'll tell you.
This is fucked. This is so fucked. Actually, so fucked. We need to transport it out of there, right?
We just need to subdue it and get rid of it. It does, regardless of how we do it. Subduing is the way to go, and whatever Roger just did seemed to subdue it. And
Didn't
then-
I say that maybe warmth needs to be, and Roger's like, nah, get the fuck away from me, you know nothing. And now, what are we doing? We're heating it up.
What?
Boom.
Well, no, I agreed warmth as well, but moonbeam wouldn't have worked apparently because it's not the opposite.
No, you said light, not warmth, Juggle.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. So just heat.
Yeah. Aside from lighting a fire, I haven't got anything. Unless I use prestidigitation to heat up, but that's an object.
Well, everyone's got magic fingers. I've got wood and a fucking faulty lighter. This lighter ain't even light up the fucking sticks.
Like, I actually have no idea what the fuck to do. I'm literally
Oh, wait,
grasping at straws.
I can just instantly
Well-
light a fire. Oh, I'm dumb.
Oh wow, are you serious? You watch me like,
All right, back.
yeah.
No
What happened?
Nothing.
So I asked Roger the questions
Which questions?
about his fingers. Does he need us to chip his fingers out with a knife, or is it meant to be stuck like
he
that?
goes-
Or
He goes, no. No. I've, if that's what it costs to hold it back, then that's what it costs.
so what are we doing from here?
Roger, what do you want us to do?
as you guys watch Roger, he's holding his hand like this, so like he's holding his arm up here, and his hand is face down in the middle of the black pot, and he says, "You're going to have to cut my arm off. I can't move it."
Nope, not happening. All right. I'm not fucking cutting his arm off. Hey, Zane, maybe want to go?
Shalom, Roos. Shalom.
Merlin, you're the quickest one here. I'm like upset about this as well, by the way, because I was also quite quick, but you're fucking quicker, or athletic, everything. Bitch, go get Merlin, please. Zane, you need to go get Merlin. Please.
What does Roger have to say about us getting Merlin?
No,
I don't give a shit.
No,
what
not
Roger
him.
says about it.
No.
I don't give a
Not
shit
him.
what Roger says about it. He's gonna die either way. Go get Merlin, please.
I'm not going to die, you stupid boy.
Do we have to take your arm off?
I grab my my 10 berries out of my pocket and I just jam it in his mouth.
He's chewing as he says, "No, I'm fine." Okay. Jugal.
If you don't go, I'm leaving now. I'm getting Merlin.
No, he can't help. Jugal. Find a relative, and as you guys are watching this, his hand is sinking moment by moment deeper into the black sludge on the top of this cauldron. And he says, "No, I have it. I can still feel my hand."
Alright. Am I good to rush to get a Reladia?
Yep, you can do so.
Alright.
And as he nods at Zane as he runs off, he turns back to look at you, Jugal, and he says,
She's fucking dying. What do you mean, man?
"I'm not dying, Jugal.
No,
No,
Aurelia's fucking dying.
no, it's not that. It's more. I cannot keep my physical form.
It's okay.
And below here, I can still feel it. I just can't grab things on this plane. That's why I went in to try and grab the bottom of whatever's at this pot. I can nearly feel it. It feels cold. And it's heavy. I can feel it, Jugal. I can.
Can I cast heat metal on the cauldron again?
Yeah, you can. You can.
Yep.
And Roger goes, "Ah! Ha! Oh, ha, okay. I can move it. I can move it. And he's going to try to shove his phantasmal arm down to the shoulder in this cauldron.
Scoop some out. Please, motherfucker, please. Anyone, just scoop some out. Mage hand, something.
You've got the jars, Jugal. Just chuck them to me.
Yep, there
I'll
you
give it
are.
a try. While he's doing that, I'll cast Prestidigitation to light the fire, which Zane set up underneath the pot to help with
Yep.
heat.
Yep, sounds good. As you guys do that, you feel you see Roger's shoulders relax a smidgen as he goes, "Okay, all right, doesn't hurt anymore. Too much. Anyway, keep it up, going back in," and he's going to reach in.
I'm
Like-
gonna spear tackle him. I'm fucking straight up spear tackle him before he gets his arm back into the thing.
As he's knocked aside, you see his arm pull out from the cauldron, and for a second, it looks like a black tentacle, sort of, before it reforms into his hand. He looks at you and goes, "Why did you do that?"
Because you're a fucking idiot.
Jugal, you are so much younger than me. You have no idea what's going on here. You have no idea what's going on here. Let me get back in there. And he's going to
So how
wave
about you
forward.
fucking tell us? I'm going to use some curse words if he doesn't.
Some curse words.
Yeah, some
Mm.
curse words. My may use some curse words.
Yeah. Hmm.
It's probably not going to be stream friendly because I'm really upset. No, it'll be stream friendly.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Let me just get music back up and running because the apparently we've gone beyond.
I look over at Zane and Aelorith and I'm like, what the
That's
fuck?
fine.
Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Letting Roger handle. Roger, he's
Roger's gonna handle it. All right, great. And then I drop everything and I start to leave the cave. I'm going up to grab Merlin.
Dang. Okay.
We need you back here, Jugal. I yell at you.
To do what?
We need your heat metal. It was working. Did you not see
Yeah,
it?
and what the fuck are you guys doing? Maybe you guys can go grab Merlin, right?
You've already sent Zane off. Roger specifically asked us not to
Zane
get
hasn't left
Merlin.
yet. Zane's still
You
here.
yourself said to trust Roger, and that is what I am doing.
All right, fine. Wait, has Zane gone to go get Merlin? No.
Yeah.
Who was your old dear?
Erodia's not here.
Okay, yeah.
Zane is still here, no? With us?
No,
No, we're gone.
No.
he left
He's
ages
fucked
ago.
off.
You sent him off ages ago.
Oh, I didn't realize that you'd left. Oh, well, that changes. Okay, right. Did you go? You left to go get Merlin, right?
Pretty sure that's what I was told to do. I'm going off to get someone. I just said yes to whoever said to get someone. I think Liquor
yeah.
said, "Oh, did you want to go and do that?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's my bad then. Sorry, I didn't realize that you'd fucking left to go get him. I thought you were like, no, because we don't like each other. But we have that moment, and I was like, well, but like, it's great, right? Yeah, but like, are you going to grab Merlin?
I've already left, dude. I'm already
He's
out of
already
the
out, like,
sewer.
He's already
Alright.
gone.
Fine.
A while ago.
I'm the fucking retarded one. Alright,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes. You're the one who specifically requested, and he said yes.
Dude, that's the only reason I've been panicking so hard.
Gotta pay attention, dude.
Sorry, man. Alright, fair.
It's okay, but like, yeah, I'm sitting here in Discord by myself at this point, with no cams or anything like that. So,
Do we have an ETA on Zane?
Zane is you sent him off, so you have no fucking idea. Right now, what you're looking at, I'm just going to lay this out for the both of you. You watched as Roger reached into the swirling blackness to try to pull something out, and he got into about his elbow. Before he starts to run into problems. But with this last call for you to send someone away, he is sucking into his shoulder now. But as you see him leaning across the top of the cauldron, you see him looking at something neither of you can see. And he is still reaching for something. What would you guys like to do here?
I'm gonna use Mage Hand with a jar to try and scoop some of the stuff out of the cauldron to help him out.
I mean, you can use your action to do that, or you can use your action to boost him up and give him.
Oh, to help him over the pot. Actually, yes.
Yeah, over the pot.
Yeah, to bring him up to the edge of the pot
Yep.
so we can reach all the way in.
Yep.
So I'm gonna do that while yelling at Jugal. Keep that heat up. Don't let it stop.
Okay. And I'm keeping my hot metal. Hot metal.
So do I need to make a check to lift him up?
No, you don't. But
Oh.
please make a Arcana check. Just just check something really quick.
Net 20.
Net 20. Okay.
Yep.
So as you guys are doing this and you're trying to help Roger out with like leaning into this cauldron and lifting his arm up, with your net 20, Ellerith, you see, even though Roger's arm looks like it's disappeared to about the shoulder, as you watch this cauldron, you see an arm made of what looks like golden light reaching up towards something outside of the cauldron. So this, what you've essentially seen is Roger's spirit reaching up to try to grab something. Can you please roll another Arcana check at advantage this time?
First is a 14.
Roll again.
Second is an 11, so 14.
Okay, so 14. With the 14, you see this golden light reach up, and as you witness Roger fall into the cauldron, as his physical body is trying to reach out, you place your hand on his shoulder, and for a second you see the gold light flicker. It flickers, but after that you see it come back in full force as it reaches up to grab something. In this fight. Can I get you, Jugal and Aelerith to please roll Constitution saving throws?
Yeah.
That is a 12.
Okay.
21.
Okay. Jugal, you pass. Roger and Aelerith fail. So as you guys are both, as Roger and Aelerith are both trying to force him to reach his hand towards whatever is happening here, you guys suddenly feel a bolt of cold reach through from you, and it rinses through both of you, and you both take 3 points of ice damage. So 3 points of 3 points of magic damage. As you guys are reaching up to reach the thing, you feel this ice condense around you really, really quickly, and you feel it just and freeze you as your hands are both reaching out towards the source of light. Moving on, Jugal, you don't you do not get hurt by this. What happens?
Well, I guess I'm still heating this. I'll get also. I'm still using hot metal as a concentration spell, so I have to keep heating it if it's going to happen. I can only do this one more time as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll get Glizzy to go around and grab Aelerith by the back, and just start to pull her away, as well, like pulling her back away from it, towards this direction. So
Aelerith, are you resisting?
Yes, I'm helping Roger to get to the bottom of this. I'm not gonna
Okay.
pull him out
Roll
again.
these
Just to...
things to hit at unfortunately disadvantage, Chucky. So
yeah. Well, I guess Glizzy's just standing there then. There's no
Okay.
point in- I don't want to.
Yeah,
interrupt that.
what would you like to do though? Like after seeing Roger go in shoulder deep into this black pot and watching Aelerith's hands fall upon Roger's shoulders and watching him lift this fist out of nothingness and close it. Like, what would you like to do?
If I stop concentration on my heat metal, it stops, right?
Yes.
So I don't really have much choice but to keep doing that.
Each casting does last a minute, so each of these times you're just carrying it over because it hasn't been a minute.
Unless
Yeah.
if I just stop it, maybe it'll stop sucking you guys in as well, and you guys will just be frozen there.
Yeah, don't really be frozen there.
Instead of it being liquid that could suck you in, it'll just be solid, and you guys will just be stuck there. Right?
we do not want to be stuck in this thing.
Yeah, but you don't want to keep getting sucked in either. I really don't know what you want me to do. Like,
I'm moving on from this. Dan, what are you doing?
Dan
Yep.
check. Low-res.
Well, how have I been on my trek to get assistance?
I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. Not great.
Mhm.
Going back up all the hills and everything with the ropes was awesome. But you have to remember you have been damaged. You are only 1 day outside of this last fight.
Mhm.
You are not feeling good. You haven't got that far. So, to be honest, you've probably only got to about here.
Yep. Have I heard anything that might make me want to change my course, or am I still going to keep on running out because nothing
Make
has...
a perception check, please.
19.
Okay. With a 9-10, you're not hearing words or anything in particular. You're hearing sounds and you're hearing splashes. But as you tune in to listen, you're hearing sounds that don't sound good.
Do I know where the sound's coming from? Is it definitely like my party back there, or is it coming from here?
Yeah, with a 19, you kind of know that like you've left your party in trouble, so you should probably go back and check.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna run back and check, I guess.
Sorry for wasting your time, I guess. Fuck me.
Okay, moving on. It is now. Chico, your turn.
I'm gonna cast Moonbeam on the cauldron.
Oh, very spicy.
I've given up now. This is. I can either cast Hot Metal for one more turn, and then end up in the same position where I don't have any fucking spell slots left, or I can do
Each of
this.
these rounds isn't a minute though, is it?
No.
No, so your heat metal lasts a minute each cast. So you'd probably still be on your first cast if you're just keeping out concentration on it.
So, Jugga, even if you
Okay.
do cast Moonbeam, your heat metal's still active. Because right now, you guys actually aren't in combat. Like, you're not in initiative. Or anything
So
like
no
that.
one's
Like,
taking damage
this...
yet.
No.
Well, I
no.
mean, we've taken damage, but
The only person that's taking damage is Roger.
and me.
And you. But you're not actually in combat because you're going with something that is an environmental condition. Not anything else. So...
Okay, great. I'm gonna empty out all my vials, and I'm going to start scooping the black shit out and sticking them in vials.
You have 5 vials. Please roll 5 nature checks, please.
Nature checks. Yeah. Just give me a sec. Nature is nothing, so it's just 5d20s.
Yep.
Yep. 1 is 19.
Okay.
14. 12. Oh my god, it's 11. It's a 9.
Oh
Yep.
my god,
2.
perfectly descending.
Okay.
That's intimidating.
Yeah, right?
So
And
you
13, yeah.
okay? So you managed to get so it was a 9, a 13, a 12, a 10.
So a 19 first,
Okay.
a 14 second,
Yep.
12 third,
Yep.
9 fourth,
Yep.
2 fifth.
Okay. So you managed to get 3 vials of this stuff. Was surging up against the walls, the bottles that you put it in. However, as you're taking these things out of this cauldron, you see its grip on Roger start to loosen. Because previously you saw these black tentacles all the way up to his shoulder and to his neck. But as you're taking things out of the cauldron, you start to see it rotate down into his shoulder. What do you guys like to do here?
I'm gonna, while holding up Roger, cast Mage Hand to get at least one more jar out.
Okay. Roll a dex check, please.
Dex. That is 19 plus 3, so that's 22.
Okay, so with your mage hand, you do manage to get another jar. So that's 5 jars in total, including Juggle's collection strat. So
I command Glizzy towards me.
okay,
I say, Glizzy. Remember this one? It's that blood pudding that you like. It's delicious. Just big gulp, man, big gulp. I believe in you. I touched Glizzy
roll
on the
a hit
back.
for Gliz, man. You gotta roll a hit for Gliz.
Rolled a hit on Glizzy's behalf or mine?
Gliz.
Gliz, yeah. Plus 5, so 23.
23 does hit. However, when it hits, all you see is a band of shadow loosen up on Roger's shoulder. Like that's it. You don't do damage. All you see is the focus that this pot apparently has on Roger loosens slightly.
Does anything happen to Glizzy?
No.
Okay. Glizzy can keep drinking. Let's go.
Dan,
Yo,
we're doing champ.
I'm here, right? Oh, how close am I?
Unfortunately, I can't see because Discord's being fucking weird. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Hello, I'm back. Alright. Sorry, Dan, say again.
I'm gonna call out to Jugal and ask how many more flasks he's got. I'm assuming I've seen him frantically, like, using 5 flasks and cracking, like, 2 of them. Scooping it out.
I got another. I've got a frog though.
You got a frog?
He seems to enjoy this stuff.
Is the, never mind. Is there any other method of moving this liquid that we have? Do we have cups? Do we have a bowl? Do I see any artifacts from the cultists here that...
Roll a perception check, homie.
Perception check. 10. What does that give me?
With a 10,
Yeah.
from where you're standing right now, you see this big gold bowl over here.
Mm-hmm.
That looks pretty easy to pick up and take to where you want to go.
Alright, can I pick that up and take it to where I want to go?
Yeah, roll a dex save.
Oh, I love those. Oh. That's a 28. I rolled
Okay.
a nat 20.
Okay. 28. You pick up the bowl, and you start to run towards the cauldron. You're fine.
Alright.
Anyone else want to do anything? We're waiting for this right now.
While I'm holding up Roger, I'll cast Cure Wounds to help relieve some of the physical strain on him.
Okay, sweet.
Are there any more bowls around?
Make a perception check, Chucky. From where you are, though, you won't be able to see them, so you might have to move beforehand.
9.
No, not from where you can see. Alright.
Well, that's it, yeah.
Okay. So, I'm going to tell you guys what happened next. So as, Dan is running towards to find a bowl, catch this black shit in, and Roger is shoulder deep in this black spell with his hand facing down in the middle, and Ellerith and Jugal are just watching him, waiting to provide healing. You guys are all watching as something happens. Oh, okay. Alright, so as you guys are all holding on, you're all waiting for either someone to do something or something to land or something. Just something to happen. As you guys are watching Roger hold out his hand, and again, taken into the black morass of spells that have been cast by this black pot. You guys see, starting from Roger's shoulder, it looks like a single ring. A single ring. And it's 2 rings. And then it's 2 rings again, as his arm and his entire shoulder is sunken into this pot. His face is this far away from the liquid on the surface. As he lets himself be pulled in, and he says, "Can anybody
didn't
who
hear
is
that.
close to... No, that's on purpose. Can anyone who is
Oh.
close to Roger make a perception check, please?"
Yeah, nope. 15.
Mm-hmm. That's your goal.
Can someone roll a d20 plus 5? Sorry, I'm just peeing.
That's fine.
Rolling it.
Thank you.
You don't like my roll. It's an 8.
13. Oh, is that 3 plus 5?
Yeah.
Okay, so who rolled the highest out of all that shit right now?
So I did, since it's only Jugal and Aelirith.
Yeah.
Roger.
That's fun. So as this wave of bright white light passes through Roger's shoulder, he looks up towards you, Ellerith. He says, "I'm sorry. I'll be back soon." And then after you hear him say that, you witness this bright white wave of light that lifts up. It falls to about the same height that you are, and then crashes down like a tsunami. This white light purges everything in this current room. So, every piece of blood-stained armor is just now armor. Every piece of blood-stained stone is not just stone. However, Aelirith, as you watch this happen, you saw Roger sink his arm in, look at you, smile, say what he said, and then disappear. And in the circle, the magic circle between, you would imagine his shoulder and his arm to be, you see 1 drop of blood. And that's where we are going to end the session for tonight. That's it.
Ooh, ooh.
Yep, I know there's been a whole ass
I
lot.
would punch you in the fucking mouth if I could, actually. I'll be a bit.
Yes, tonight's been a lot.
No XP from this ordeal.
So we're not quite done yet, Lores.
Oh.
But the next session of XP, you will get double. So you
may level up. I'm not sure. I have to double check after that.
I'm pretty sure I will. I'm pretty close.
Yeah, you're not
Oh,
far away.
wait. Yeah, I'm like
Because you
600.
you got half XP from the last sort of
Hmm.
whole thing. So, right. Good night, stream. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Alright, mate.